Hi, hello.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Another side. Manish. Hello. Is it audible from your side? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Hello.
Hello. Varun, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
now I can hear you. Yeah, now. Yeah.
Yeah.
इसकी जरूरत है क्या? इसकी जरूरत है सर इसका तो प्रेजेंट कोई प्रेजेंटेशन करे
Good morning, everyone. We'll just begin in a few minutes. Please cooperate. Good morning, everyone. We are waiting for the guests. Please cooperate.
Namaskar. A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of IIT Indore and organizing team of Madhya Pradesh Vigyan Sammelan and Expo 2021, I welcome Honorable Minister Sri Om Prakash Sakhleja ji, Minister of Science and Technology and MSME, Government of Madhya Pradesh. I also welcome Professor Nilesh Kumar Jain, Officiating Director, IIT Indore. I welcome Mr. Prajatan Gangele ji, प्रांत संगठन मंत्री विज्ञान भारती मालवा प्रांत, and I welcome Professor Santosh Kumar Vishwakarma, General Secretary MPBS 2021 and Dean of Student Affairs IIT Indore. And I also welcome different guests present today in person in this room and also online, and all the participants and students. So let us start with the welcome of the guest. So I request Professor Jain to please offer the bouquet to Honorable Minister. So, thank you, sir. Now I request Prasad Kodgireji, Associate Professor in BSB, to please welcome Prajatan Gangeleji. Now I request Professor Santosh Kumar Vishwakarma to please welcome our director, Professor Jain. So now even Professor Vishwakarma is also here. I will request Professor Mukesh, who is also the organizing of basically this pre-event. Please welcome Vishwakarma ji. So as we all know, we in our Indian tradition, we start all the event with praying the God. So today again, we start with the same tradition. I will request all the guests to please join and do the lamp lightning. I also request Prasad ji and Mukesh ji, Saibal ji, please join. Thank you, everyone. May I request to please take your seat. So as you know, in upcoming December 11, 12, and 13, IIT Indore and Vigyan Bharati Malwa Prant and MPCST, jointly organizing the Madhya Pradesh Vigyan Sammelan and Expo. And in this event, basically, we are having 17 different sessions, which are based on 17 different themes. And I will request you to please visit our website, www.mpbs.in, so that you can get all the details. Registrations are and all the things are open. And in this event, we are also having 3 different conclaves. One is on the area of renewable energies. Second is in the area of Fab and Fabless semiconductor ecosystem. And third is in MSME. So today we are basically just having a pre-conference just to get an idea about basically Fab and Fabless semiconductor ecosystems conclave. And this is the start point also. So without delaying, I would like to request Professor Santosh Kumar Vishwakarma, who is the General Secretary of MPBS 2021 and is also organizing member of this particular conclave, to brief about this event. So Professor Vishwakarma, please.
Thank you.
सभी को नमस्ते। समय का अभाव है इसलिए थोड़ा जल्दी कार्यक्रम करेंगे। थैंक यू नरेंद्र। जैसा कि अजय जी ने बताया कि मध्य प्रदेश विज्ञान सम्मेलन प्रदर्शनी आने वाले दिसंबर में 11, 12, 13 को हम लोग IIT प्रांगण में करने जा रहे हैं। और इसके साथ ही जो अपना स्वतंत्रता का अमृत महोत्सव प्रोग्राम है, जिसमें हम लोग सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं इंडियन साइंस एंड साइंटिस्ट कंट्रीब्यूशन इन स्वतंत्रता संग्राम। इसमें हम लोगों ने जो विषय चुना है, विकसित प्रदेश आत्मनिर्भर देश, हमारा मध्य प्रदेश कैसे विकसित हो, इस पे चिंतन करना है, मनन करना है। कुछ हाइलाइट्स जो मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि इस मध्य प्रदेश विज्ञान सम्मेलन में 17 सेशन हो रहे हैं, 3 कॉन्क्लेव हो रहे हैं। और इसमें ये जो यूनिक चीज़ हम लोग लेके आए हैं, इसको हाइब्रिड मोड में करेंगे। हाइब्रिड मोड का मतलब ये है कि हम लोग मध्य प्रदेश के 20 संस्थानों पे अलग अलग जगह प्रोग्राम करेंगे, राइट, और जो हमारे को होस्ट होंगे। तो ऐसा यूनिक कॉन्सेप्ट हम लोग दे रहे हैं इसमें। और आप सबसे निवेदन होगा कि जो भी लोग ऑनलाइन माध्यम से जुड़े हैं, मुझे लगता है कि पूरा मध्य प्रदेश देख रहा है हम लोगों को, तो आपसे आह्वान करना चाहूँगा कि आप अपने घर के बच्चों को, आसपास के पड़ोसियों को, आप इन सबको इसमें जोड़ें, क्योंकि कहीं न कहीं सबके लिए इसमें स्थान है। आप देखेंगे 17 सेशन, तो उसमें आपको एक रुचिकर सेशंस मिलेंगे। रजिस्ट्रेशन 12th तक के बच्चों का फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन, ये एक बड़ा चीज़ है। बच्चियों को फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन है। और उसमें विद्यार्थी अगर कोई है तो उसमें 250, और अगर कोई अदर्स कोई भी है तो उसको 500 रुपये। हमारी विज्ञान यात्रा भी साथ में चल रही है, जो मध्य प्रदेश के 52 जिलों में लगातार घूम रही है। आधे लगभग जिले हम लोगों ने कवर किए हैं, जिसमें बहुत ही रोचक अनुभव मिला है। और आप यकीन करिए, जब आप ऐसे गांव में जाते हैं, विद्यार्थियों के बीच में, शहरों में जाते हैं, तो एक आपको एक असीम सुख का अनुभव मिलता है। ऐसा प्रतीत होता है कि हमारा मध्य प्रदेश एक विकसित प्रदेश के राह पे चल पड़े हैं हम लोग। जैसा कि मैंने कहा कि हमारे 17 सेशन हैं, जिसमें मुख्य रूप से हम लोग साइंस, पॉलिसी एंड एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पर चर्चा करेंगे, भारतीय ज्ञान विज्ञान परंपरा, एग्रीकल्चर, एग्रीटेक, बायोडाइवर्सिटी, सस्टेनेबल हैबिटेट, एनर्जी, क्लाइमेट चेंज, एनवायरमेंट, एस्ट्रोनॉमी। एक बड़ा ही बृहत स्थान है मध्य प्रदेश का एस्ट्रोनॉमी, इसलिए सेशन चुने गए हैं। साइंस एजुकेशन मीट, इंडस्ट्री एकेडमी, कैरियर अपॉर्चुनिटी, इनोवेशन, इनोवेशन स्टार्टअप्स, कॉपीराइट, ट्रेडमार्क, मध्य प्रदेश विज्ञान पर्यटन, ट्रेडिशनल मॉडर्न हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम्स, न्यू एज टेक्नोलॉजी, MP ग्लोबल साइंटिस्ट एंड टेक्नोक्रेट मीट्स, जेंडर इशूज इन साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, ट्रेडिशनल साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी इन हायर एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स, म्यूजिक एंड साइंस। और अंतिम में हम लोगों ने जोड़ा है अभी स्पोर्ट्स साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, क्योंकि इन सारे सेशंस में हम लोग मध्य प्रदेश में रोजगार की संभावनाएं भी तलाश है। हमारा युवा अन्य प्रदेशों में क्यों जाए, इस पर एक विचार मंथन करना चाहिए, और साथ में हम लोग मध्य प्रदेश को स्ट्रेंथन करें। तो इसके साथ ही जैसा अजय जी ने बताया, हमारे 3 कॉन्क्लेव है, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी का कॉन्क्लेव, और एक MSME कॉन्क्लेव, और फैबलेस एंड फैब सेमीकंडक्टर इकोसिस्टम कॉन्क्लेव। ये तीनों जो कॉन्क्लेव हैं, इसमें कोई भी पार्टिसिपेट कर सकता है। कोशिश करेंगे हम लोग जो हमारी MSME इंडस्ट्रीज हैं उनके रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हों, बड़ी इंडस्ट्रीज हैं उनके रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हों, एकेडमिशियंस हों, स्टार्टअप्स हों, और एक ऐसे वातावरण का निर्माण हो दिसंबर में कि एक हमारा मध्य प्रदेश एक विकसित राह पर जाए। उसी को शुरुआत में करने के लिए पहला मध्य प्रदेश का प्री कॉन्फ्रेंस, जो कि फैबलेस एंड फैब सेमीकंडक्टर में हम लोग आज शुरू करने जा रहे हैं। एक मन में जो रचना थी हमारे कि हम कोई भी प्रोग्राम करें तो हमारे पूरे मध्य प्रदेश जुड़ना चाहिए, ये एक ऐसी भावना होनी चाहिए। इसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए जो अगर देखेंगे तो स्किल्ड मैन पावर, जो कि पहला कॉन्क्लेव है फैबलेस एंड फैब सिस्टम का, इसमें हम लोग IIT इंदौर से आज स्किल्ड मैन पावर पर चर्चा करेंगे। और अगर देखें तो मालवांचल हमारा जो है 2 बड़े संभाग है, उनके ऑलमोस्ट 15 जिलों को हम लोग कवर करने का प्रयास करेंगे। दूसरा कॉन्क्लेव NIT भोपाल में तय हुआ है 25 सितंबर को, जिसमें हम स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम की बात करेंगे। तो तीसरा आप देखेंगे तो इसमें हम लोग ग्वालियर IIIT ग्वालियर में चर्चा करेंगे 9 अक्टूबर को, चिप डिजाइन, फैब्रिकेशन एंड टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटीज। और ये सारे के सारे प्रोग्राम पूरे मध्य प्रदेश और पूरी दुनिया देख रही है। और आप देखेंगे डिस्क्रीट डिवाइसेस, जो कि आने वाले समय का एक बहुत बड़ा डिमांड है। टॉय क्लस्टर अपन ने शुरू किया, ऐसे तमाम क्लस्टर, फर्नीचर क्लस्टर, अभी हर जगह आपको ऑटोमेशन इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डिवाइसेस का चलेगा। लेकिन देश में चाइना और ऐसे तमाम प्रॉब्लम्स आ रही हैं कि आपने डिस्क्रीट कंपोनेंट्स नहीं मिल रहे। तो देश को और प्रदेश को एक डिस्क्रीट डिवाइसेस, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डिवाइसेस एंड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की आवश्यकता है। इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए हमारा चौथा प्रोग्राम जो होगा 25 अक्टूबर को वो रीवा इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में तय किया है और वहाँ भी तैयारी चल रही है। 5वां प्रोग्राम हमारा जो होने वाला है ESDM, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सिस्टम डिजाइन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एंड IT मैन्युफैक्चरिंग। इसमें जो हार्डवेयर का रिक्वायरमेंट है हमने तय किया है IIIT जबलपुर में 13 नवंबर का प्रोग्राम। तो आप देखेंगे कि एक पूरा जो कंप्लीट सिस्टम है, इकोसिस्टम है फैबलेस एंड फैब सेमीकंडक्टर्स में, इसमें हमने पूरा प्रयास किया है कि आने वाले 2 महीनों में ऐसे एक वातावरण का निर्माण हो कि अभी मध्य प्रदेश से जो लोग बाहर स्टे कर रहे हैं वो भी अभी लगातार हम लोग को कमेंट्स कर रहे हैं कि बहुत अच्छा प्रोग्राम आप लोग कर रहे हैं और हमें भी मध्य प्रदेश लौटने का एक अच्छा मौका मिल रहा है। तो इसी के साथ हम लोग स्लोगन चला रहे हैं, आओ मध्य प्रदेश लौट चलो। और जो भी हमारे बंधु ऑनलाइन माध्यम से जुड़े हैं और ऑफलाइन, और उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि आप लोग मध्य प्रदेश में आइए। एक ऐसे इकोसिस्टम का निर्माण आने वाले वर्षों में होगा जहां हमारा मध्य प्रदेश विकसित होगा और आप अपने लोगों के बीच में रह के यहाँ पे ज्ञान का वर्धन करेंगे और अपने प्रदेश का वर्धन करेंगे। आज के प्रोग्राम को बहुत डिटेल में बताने का समय नहीं है, लेकिन आज जो हमारे मुख्य वक्ता के रूप में है डॉक्टर सत्या गुप्ता, आज अभी सर जुड़े हुए हैं। ही वॉज द चेयरमैन फॉर इंडिया इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सेमीकंडक्टर्स मेनी ईयर्स, इज वाइड एक्सपीरियंस, उनको सुनने का मौका मिलेगा और आप निश्चित गुप्ता जी को सुनेंगे। तो ऐसे देखेंगे आप तमाम इन्वाइटेड टॉक्स हैं और आज संध्या काल में एक पैनल डिस्कशन भी रखा जिसमें पूरे मध्य प्रदेश के लोग लगभग जुड़ने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है डिफरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से, और मॉडरेटर हमारे वैभव रीमा जी रहेंगे। ये प्रोग्राम की रूपरेखा है जो कि ऑलरेडी आप लोगों को शेयर हो चुका है। समय का अभाव है तो बहुत चिंतन अपन नहीं करेंगे, बट इसी के साथ आप सबसे एक बार फिर से निवेदन होगा कि मध्य प्रदेश विज्ञान सम्मेलन में जो पहला कॉन्क्लेव करना है उसको बहुत सार्थक बनाए। और आने वाले जो 2 महीनों में कॉन्क्लेव होने वाला है, तीनों हमारे जो कॉन्क्लेव हैं, एनर्जी में, MSME में और अपने फैबलेस एंड फैब सेमीकंडक्टर में, उसको बहुत ध्यान से देखें और हो सकता है एक अच्छा हम लोग तय रास्ता करेंगे आने वाले मध्य प्रदेश। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, Professor Vishwakarma, for giving us the detail about MPBS and today's event. Now I would like to request Professor Jain, Director of Visiting IIT Indore, to address the gathering. Sir, please.
Good morning to all of you. Honorable Minister Sri Om Prakash Saklecha ji, Madhya Pradesh Sarkar, Science and Technology and MSME. Thank you, sir, for sparing a complete day with us, and it shows his keen interest in the certain aspect of science and technology and the MSME and how MP can attain the excellence in these 2 areas. I was part of one event which was organized by the Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, and it started with first event started with MP Science and Technology Council, and I listened him what he was saying, and some 5-6 institutes of MP were chosen. IIT Indore was one of them, and in fact we were given the first chance to present about our institute activities. So his vision was very clear that what should be done in terms of science and technology, what are the advantages of MP, the strength of MP which can be exploited for the benefit of science and technology. And as you know that the Shikshak Parv is going on, as per announcement by Honorable Prime Minister. So this is continuing. A lot of events are continuing, and every month one state has been chosen. So this will continue till next year September, and on a particular day. So almost all the state science and technology council, the officials were there in that webinar, and it was and I was very happy. And it was it shows the keen interest of our minister that how we can contribute the different institute of MP. There's a galaxy of institute MP has got. You have got IIM and IIT in one city itself. Then you have got three triple IITs are there. MP is the only state where three triple IITs are there. And Bhopal has got SPA is there. Then NIT, AIMS, ISER. And then local MP institutes are there, Institute of Science, Soil Sciences, Institute of Forest Management. So what has been the strength of MP? Like example, we have got a lot of forest cover, and we have got a lot of tribal population. So how we can use this knowledge? If you see the tribals of MP, they have a lot of traditional knowledge, and certain things they know a lot about the medicinal plant available in the forest, different types of wildlife. They know how to conserve the wildlife, and they know what type of different types of wood or different types of plants are available, which are useful for the mankind, and certain plants which are to be conserved. So there's a treasure of wealth available in MP, and that is to be exploited. And I'm sure that in that context that we are organizing this Madhya Pradesh Vigyan Sammelan and Expo, and different themes are going to strengthen. This is just the beginning. I'm sure that this continues next year. Some other institute takes up, and as I told that state universities, central universities, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University of Sagar is one of the oldest university. This is the pre-independence era university. And Bikram University is also very old. DAV was not there when all the colleges of Indore were affiliated to Bikram University. So the tradition, if you look at the art, the craft, and the natural products which are available, we need to exploit that. And I'm sure that that blending of the modern with the traditional thing is going to the need of the hour for MP. MP is very rich in the agriculture also. So good agriculture practices can be documented. Already, we are focusing through the Center for Indian Scientific Knowledge System, and that effort has been recognized by the even ministry also, Government of India. Professor Murthy has been asked to be the part of that AICT IKS unit. So that shows that what beginning we have done, what thing we have started, it's being recognized. So electric vehicle is important thing, and Saklechaji has been always asking us, what about doing about the hydrogen storage? Because hydrogen fuel cell would be required for the heavy commercial vehicles. Battery are not going to work in those EV for the with that. So two vehicles, three-wheeler, two-wheeler, and a small four-wheeler battery can work. But if you want to go for MCV and HCV, you need to have a fuel cell. And luckily, we have the faculty members working in certain areas. Dr. Sanjay is there. He works in that area. We had Dr. Ravi Kumar. He has gone to IIT Tirupati. But we can always collaborate. I mean, nothing stops us to use that expertise which were available at IIT Indore, and some of the people have gone to the other institute. And they will be very happy to collaborate in that sense. I think we need to make use of that. And I wish that the event which are being organized, and today's talk which has been on the Fab and Fabless, the semiconductors, another thing. Semiconductor industry is another area where we should be working. The electronics manufacturing, the chip manufacturing is still, we are dependent on China and other countries for the different types of chips. So when Atmanirbhar we talk of certain areas which we have been focusing, advanced electronics, whether it is electric vehicle or space engineering or futuristic defense, these are the areas which we need to work. And I'm sure that the IT industries are here, and whatever today's discussion we are going to have, we would be very happy. We would like that an IT park is established at IIT Indore. No better place can be there in MP to have an IT park rather than IIT Indore. So I request all the stakeholders, please consider this. We are working on the industrial research park, but because of we know that the financial constraint and the financial situation, things are not going the way we have planned, but we are continuously working. We can make a consortium for that. Whatever funding can come from the state government, whatever funding can come from the state government, whatever is available from the central government, and the public funding, we need to have that thing. That will enable us to have a clean new technology where we can think of chip manufacturing, the semiconductor thing, the electric vehicle part, and other things. And the top of that, we would like to have an observatory also for astronomical observations. So there's a entire, a very ambitious plan. G+9 building we want to make, and that would be the biggest building. And what it would do, actually, it would help all the MSME industries and the small entrepreneurs, the startups, incubators to come here. We need to work and think beyond how the Stanford and Harvard are working. They are located in the very small cities, but look at that, what they have done. The California Institute of Technology, that Caltech, students are just 2,300, but look at its rank, global rank. So it's not about the students, it's about the resources and the facilities which are available in the institute, and what type of the human resources we have got. We have got excellent students, we have got excellent faculty members, but I think if we want to expand, we want to go to the more number of students and more number of faculty, we need more research space. And I think what motto which we have been following, the third component which we have added, we have been saying that our teaching is research driven and our research is innovation driven. But the third component, that innovation should be entrepreneurship driven. We need to work on that, and I'm sure that all the entrepreneurs of MP would be benefited with that. Why not MP? All India level. We talk of the all India level. We are Indian Institute of Technology, but obviously being located, the first advantage should go to the local people, and as Santosh has pointed out, how many people have gone out of the MP. There's a rich of talent. I have seen every IIT has got faculty members, excellent faculty members from Indore, or actually at least MP. But how we can tap those resources, their knowledge, that resources which are available, the knowledge pool or the expertise which are available. So I'm sure that this should not. I would request all the organizers, please continue this chain of bringing back the talent to MP, and I wish all the success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Jain, for sharing your kind words about MPBS as well as the view of IIT Indore. Since we know the MPBS 2021 is basically today's event is related with the MPBS event. And so what is the vision and mission of the MPBS 2021? To know about this, I would like to invite Sri Prajatam Gangele ji, Pran Sangathan Mantri, Vigyan Bharati, Malwa Pran. Prajatam ji, please.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद डॉक्टर जय कुशवाहा जी। आज इस महत्वपूर्ण बैठक में उपस्थित मध्य प्रदेश शासन के कैबिनेट मंत्री आदरणीय ओम प्रकाश सकलेचा जी, विज्ञान प्रौद्योगिकी MSME मंत्रालय और इस मध्य प्रदेश विज्ञान सम्मेलन को जो एक नेतृत्व दे रहे हैं, मार्गदर्शन दे रहे हैं, और पहले दिन से ही उनके साथ चर्चा करके इस विषय को हम सब आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। ऐसे हम सभी के सम्मानीय आदरणीय मंत्री जी, इस संस्थान के मुखिया परम निदेशक श्री प्रोफेसर नीलेश जैन जी, मध्य प्रदेश विज्ञान सम्मेलन के संयोजन का काम कर रहे हैं जनरल सेक्रेटरी डॉक्टर संतोष विश्वकर्मा जी, साथ में इसके अलग अलग सेशंस जो हैं, उन सेशंस के साथ में जुड़े हुए इस संस्थान के सभी कोऑर्डिनेटर्स, विज्ञान भारती जो टीम है उसके मेंबर्स, और ऑनलाइन माध्यम से जो आज इस प्री कॉन्फ्रेंस से हमारा पहला ऐसे जुड़े हुए डॉक्टर सत्य गुप्ता जी, डॉक्टर निशी गुप्ता जी, एवं समस्त में देख पा रहा हूँ कि लगभग एक अच्छी संख्या में पार्टिसिपेंट जुड़े हुए। वास्तव में कुछ अजय जी ने बताया कि मध्य प्रदेश विज्ञान सम्मेलन या प्री कॉन्फ्रेंस, ये सभी प्रकार की जो बातें हैं उनको हम आयोजित करने जा रहे हैं। तो उसके पीछे का एक बैकग्राउंड, एक उद्देश्य क्या है? तो अभी इस बार चर्चा हो रही थी, चिंतन भी हो रहा था, कुछ बात भी हमारे ध्यान में है कि स्वतंत्रता का अमृत महोत्सव, ऐसा अभी हम सब इसको सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं, मनाने जा रहे हैं। एक 75वें वर्ष में हम प्रवेश कर रहे हैं और उसके निमित्त ही मध्य प्रदेश विज्ञान सम्मेलन, ये स्वतंत्रता के अमृत महोत्सव के उपलक्ष्य में हम करने जा रहे हैं। बल्कि हम तो ये कह सकते हैं कि 15 अगस्त के पहले ही हमने इसके अमृत महोत्सव के पूर्व का उत्सव, ऐसा हमने इसकी योजना बनाई थी। और चूंकि कोविड के कारण से फिर हम इसको दिसंबर में आगे लेकर गए हैं। आज बहुत महत्वपूर्ण दिन है। हम जानते हैं कि 11 सितंबर 1863, जब हमारा देश बहुत संघर्ष के काल में था और देश की एक पहचान कहीं ना कहीं धूमिल हो रही थी, हमारे देश के मनीषी ने, विद्वानता ने एक साइंस एक्सपो, जो शिकागो में स्वामी जी का भाषण हुआ, मूलतः वो साइंस एक्सपो था और उसमें ही वर्ल्ड पार्लियामेंट रिलीज कॉन्फ्रेंस, एक धर्म सम्मेलन, उसका एक पार्ट था। 11 सितंबर, हम सभी जानते हैं कि आईआईसी बेंगलोर है। आईआईसी बेंगलोर स्वामी जी के प्रेरणा से स्थापित हुआ। जमशेदजी टाटा और स्वामी जी की जहाज से जा रहे थे, तो उन्होंने आपस में संवाद हुआ कि आप क्यों जा रहे हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि मैं स्टील के लिए जा रहा हूँ। तो स्वामी जी ने बात कही कि कोई भी देश आपको एक प्रोडक्ट तो दे सकता है, लेकिन उसका जो मंत्र है, तंत्र तो दे सकता है, लेकिन उसको बनाने का जो मंत्र है वो नहीं देगा। उस मंत्र को बनाने के लिए हमको शोध संस्थान की आवश्यकता है और मैं आपसे आग्रह करता हूँ कि आप भारत में ऐसा शोध संस्थान शुरू करें। जमशेदजी टाटा जब भारत लौटे तो उस समय जिस हम CSR के लिए हम बात करते हैं, कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, ऐसा उन्होंने तय किया कि अपने व्यापार का लगभग 2% जो भी मुनाफा होगा उसको शोध में खर्च करेंगे और फिर आईआईसी बेंगलोर की स्थापना हुई। इसी प्रकार से एक बात और ध्यान में आती है कि अभी हम सभी सोशल मीडिया पर, टीवी पर और न्यूज़पेपर्स में एक बड़ा एक मसला भी जो चल रहा है वो हम देख रहे हैं। हम सभी के ध्यान में हो, अफगानिस्तान और तालिबान का एक बड़ा मसला चल रहा है। ध्यान में आता है कि इतना सब होने के बाद लगभग 3.5 लाख की सेना थी और वहाँ का राष्ट्रपति, रक्षा मंत्री, सब प्रकार की व्यवस्था, लेकिन एक 90,000 आतताइयों, आक्रमणकारियों के कारण से वहाँ के राष्ट्रपति अपना देश छोड़ के चले गए और वहाँ की सेना ने भी वहाँ के नागरिकों को, महिलाओं को, बच्चों को उनके सहारे छोड़ दिया। लेकिन हम जानते हैं कि हमारे भारत में भी, हम सभी ने इतिहास पढ़ा है, वो तो 1 महीने में ही उन्होंने घुटने टेक दिए, लेकिन हमारे भारत में ऐसे 1 महीने नहीं, 1 साल नहीं, बल्कि 600 साल तक, जैसे हमले अभी अफगानिस्तान में हुए, जैसे वहीं से मोहम्मद गजनबी गौरी इस देश में आए और इस देश में इसी प्रकार का एक, कह सकते हैं कि संघर्ष का दौर हमारे देश के पूर्वजों ने, महापुरुषों ने झेला, लेकिन वो अपना देश छोड़ के नहीं गए। कहीं ना कहीं ये स्वतंत्रता के अमृत महोत्सव में ये बात बड़ी ध्यान में आती है कि हमारे जो महापुरुष और पूर्वज थे, जिनके कारण से आज हम इतने स्वतंत्र रूप से बैठे हुए हैं, अपना काम कर पा रहे हैं, आने वाली पीढ़ी को हम कुछ करने के लिए प्रोत्साहित कर रहे हैं, तो वास्तव में यदि ध्यान में आता है कि इसका कारण क्या था। ध्यान में आता है कि उनके जो विज्ञान प्रौद्योगिकी और जो हमारी स्ट्रेंथ थी कि हमने उनके सामने घुटने नहीं टेके। तो इस प्रकार की बातें जो है कहीं ना कहीं हमारे मन में आती है। तो ये स्वतंत्रता का अमृत महोत्सव उन क्रांतिकारी महापुरुषों के साथ में बहुत सारे वैज्ञानिक, टेक्नोक्रेट्स और इंजीनियर्स, उनको भी याद करने का एक ऐसा दिन है कि क्योंकि वास्तव में उन लोगों ने जो संघर्ष किया वो देश के लिए कुछ स्वप्न देख के गए थे, देश के लिए हमको कुछ करना है और उन्हें सोचा था कि आने वाली पीढ़ी कि हमारा भारत कैसा होगा, हमारे प्रदेश कैसे होंगे। इस संकल्पना के साथ वो ये हम पर भार छोड़कर गए थे। तो कहीं न कहीं उन्हीं उत्तरदायित्वों का हम कैसे निर्वहन कर सकते हैं। तो ये स्वतंत्रता का अमृत महोत्सव और मध्य प्रदेश विज्ञान सम्मेलन, ये अपने प्रदेश में जैसे कि अभी संतोष जी ने बताया कि विज्ञान नीति है, एग्रीकल्चर है, एग्रीटेक है, क्लाइमेट चेंज है, एनवायरनमेंट है, सेमीकंडक्टर कॉन्क्लेव है, एमएसएमई कॉन्क्लेव है, एनर्जी कॉन्क्लेव है। तो हम जिस विषय में भी एक्सपर्ट हैं उस विषय के साथ और इस जो मध्य प्रदेश विज्ञान सम्मेलन की थीम है, अभी हम रास्ते में ही चर्चा कर रहे थे, माननीय मंत्री से हमारी चर्चा हो रही थी कि जो हमारे भारत के विदेश में नागरिक रहते हैं और जब वो भारत आते हैं तो उनको इकोसिस्टम नहीं मिलता है काम करने का, कहीं ना कहीं वो हतोत्साहित हो जाते हैं। तो वास्तव में मैं उनको कहना चाहता हूँ कि इसका जो हमने थीम रखा है, कोलैबोरेटिव इकोसिस्टम ऑफ ट्रेडिशनल एंड मॉडर्न साइंस फॉर विकसित प्रदेश आत्मनिर्भर देश, ये जो इकोसिस्टम बनाने के लिए हमने ये सारी बातें हम करने जा रहे हैं ताकि जो हमारे लोग बाहर से आके यहाँ काम करते हैं तो वो कहीं ना कहीं कंप्लेनिंग मूड में ना रहें बल्कि एक उत्साह के साथ काम कर सकें। तो मुझे लगता है कि आज का दिन बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण दिन है और हम सभी ने कहीं ना कहीं स्वामी विवेकानंद जी को पढ़ा है, उनके जीवन को पढ़ा है और इस देश के लिए, इस देश के युवाओं के लिए एक आदर्श के रूप में एक स्थापित उन्होंने काम किया है। तो इन सभी प्रकार की बातों का आज चूंकि एक मुख्य रूप से हमारे देश के बहुत सारे विषय हैं, जानते हैं कि एनर्जी को लेकर कभी कभी चर्चा होती है कि आज जैसे कि हमारे जो शत्रु देश हैं, कभी उनसे युद्ध छिड़ जाता है तो पेट्रोल डीजल पर हमारी निर्भरता कितनी है हम सभी जानते हैं, तो उसको हम कैसे कम कर सकते हैं। तो इसके लिए आज मूल रूप से एक सेमीकंडक्टर एनर्जी, इस पर हम डिस्कशन करने वाले हैं और माननीय मंत्री जी उस पर चर्चा करेंगे और कैसे मध्य प्रदेश में इन बातों को हम ला सकते हैं, देश के और विदेश के लोगों को जोड़ सकते हैं। ये आज का हमारा उद्देश्य है। लेकिन इसके साथ में ही जैसा मैंने आपको पहले कहा कि स्वतंत्रता का अमृत महोत्सव और उसके लिए मध्य प्रदेश विज्ञान सम्मेलन, ये अपने आप में एक बहुत ही अच्छी शुरुआत है और हम सब मिलकर इसको कितना आगे ले जा सकते हैं उसके लिए हमको प्रयास करना है। इतनी कहते हुए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Sri Prajatam ji, for sharing the background and objective of this event. Now I request Honorable Minister Sri Sakleja ji to please address the gathering. Sir, please.
विज्ञान और आईआईटी इंदौर के सहयोग से आयोजित इस अति महत्वपूर्ण गोष्ठी, जो कि एक स्वतंत्रता के 75वें वर्ष में वैज्ञानिकों का योगदान और आने वाले समय के चैलेंजेस और हमारी भविष्य की कल्पना, इन सबका मिश्रण करके आयोजित इस महत्वपूर्ण गोष्ठी में मंच पर विराजित आईआईटी इंदौर के डायरेक्टर श्री नीलेश जी जैन, प्रोफेसर संतोष जी जो इस सम्मेलन का समन्वय भी कर रहे हैं और काफी अपने अतिरिक्त समय में बहुत ज्यादा देश के हित के लिए क्या क्या संभावित योजनाएं हैं उन सबको कनेक्ट करने का प्रयास भी कर रहे हैं। ऐसे ही विज्ञान भारती के संभाग के संगठन मंत्री, प्रदेश संभाग मालवा प्रांत बोलते हैं, प्रजातंत्र जी, ऑनलाइन जुड़े हुए डॉक्टर सत्य गुप्ता जी, डॉक्टर नितेश गुप्ता जी, इस सदन में विराजित सभी विशिष्ट अतिथिगण और ऑनलाइन जुड़े हुए इस वेबिनार के माध्यम से सभी महानुभाव। वास्तव में भारत के साइंस, भारत का इतिहास और वर्तमान में हमारी स्थिति, और तीसरा वाक्य है इकोसिस्टम के भैया क्या हमारी डेवलपमेंट बैलेंस हो रही है, क्योंकि अगर एक भी जगह हम कमजोर हैं तो पूरा इकोसिस्टम डिसबैलेंस हो जाता है। इको केवल देश के लोगों के बाहर जाने से या कुछ लोगों के आ जाने से नहीं होता है। उसमें जैसे मैं अगर बिल्कुल शुद्ध भाषा में कहूँ, जैसे बॉडी का एक पार्ट भी वीक है तो भी विकलांग कहलाते हो, और एक पार्ट भी ज्यादा स्ट्रांग हो जाता है तो भी विकलांग कहलाते। तो विकलांग से सामान्य व्यक्ति तक की व्यवस्था बिठाने को ही हम मैनेजमेंट का एक सबसे महत्वपूर्ण पार्ट मानते हैं। और इस 75वीं वर्ष घाट के अवसर पर हम सब ने अलग अलग टाइप के कार्यक्रम अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट के चल रहे हैं। प्री कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए ये 5 जो सम्मेलन रखे हैं, 5 डिफरेंट पार्ट ऑफ द स्टेट में अलग अलग संभाग को कवर करके हम अपनी बातें अलग अलग साथ ही ये बात भी हमें ध्यान में रखनी चाहिए कि भारत की संस्कृति और भारत की परंपरा दुनिया की सबसे पुरानी परंपरा और दुनिया का पूरा साइंस का अगर मैं ये कहूं तो हमारे शास्त्रों में छिपा है। लेकिन कुछ बीच का काल ऐसा रहा गुलामी का, जिस काल में हमारी ही चीज को अलग अलग तरीके से हमें उसका पार्ट प्रेजेंटेशन दिखाकर कि वैज्ञानिक तो हम हैं, भारत को हमसे ही टेक्नोलॉजी लेके आगे बढ़ना है, एक ऐसा फेज आया। लेकिन पिछले कुछ वर्षों से हम तेजी से इस बात की चर्चा भी कर रहे हैं, और जो अगर मैं देश के आजादी के समय जब हम ये मानते थे कि टेक्नोलॉजी में हम कई साल पीछे हैं, वो आज हम इस बात पे तो आ गए कि दुनिया की हमारे शास्त्रों की निकली हुई कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी के पार्ट को एक्सप्रेस करके वो जो अपनी लीडरशिप बताते थे वो भी अब साल 2 साल की रह गई है आगे पीछे की। लेकिन बहुत तेजी से हमारी नई जनरेशन ने उस पर भी कमांड करना शुरू कर दिया है। मैं वास्तव में वैज्ञानिकों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, और उसका सबसे महत्वपूर्ण उदाहरण ये भी मानता हूं कि कोरोना जैसी महामारी जब आई तो वैक्सीनेशन डेवलप करने का दूसरे देशों की स्पीड के बराबर हमारे देश ने भी उसी गति से किया, और पूरी दुनिया को ये महसूस करा दिया कि अगर भारतीय वैज्ञानिक चाहे तो दुनिया से आगे निकल सकता है। और वास्तव में ऐसा कोई देश नहीं जिसने इतने वैक्सीनेशन लगा दिए इतनी जनसंख्या पे, जितनी भारत ने 6 माह में करके दिखा दिया। ये कहीं ना कहीं इकोसिस्टम का बैलेंस का एक सबसे अच्छा उदाहरण है। एक ऐसा लीडर जिसकी डायरेक्शन, एक ऐसी टोली ऑफ साइंटिस्ट जिसकी वर्किंग, एक ऐसा हमारा मैनेजमेंट या ब्यूरोक्रेसी का सेटअप जिसने इसको एग्जीक्यूट किया, और एक ऐसी पब्लिक जिसने उसको सर आंखों पे स्वीकारते हुए इस अभियान को पूरा करने में। दिस इज द कॉल्ड कंप्लीट इकोसिस्टम। हम इकोसिस्टम में केवल टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं माने, हम इकोसिस्टम में केवल प्रशासकीय असुविधाएं या नियम और प्रक्रिया के कारण डिले को न माने। हम इकोसिस्टम का अर्थ केवल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की अवेलेबिलिटी को न माने। हम इसमें चाहे मैन पावर या ट्रेन सपोर्टिंग स्टाफ की टीम को क्यों ना माने। ये सब चीजें जब समन्वय से एकत्रित होती है तभी पूर्ण सफलता की ओर हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। इस पूर्णता के काम के लिए इस चीज को ध्यान में रखते हुए पहली बार मध्य प्रदेश में ऐसा सिस्टम आया कि साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी और एमएसएमई मंत्रालय को इकट्ठा किया है। क्योंकि अगर मैं आज का भारत का सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज मानता हूं तो मानता हूं एम्प्लॉयमेंट, रोजगार। और रोजगार अगर मैं प्रति एकड़ ऑफ लैंड अगर कैलकुलेट करता हूं या टोटल भारत की इकोनॉमी में अगर कैलकुलेट करता हूं तो कृषि के बाद दूसरा सबसे बड़ा रोजगार कोई ट्रेड देता है तो एमएसएमई देता है। और अगर पर एकड़ कैलकुलेट करता हूं तो लार्ज इंडस्ट्री मुश्किल से 1 आदमी देती है, कृषि भी मुश्किल से 1 आदमी प्रति एकड़ एम्प्लॉयमेंट देती है, लेकिन एमएसएमई 30 से 40 लोगों का औसत पर एकड़ एम्प्लॉयमेंट देता है। हमारा चैलेंज आज, चैलेंज के साथ दूसरा एक और बड़ा वाक्य आ गया कि आत्मनिर्भर भारत। आत्मनिर्भर भारत किसी एक व्यक्ति के सोचने से आत्मनिर्भर नहीं बन पाएगा। उसके लिए भारत के छोटे से छोटे आखिरी गांव के व्यक्ति को भी सोचना पड़ेगा कि आत्मनिर्भर भारत में मैं कैसे आहुति दूं। और अगर मैं राम जी के लंका के पुल बनाने के समय की बात करूं तो चींटी भी मिट्टी का एक कण ले जाकर पुल में सहयोग जो करती थी, वही भावना और उसी उद्देश्य से अगर हम शुरुआत करेंगे तो जाकर हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत की तरफ बढ़ेंगे। योगदान का स्वरूप अलग हो सकता है, तरीका अलग हो सकता है, विषय अलग हो सकते हैं, लेकिन योगदान महत्वपूर्ण है और उस योगदान में हमें अपने आप को जोड़ना महत्वपूर्ण है। अब विषय रोजगार, और रोजगार के पहले एक और बड़ा विषय आता है आज की रोजगार के तरीके और पुराने तरीकों के बीच का समन्वय कैसे निकाला जाए। आज जो बड़ी कंपनियां हैं, बड़े कारपोरेट है, या each कंज्यूमर द रिक्वायरमेंट बहुत ज्यादा प्रिसाइज होती जा रही है, बहुत परफेक्शन मांगने लगी है, और रेडी टू स्टार्ट फ्रॉम द मिनट ही इज बीइंग गिवन द एम्प्लॉयमेंट, he is not prepared to have the training part of it. जो आज के 15 साल पहले जब हम सोचते थे अच्छा आदमी रख लो कभी काम आएगा, लेकिन आज वो सोचता है कि 15 मिनट भी अगर वो खाली बैठ गया तो मैं अपने इस कॉम्पिटिटिव वर्ल्ड में उस कास्ट के कारण पिछड़ जाऊंगा। तो हमारे ऊपर सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज आता है, जितने भी एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, वो चाहे प्राइमरी स्कूल से लेके टॉप एंड तक की इंस्टीट्यूशन। लेकिन मैं आज वास्तव में इस बात की भी बधाई देता हूं कि आईआईटी इंदौर 13th रैंक पाया है 1200 इंस्टीट्यूशन में। उसकी आईआईटी इंदौर को बधाई भी दे। लेकिन साथ में 13th रैंक के साथ एक स्पेशल नीश क्लास हम डेवलप भी कर लें, लेकिन क्या हमारा कुछ और छोटी इंस्टीट्यूशन को भी अपलिफ्ट करने का कितना प्रोसेस हमारा उसमें इन्वॉल्व हो रहा है? जैसे एक उदाहरण अभी मेरे पूर्व वक्ता प्रजातंत्र जी ने कहा कि एक फ्लाइट में साथ चलते चलते एक चर्चा से एक इंस्टीट्यूशन खड़ा हो गया सीएसआर फंड से। ऐसे ही जब अगर हम जैसे सबसे बेस्ट trained team best got the opportunity from the society that we are sitting on the best possible platform, क्या हमारा योगदान उतना अपने पीछे छूट गए लोगों को अपने साथ आगे बढ़ाने के लिए मिल रहा है, हम दे पा रहे हैं? ये भी उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण बिंदु है। विषय बहुत सारे हैं, टेक्निकल सेशन दिन में बहुत हो रहे हैं, चाहे सेमीकंडक्टर कॉम्प्लेक्स की बात हो, चाहे चिप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की बात हो, चाहे आपके फोजाइल फ्यूल जिस पे हम डिपेंडेंट थे सालों साल, हमने उसके अल्टरनेट की बात नहीं करी और कुछ देशों ने फोजाइल फ्यूल से सेल गैस की तरफ कन्वर्ट करके अपनी इकोनॉमी को बचा के महंगाई का बोझा सामान्य जनमानस के ऊपर उतना नहीं पड़ने दिया और कुछ चीजों के छूट जाने से या समय पे ध्यान ना देने से हमारा अल्टरनेट एनर्जी में हम थोड़ा पिछड़ गए। लेकिन मुझे अब ये विश्वास है कि जितने मैं इंस्टीट्यूशन में घूम रहा हूँ और जितना चाहे वहाँ के विद्यार्थी हो, चाहे वहाँ की फैकल्टी हो, चाहे वहाँ से जुड़े हुए आसपास के प्रमुख व्यापारी संस्था हो या वहाँ के जनप्रतिनिधि या जन ब्यूरोक्रेसी के अधिकारी गण हो, सबके मन में पिछले 2-3 सालों से एक तेजी से परिवर्तन की जो ललक आ रही है, वो मुझे पूरा विश्वास दिला रही है कि बहुत तेजी से भारत वास्तव में उस सपने को पूरा कर लेगा जो हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर और हमारे स्टेट के मुख्यमंत्री मिलकर देख रहे हैं कि कैसे हम आत्मनिर्भर मध्य प्रदेश और आत्मनिर्भर भारत की ओर आगे बढ़े। लेकिन उस सब के लिए हम सबको बड़ी मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी और बड़ा समन्वय, अपनी अपनी ईगोस को थोड़ा होल्ड करते हुए, क्योंकि अगर इस सब में अगर तकलीफ है तो और किसी चीज की नहीं है, एक वाक्य है ईगो, और कोई भी अंतर नहीं है। अगर वो ईगो छूट जाए तो बहुत तेजी से हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। आज के इस दिन, क्योंकि मैं जिस धर्म को बिलोंग करता हूँ, हम कई बार साल के आखिरी में, जो हमारा कल हमारे धर्म का आखिरी दिन जैन समाज का था, हम आखिरी में नया खाता खोलने के पहले मिच्छामी दुक्कडम कह के कि पिछले साल जो जाने अनजाने में मन से आत्मा से कहीं किसी को कष्ट पहुंचा हुआ उसकी क्षमा याचना करते हैं, और हम उस क्षमा याचना के साथ वो सब चीजें खत्म कर देते हैं जो उस ईगो के माध्यम से आड़े आती है। ये केवल जैन धर्म का हर साल का अकाउंट क्लोज करके नया अकाउंट खोल के लेकिन मैं तो आज के समय की गति को ध्यान में रखते हुए साल के बजाय रोज सुबह भी अगर हम अपने आप को अपनी आत्मा से क्षमा मांगते हुए अगर आगे बढ़ने का सोचे तो शायद हम सब मिलकर एक ऐसा वातावरण बना लेंगे जिस वातावरण में आत्मनिर्भर भारत की तरफ हमारे सराउंड की गतिविधि तेजी से आगे बढ़ेगी। इन विभिन्न आज के अन्य सभी चर्चा में और मेरा आज का विषय भी यही है। मैं दिन भर मैंने जैन साहब से परमिशन मांगी थी कि भैया आपके डिफरेंट फैकल्टी मेंबर्स के साथ में थोड़ी देर अलग अलग गोष्ठी समन्वय करके कुछ चर्चा करके अपने आप को अपडेट करते हुए शायद कुछ और नया समाज को हम मिलके दे सके, इसलिए मैंने आज मांगा। और मैं उनका पुनः बहुत तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि उन्होंने इस चीज के लिए कि नहीं आप बिल्कुल दिन भर बैठिए, हमारी पूरी फैकल्टी से आप चर्चा करके अलग अलग विषयों पे कैसे आत्मनिर्भर भारत में इस संस्था के माध्यम से कुछ और योगदान में इस महत्वपूर्ण यज्ञ में हमारी आहुति भी अपन सब मिलकर दें। और इसी में आज मैंने पिछले बार जब मैं इंदौर आया था तो TCS और इंफोसिस में भी गया था, मैंने उनके कुछ लोगों को भी यहीं पे चर्चा के लिए बुला लिया था कि बैठ के यहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि कई बार ऐसा महसूस होता है कि जब हम सर्किट हाउस में या पब्लिक प्लेस में बैठकर बात करते हैं तो हमें जो सामान्य जनमानस की कई गंभीर समस्याएं हैं उस समस्याओं के बीच में इन सब चर्चाओं के लिए वो क्वालिटी टाइम नहीं मिल पाता है, क्योंकि वो भी एक जीवन का जरूरी अंग है, ऐसे ही ये भी एक जरूरी अंग है। और इस विश्वास के साथ कि हमने आजादी में वैज्ञानिकों का योगदान के साथ आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने में भी वैज्ञानिकों का आने वाला योगदान की भी प्रशंसा और समन्वय करते हुए आगे बढ़ेंगे, इस कामना और विश्वास के साथ पुनः आप सबने बुला के मान सम्मान दिया उसके लिए धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Sri Sakleja ji, for your inspiring and visionary words to us. So now we reach to the basically the last session of this inaugural event. So since we already delayed, I just want to convey the thank you to everyone. Especially thanks to Honorable Minister for joining us today this morning, and Professor Jan for joining us and giving us a valuable time, and all the organizing member of the MPBS 2021, and all the members who are basically present online also, and our speakers. So thank you everyone. Now we'll move to our next session of the event today, and I'm handing over the session to our team of today's event. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, everyone. Let's move to the next segment of the conference, the session for keynote talks. For the first keynote talk, I'm delighted to take the opportunity to introduce you all to Dr. Satya Gupta. Dr. Satya Gupta has been a part of worldwide semiconductor industry for more than 30 years, both in USA and in India. During this period, he has been involved in semiconductor product design, intelligent electronic products, semiconductor and electronic manufacturing, IP development, industry academic ecosystem, and government initiatives in these areas. Dr. Gupta completed his bachelor's degree from BITS Pilani, MTech from IIT Delhi, and PhD from Old Dominion University, Norfolk, Virginia. After a long corporate career at Intel, he co-founded 5 successful startups, namely Intel Microelectronics, Open Silicon, Concept to Silicon, Zenot, and CDR's innovations. The focus of these startups has been on semiconductor design and high volume manufacturing. intelligent electronic product for energy efficiency, automation, medical electronics, and technologies for environment. In addition to his professional career and startup activities, he is highly active in building the ESDM ecosystem in India and was one of the founding members of India Electronic Semiconductor Association (IESA) and has been actively involved with IESA since its inception. He is currently serving as the advisor IESA and was the chairman IESA in the year 2020, 2021 and 2012-2013. On the academic side, he's been strongly associated with SMDP program and VLSI Society of India, VSI, and is currently serving as the president of VSI. He has also been involved in multiple national and state level initiatives in the areas of semiconductors and electronics. He's also serving as a visiting faculty at IIT Roorkee. He's the recipient of several awards, including IEEE Gordon Bell Award for High Performance Computing, Mentor Graphic Awards for Most Respected Semiconductor Professional at Open Silicon, and many more. Notably, he was the first to break sustained teraflop barrier in computing and has been granted 6 USA patents. He has authored more than 40 papers in international journals and conferences. I'm honored to invite Dr. Satya to address the audience. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Vasundhara, and thank you for a nice introduction. Let me share my screen. Is my screen visible to everybody?
Yes, sir.
So before I start, I have put up a small presentation. I want to thank you, Professor Santosh, for inviting me for giving this talk in front of basically large audiences and in the presence of Honorable Minister Om Prakash Ji, Professor Jain, Director IIT Delhi. Really inspiring talks before me. So what I'm going to cover, since today's focus is on Fabless ecosystem, I'll expand it little bigger picture in terms of electronics and semiconductor, what we need to do in terms of building a ecosystem, as well as basically getting the right skill set for powering that ecosystem. So if you look at the ESDM, which stands for Electronic System Design and Manufacturing, which is primarily basically powered by semiconductor technology. In today's basically environment, there are no electronics products which are not powered by the semiconductor technology. So when we talk about ESDM ecosystem, which is a generic term we have given in India to basically represent this overall ecosystem. If we look at today, in India, there is almost $200 billion plus consumption of electronics products, which might be basically growing at a very fast rate and reach to about $400 billion of electronics product by 2025-2026. Today, we produce about 50% of that in terms of basically electronics manufacturing. Which probably will go to about $260 billion by 2025-2026. This sector basically has about 7 to 8 lakhs jobs today, which will grow to 20 lakhs in about 2025-26. And in terms of the product startups, which are basically core electronics or semiconductor startups, we have approximately 350 startups. And we want to grow it to 1,000 startups. That way, we cover all the different aspects of the ecosystem. So the message here is that this is very important industry for the country, growing at a very fast pace, have a huge economic impact, has a huge impact on the jobs as well as basically startup ecosystem. So if you look, basically, this is the growth of the numbers, which I basically shared in the previous slides, that is going to grow at 365. I think one of the challenge for the industry, and as Om Prakash ji and other people emphasize on the self-reliance part, there is still a very big gap between the consumption and production, which is about more than $100 billion. So that presents a huge economy to all aspects of basically ecosystem, starting from research and development, trained manpower, startups, product companies, manufacturing companies, and everybody. Second very important thing is that out of this $260 billion, which might get produced by 2025 in the country, most of it is low value add manufacturing. When we say low value add, that what is the domestic value addition? If I am producing a device for $100, right? What percentage of that value is coming from the domestic value system? So if today we see it is basically around 15 to 18% of the domestic value addition, even in the products which are being manufactured in India out of this $260 billion. So one of the other goal for basically all of us is that how do we increase the domestic value addition to at least 40%, if not more, right? That is where basically we will start making the real impact in terms of self-reliance. So if we look at the status of overall ecosystem for electronics in the country, so I mapped basically from the very core semiconductor manufacturing all the way to basically solutions when they go to the market. So obviously with the growing aspiration population in India, the market demand is very strong and basically growing at very fast pace. Now, to serve this market demand, we need to have electronics products. Right? So as said before, although we are manufacturing a lot of these products, but the domestic product part of it is still basically very small, right? About 40% basically gets imported as a product. Remaining basically are being manufactured in India, but for basically foreign products, right? Things like Oppo, Vivo, Lenovo, Samsung, and so on and so forth, right? So there is still the product ecosystem in terms of electronics product is weak. As I said, electronics manufacturing, that is growing. And thanks to the government to come up with basically policies like PLI and so on and so forth, which is really providing a strong boost to electronics manufacturing. Embedded software, India is very good because we are very good in terms of the engineering part of it, and software, embedded software, which is part of every electronics product, is very strong. Electronic system design, which basically leads to electronics product, we are good, but not that good right now. We need to basically get better. Semiconductor products, that means the chips, like which are produced by companies like Qualcomm, Broadcom. They don't have the manufacturing facilities, but they own the chip products, right? India is not doing that good. Although, if you go to the next level, semiconductor design very, very strong. Almost basically 25 to 30% of the chips basically worldwide get designed in India by Indian engineers, right? But again, just like electronics product, we are doing that basically for other companies' products, global companies, and so on and so forth. Very few fabless companies are there in India. Semiconductor manufacturing refers to generally fab or basically packaging units. We are basically really not there, although efforts are on. So this is overall mapping of the ecosystem in the ESDM space. And if we want to basically make India as a self-reliant and basically significant force in this industry, we have to work on all the aspects, right? products are the basically leading things which give rise to services company, it gives rise to manufacturing company. So both semiconductor products, which we refer to as a fabless companies also, and electronics product, we need to basically focus on those more heavily so that basically other part of the ecosystem get benefited in terms of electronics manufacture, design, services, deployment. All of that basically revolves ultimately around the products. I'm assuming that I'm audible, right? And my slides are visible?
Yes.
So today, if you look at electronics, right, it is no more basically some gadget, some basically toys for the basically rich and basically have people. It has become basically part and parcel of everyday's life of every citizen. Also, it has become very important for development of economy for any country. Thirdly, it has become a strategic asset, semiconductor and electronics for any country. And fourth is the security in terms of cyber security, infrastructure security, strategic security, defense and everything is heavily dependent on this technology today. So if we need to basically fulfill the vision of our visionary leaders, things like doubling the income of the farmer, which is one of the favorite the agenda for Honorable Prime Minister, it has to have basically significant push from the technology, especially electronics, communication, and semiconductor. Similarly, we have all gone through 2 years of basically very tumultuous times in the healthcare sector. If we need to build basically vibrant healthcare, this can be done only through this technology. Because and third is basically pillar is education. Right? I think all parts of the country, cities, towns, villages have suffered heavily during the pandemic time, and the mode of education has become online. But if we need to basically provide a quality education to our people, then we need to provide them the quality devices, quality basically content, quality mechanism to delivery, right? All of that will not be possible without basically intervention and self-reliant devices, self-reliant technology, self-reliant content, right? Because India being such a big country, we cannot have enough doctors, we cannot have enough qualified teachers. So technology is the only solution for basically addressing this large scale vast problems, right? And that's what the electronics and semiconductor means for the country. And also it is basically affects every part of the industry. A lot of you must have seen the news items that we lost almost $500 million in the auto industry because of the chip shortage. The numbers may be somewhere around 200, 500 billion dollar. We need to do complete analysis, but our auto sector lost big time because of the shortage of the chip supply. So that's kind of the impact basically this industry today has on the overall economy of the country, overall progress of the country, security, and so on and so forth. So, for such a important strategic sector, just like basically about 50 years back, we put the foundation of our space program, nuclear energy program, and so on and so forth, right? We need to create a long-term sustained vision for this industry, which cannot be just that, okay, aaj ye kar liya, kal wo kar liya, right? I think it has to be cohesive strategy to make India self-reliant in semiconductor and electronics, which is very critical because a lot of people today say that tomorrow's war will not be fought with basically guns and bullets. It will be fought with semiconductors because semiconductors driving everything basically in the nation, from infrastructure to security to forces, everything, right? So we need to have a long-term sustained strategy and vision for this sector, and I have tried to put a humble attempt for doing this thing. Three cornerstone of basically these visions are products, which are in the center of everything, R&D, which will feed into these products, and manufacturing, which will take these products to the basically high volume manufacturing and deployment. We need to basically invest minimum of $30 billion over the next 15 years, which will give a ROI of about 5x, $150 billion ROI. It has to be supported with skilling and manpower development, both basically very high engineering and R&D type of the manpower in terms of masters, PhD students. It needs to create an environment which is basically enabling the businesses to prosper. And we need to have basically a lot of government to government relationships to enable the equipment supply chain, because this is the industry you cannot basically just have your own. You need to have basically overall connected ecosystem globally. So long-term policies, incentive, and government support as depicted in this thing is a must. And if you look at the countries like Taiwan, Israel, South Korea, Japan, US, Europe, all of them have basically made significant long-term programs, investment policies, especially in last 2 years. Every country wants to have their domestic ecosystem around semiconductor and electronics. And I think $30 billion is a very, very small number compared to what other countries are basically planning to spend for this sector. Like South Korea is probably planning to spend $300 billion to basically take more significant role in this thing. Similarly, Europe, America's CHIP Act, almost every country has announced their significant investment and program in this country. So it's time for us also to basically take a holistic view of it, bring everyone together. I think right now we are too basically fragmented, different ministries working basically in different things. We need to put together all of these things under a single program, which I have given the name of National Electronics Mission. But something like has to be done, and I will come later to the role of states basically in building basically this ecosystem and this long-term vision for the country. As I said earlier, that to realize this vision, which we call ASGM 2.0, we need to have products and startups which were developing electronics and fabless product, from basically education tablet to Wi-Fi routers to washing machine, fridge. Everything is around electronics and semiconductor, and chips basically which are enabling these basically products, starting with a small microcontroller which is powering your IoT device to all the way supercomputing chips and so on and so forth. Once these products are there, we need to basically have the manufacturing capabilities all the way to semiconductor wafers to chips to electronics with good amount of the value addition, not just 15% of value addition which we have today, right? For long-term sustainability of these things, we need to invest in design and R&D, design to support all of these product and manufacturing company, and R&D to basically develop new type of the devices, new materials, and so on and so forth. This is a very fast moving technology, and like 5 years is a long time. So we need to start focusing that what do we need after 10 years or 15 years, and our R&D, our academia needs to more focus on basically those things which will have a long-term and lasting impact, right? And fourth is whatever we develop, basically it has to be for the society, for the good of the society. We should develop our product technology and so on and so forth, which will help a broader mass of the people bridge the digital divide, okay, have the same quality of access to information and other things to both to the urban population, small town population and the villages, so that basically everybody can come together in the journey towards the progress of the country. I'll just skip it. Basically, it just gives a more technical information about basically how does the overall ecosystem manufacturing point of view works. I think government has done excellent job, especially central government, in terms of coming out with multiple policies in last 5 to 6 years. Cornerstone of that is PLI scheme, production linked incentive, where basically they give 5 to 7% benefit to the production. One of the most brilliant policy. Then we have electronics manufacturing cluster policy, specs policy, electronic development fund, which is basically getting ready. Couple of basically states have come up with their own ESDM policies. Government is working on the Fab basically policies and so on and so forth. So now development is happening, and I hope once all of this come together, then we'll see significant progress. Not just the government, large corporates are warming up to this sector. You might have seen basically in the news that Tata Electronics entering into electronics and semiconductor manufacturing. They started with a large plant in Hosur, Tamil Nadu, just across the border from Karnataka, Bangalore, where they will manufacture the parts for one of the leading phone manufacturer, and over the time they will get into packaging and the semiconductor manufacturing and so on and so forth. Another big news was that the Ola has started a mega electrical two-wheeler factory, basically nearby the Tata's facility again in Hosur, which will provide up to 180 kilometer range over the single charge. Right? Reliance and Google together plan to launch a smartphone. It's going to be an affordable smartphone. We are hearing the numbers 5,000, 6,000 rupees, that type of the number. Probably before end of the year, they will basically announce, and considering the way the Jio has penetrated the Indian market, hope that this basically phone will become one of the biggest market share in basically Indian mobile industry. And they have invested in a company called Neolink from Israel for manufacturing of these devices and so on and so forth. The basic thing is that large corporate houses like Tata, Ola, Reliance, all of them. Another thing is that you might have heard that about a week back, Baiju, their majority of the revenue is not coming from the educational content. It's coming from selling the education tablet. Now, if they sold about 200 crore of the tablet from one of the global manufacturers, right? Why can't we do it ourselves? Basically, the consuming company is ours. Basically, we know the technology. We are manufacturing it for basically global brands. Why can't we have our own device where we will own the basically contents, what goes in there, and that helps in developing the rest of the ecosystem when you have your own devices. So I think one of the key message we are trying to propagate is that we need to have India-owned product to basically develop the rest of the ecosystem. Be it basically education tablet, be it Wi-Fi router for PM Money program, or any of those things. Now, for a lot of this to happen, we need basically people. We need research type of the people, we need engineering type of the people, we need skilled manpower. Just basically the way things are changing, I'll just cite one example from my own experience, right? In my previous company, which is Sense of Technology, we develop the products for building automation in the corporate sector, like lighting, air conditioning, parking for large corporate buildings and so on and so forth. So we were doing a large project for Intel to automate their parking system, right? The biggest problem in executing that project was people who could deploy our solution, like the electrical contractor who will basically install the device in this thing. We could not find basically credible workforce who will work on the site to basically deploy these products, right? We may develop good products, but if we don't have skilled people to deploy and service those people, we need basically all kind of the people to make this thing. And we expect that there will be at least 10 lakh people in the next 7 years will be needed to serve the demand of this sector in all aspects, from PhD to MTech to BTech to basically Polytechnic. In the EMS industry, there is a large share of the workforce come from basically women who are basically good at assembling the electronic goods, right? So we need to train all kind of the people, and that basically goes to the purpose of today's basically session, that we need to have all kind of the people trained for making this industry cover all the different aspects, right? As Om Prakash ji said, right? We cannot have a very weak limb or we cannot have a very strong limb. We need a balance of basically everything. So this will power product design, this will power manufacturing, and this will power the design companies where basically we need a lot of knowledge workers. Coming to Fabless or the chip design business, right? We make of Fabless or IDM, whatever it is. But for the chip design business, we probably need 3 primary ingredients. We need to get deeper with respect to fundamental knowledge. As the technology in semiconductor is advancing, we are going back to basic physics again. We need to have a strong fundamentals in terms of basically how transistor works, how the physics of basically electronics work, and so on and so forth, right? So we need to have a deeper fundamental knowledge. Second, basically, which we practice very heavily in the industry, is disciplined aptitude or disciplined engineering, right? Because chip design is a very complex process. We put basically billions of transistors on a single chip, and even if one transistor basically failed to do out of the billion transistor, right, then basically the whole device may not function correctly. Right? So that requires very disciplined attitude towards basically whatever part you are playing for that particular basically chip, right? There might be 500 people team, 300 people team. Everybody has to have basically their part work at 100% perfection, and that requires a lot of discipline, right? Just as an anecdote, I think some of the people who are advanced in years, like me and some of others, might have seen in early 90s, Intel had a problem called FDIV bug, right? This costed the company almost $500+ million, and company was almost in the verge of shutdown because one small bug basically costed them this much money and reputation too. And for some of the technical people who are attending this session, right, just let me tell you what the bug was, right? In the programming language, we have the for loop, which basically iterates over basically some function, and we say I is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We increment in the loop once the value of I, right? There was an extra statement in the loop which increased the value of I twice. So instead of I going from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, started going 1, 3, 5, 7, and this thing, right? And that whole thing costed basically one simple statement in the embedded code, right? Costed basically almost the largest company in this field at that time, right? Almost to go bankrupt because of the basically small business. So disciplined engineering, disciplined attitude is very integral part of the people who want to be basically part of this industry. Third part also knowledge quest, right? But when we were doing engineering, we were at the beginning of our career, right? The resources were very difficult to come by. If I had to get an IEEE paper to read, I had to write to somebody, he will send the paper. It will take 2 months to get the paper, right? Or if I want to find out what the 20 companies in India are doing in the semiconductor, there's no way to find out, right? And today, all of this information is at your fingertips, right? So, suggestion is please use whatever basically is available. This is a basically technology's gift to all of you that you have so much information available. I think look at the material which you are interested in, about the company, about the profile of the work, about the technology, about the future stuff, and so on and so forth, right? So resources are available. I think you should have the knowledge quest to basically take advantage of this resources. Okay. So one other thing I just wanted to do a plugin that a couple of years back we did a VDAT conference at IIT Indore with Professor Santosh led. There is a more global version of similar conference called VLSI Design Conference, which is the India's premier conference, probably one of the biggest conference in the technology area. It's going to take place in February 2022. So all of the people who are attending and listening this thing, please submit your technical work to the conference and also plan to attend the conference. I think end of the September is the deadline for submitting your papers. So if any of the our PhD students or professors who wish to share their basically excellent technical work, this is the best platform in the country, and we need support from our people. Now, since we talked a lot about basically in the previous presentations, what state can do. So I showed that vision of $30 billion the country has to invest in the products, R&D and manufacturing, right? Now, states have to play a major role into this because ultimately the industry is going to prosper in the state depending on what kind of the policies, what kind of the infrastructure and what kind of the investments are basically provided by the state for those industries to come and prosper, right? Some part of this industry are very investment heavy, like the semiconductor fab can take somewhere between basically $100 million to $5 billion or $10 billion, depending on what type of the technology. So I think we have to look at a more cohesive way of how we can basically states play a major role in this development, which may come in terms of the policies, infrastructure, investment, all of those three things. And we may have to break out of our traditional mold of basically doing things because this is a industry for the future and we have to lay the foundation now, otherwise it will be too late to basically have any significant presence in this industry. So we have worked basically with multiple state governments. I think there was an attempt some time back to basically create a ESDM policy for state of Madhya Pradesh also. Some of us basically from either industry association or individual leaders, like one of the very tall leader of our industry, Ajay Chaudhary, he studied in Jabalpur for his engineering. We need to involve all these people to work with the state leadership like Om Prakash ji and the state bureaucracy to create a new paradigm to basically build this industry. We have tried multiple times through EMC and other things, but it has not yielded the desired result. So we have to go back to the drawing board, bring the industry people, bring government, bring basically our bureaucratic people, and create a new way of looking at how do we create this kind of the industries in states like Madhya Pradesh, which is a very positive thing. Om Prakash talked something about it. It is a very central. It can basically serve the whole country. It has good number of educational institutes which can provide the manpower. Good climate. Overall, basically very positive things. But we need to have fresh thinking about how to enable the industry in the state of Madhya Pradesh so that basically it can be a significant player in the ESDM ecosystem for the country. So I don't know, I might have taken more time than allocated, but thank you so much. And I'm available anytime to basically on the academic front to work with IITs and so many triple ITs, work with basically the leadership from the government side or basically secretary and all those things to put together the right framework and the policies to basically build a vibrant ecosystem in the state of Madhya Pradesh for ESD. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for such an insightful talk. It was a very informative session covering so many aspects related to semiconductor ecosystems. We are really grateful to you for sparing your valuable time for this session.
Thank you, Chandra.
Thank you very much, sir. So, moving ahead, I'm pleased to introduce you all to Mr. Nishit Gupta for the next keynote talk. Mr. Nishit Gupta is working as Scientist D in R&D in Electronics Group at Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, wherein he holds the responsibility to evolve and strengthen the R&D base in microelectronics and related areas like Fabless chip design across the country. Earlier, he has worked in technology R&D at ST Microelectronics for around a decade, where he was involved in developing and promoting various design methodologies across various ST microsites for SoC architecture analysis and performance evaluation at an early design phase. Much related to the agenda of this pre-conference, for his present role, he has been closely involved at Ministry of Electronics and IT for coordinating the ministry's efforts for special manpower development program for chips to design at 60 academic institutions across the country. This program has resulted in consolidating the chip design activities at academia across the country with an ultimate aim to boost Fabless chip design ecosystem in the country. I humbly request Mr. Nishit to deliver his talk on the topic Confabbing on the Fabless Fad, India, a Fabless Wonder. Over to you, sir. Sir, are you able to unmute yourself?
Nishit, we can't hear you. Nishit, we are unable to hear you.
He's muted, I think. Yeah, now it is.
I'm audible now?
Yes.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. And let me share my screen. My screen is shared, right? No?
Not as of now, sir.
Okay, just wait. Now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction, and please accept my sincerest gratitude to take up this important agenda of requirement of skilled manpower for creating the vibrant fabless chip design ecosystem in the country. As usual, thank you very much, Satya sir, for giving interesting insights on the overall ecosystem. He had been mentoring me specifically on various aspects day in and day out. And after his talk, which actually covered the solution part of the problem statement, as well as the various existing schemes, I would like to pitch in differently now to avoid repetition by providing a different perspective to the same topic by briefing mainly on the problem statement to better appreciate the overall scenario. So, while I can see that there are some, I'm audible, right? Yeah. So there is some okay. While I can see that there are some interesting talks lined up post noon, which are delving deeper into the intricacies of the various aspects of quote unquote fabless design, as well as the requirement of skilled manpower in this area. The specific intent of my presentation will only be to set the right context for these upcoming talks by various eminent speakers. So what I'm going to present in the next few slides is very well understood by most of the chip designers and policymakers in the country. However, only to serve the right justice to this very important area of the fabless design, this talk is planned as suggested by Professor Vishwakarma, host of this pre-conference. So, while this ever-evolving area is so strategic in nature to the entire world and continuously making interesting shifts across the semiconductor industry for a couple of decades, it has seen a lukewarm growth in India, despite having significant design talent sitting in our country and working for the global multinationals. As you all know that India today hosts more than 200 semiconductor multinationals, with almost all the top 25 companies having their bases and the R&D centers in the country. Despite that, the domestic fabless share of the country, which means the revenue owned by the Indian companies, is less than 1% of the global market in the area of fabless design. So basically, this slide is just to highlight, which is actually needless to highlight, the semiconductor has remained the enabling technology for all the walks of life, as well as the key driver to the economy for most of the countries, primarily to USA, Taiwan, and South Korea. All the emerging technologies we talk about today, whether it is AI/ML hardware, networking or telecom infrastructure, areas as critical as military or medical devices, are actually driven by the logic elements embedded into few tiny chips. So the entire semiconductor product taxonomy is broadly divided into few categories, which is memory, analog, discrete elements, electronics, optoelectronics, general purpose logic, processor logic, and connectivity IPs and others. Now, all these application-specific tiny chips or chipsets, when assembled to perform a specific tasks, result into a semiconductor electronic finished product, which we use in day-to-day life. So I'm taking a top-down approach to brief about the semiconductor market first, and then delve deeper into the problem statement. So if you see this figure, the figure shown here is a snapshot. This snapshot is a little outdated. The figures are of year 2019. So let me update you the present statistics. The semiconductor market in 2020 was about $460 billion, and out of which a significant portion, which is about 30% or 130 billion, was enjoyed by the fabless company alone, like AMD, Nvidia, and Qualcomm for the world. Now, the growth of fabless companies like Nvidia or Qualcomm has outpaced the growth of IDMs or fabs like Intel or TSMC in the last 2 decades, despite the fact that the fabless business model is relatively newer to the IDM or fab business model. You can see here that the fabless model started evolving around 1980s in comparison to the IDMs and foundries, which is relatively older. If you look at the statistics below, you will observe that the Western countries, primarily USA, dominates the fabless operation, while the Asian countries like Taiwan, South Korea, and China are leading in the foundry market. Unfortunately, India is nowhere at present in the chips map of the world, and hence the title of this presentation, Confabbing on the Fabless Fad, and we'll dig deeper later on this. Now, before we go deeper into the main part of the agenda, which is the fabless chip design, it would be interesting to take a top-down approach to understand the semiconductor supply chain and existing business models across the world. So the yellow boxes are the business models for the production, and the blue boxes are the supply chain segments. So if you see the left part, the input of R&D is fed into chip production as well as to the things which are needed for the production of chips. Now, these chips are designed by the fabless companies like NVIDIA, Qualcomm, using the EDA tools and IP cores provided by the ARM Synopsys and Cadence-like companies. Now, these chips designed by fabless companies, which are fabricated by the foundries like TSMC and UMC, using the manufacturing equipments provided by the equipment providers like ASML, Nikon, and Canon, which are then assembled by the OSAT companies like Amcor, SPIL, etc. And the integrated device manufacturers like Intel, Samsung covers all these three operations of fabless, foundry, and OSAT. So this slide is a little complex, but just to give you the highlight that the entire semiconductor value chain is not only very dynamic in nature, but also very global in nature. It's distributed across various countries, you can see here. So just to elaborate it more, the production of a single chip often requires more than 1,000 steps passing through the international borders about 70 plus number of times. So if you can see in this slide, for instance, to design a finished product, an European company like ARM provides a license of its processor code to a US fabless design company, which will design the chip and send it to Taiwan foundry for manufacturing. The silicon coming from US is used to prepare the encode in Japan, which is sliced into various wafers by South Korea. And then these wafers are shipped to Taiwan for manufacturing. The Taiwan foundry manufactures the chipset, which is packaged in the Malaysia by the outside companies. And these packaged chipsets are then sent to OEMs in the US. And then China incorporates these chipsets into the finished products, which is sold in the US. So the entire value chain is distributed across the world. So every country has its own share in different areas of the value chain. So this is just to give you the glimpse of the overall complexity as well as the distributive nature of this entire value chain. So again, this slide is a little complex and text heavy, but this is to set the base for the topics to be discussed today in the next few talks by various speakers, where you can see that there are 7 value chain elements: pre-competitive research, fabless, wafer fabrication, OSAT, EDA, equipment and raw materials, as well as their share of value add to the entire semiconductor value chain, requirement of capital, and R&D intensiveness of a particular area. Now here you can clearly see, as I have highlighted also, that while spending only 13% of capital, the gain of value addition is about 50% of the fabless chip design area. So in a nutshell, the gain is about 4x, which is highest among all the semiconductor value chain elements. You can see here the other figures. Another important aspect is depicted below in the below portion of the slide, which reflects that about 33% of the overall semiconductor sale is enjoyed by the fabless companies across the world. And more than 50% of the value add to the chip design and development activities is offered by the fabless operation, as already explained in the upper portion of the slide. Moreover, more than 60% of the bill of material of the finished semiconductor product may come from the fabless activities. So this is indeed an important area. I think that this data is speaking itself for itself, that the fabless design is most important in the entire value chain in terms of its value addition as well as in terms of the cost involved in setting up the self-sufficiency in any country for the same. So before I move up to the other parts of my slide, I would like to highlight here one important point. Needless to say that like fabless, all other elements of the value chain are as important for achieving the self-sufficiency. However, they all provide a different ROI and definitely expects a cost-benefit analysis to be done before venturing into it. So before I start talking about the fab in the next few slides, I would like to reminiscence an old statement given by AMD founder in 1983, Jerry Sanders. He said that real men say fab. Now, since that time, at that time, AMD was an IDM, integrated device manufacturer, and they used to compete with Intel and used to have both the fab and fabless operation. Now, exactly after 15 years, Hector Hughes, the next CEO of the AMD, spun off the AMD foundry to Abu Dhabi Mubadala, which later became the top pure play foundry of the world, global foundry. So while AMD becoming fabless, Hector Hughes said that we need to learn our market and customer better, not to learn the semiconductor manufacturing better. Naturally, it was becoming increasingly difficult for AMD to maintain the fab recurring cost and offer the price competitiveness against the big fishes like TSMC. So from this slide, you can see that even a company as big as and as old as AMD could not maintain the pace required to compete with semiconductor manufacturing industry, which is foundry. Now, when any country like India in today's world, when starts talking about building a domestic fab industry, they generally starts with modest capacity, like few thousand fabricated wafer start per month. Now, please understand that the capacity of a fab plays a significant role in determining the cost of the fabricated product or chip. And in a way, the chips or product cost is actually proportional to the fab capacity too. So now in this slide, look at the astonishing skyrocketing high capacity fabs already existing in Asian countries, which due to its high capacity and low cost advantage are dominating the entire world. So for example, South Korea has 4 billion wafer capacity, Japan has 2.5 million wafer capacity, China has 3.54 million wafer capacity. And the largest foundries, among the largest foundries, you can see that TSMC is taking 50% of the share of the foundry market. And wafer capacity, in terms of wafer capacity, Samsung is leading. So when any country like India has to really brainstorm a lot before taking initial steps for setting up a domestic domestic foundry industry, which actually requires huge initial capital investment, running into billions of dollars, and to meet the ever-changing technological pace of this industry. Because you have to keep pumping the money to upgrade the fab for advancement of the technology node. However, there is a significant momentum now in the government of India, like a decade before, when two proposals from two consortium came for setting up a fab in the country due to various strategic and commercial reasons, with an ultimate aim of gaining significant share in the semiconductor manufacturing across the globe. While an EOI has already been rolled out by METI for inviting the interest from global fab to set up their manufacturing units in the country, the low-hanging fruit is the fabless design ecosystem, requiring much less capital with immediate gains, is also of interest to government in the shorter term. So, in the interest of time, I'm just broadly skipping this slide by giving a broad overview that across the globe, the investor prefers fabless companies for a reason that the growth is higher. If you see the growth aspects of the NVIDIA and the Qualcomm as compared to the foundry, TSMC and Intel, the growth of fabless company has seen a much higher pace than the IDMs of foundry, as well as they have the higher P to E ratio, which is looked at by investors while investing in any company, as well as the capex to revenue ratio is better for the fabless companies. You can see from this part of the slide. So this is just to give you the idea of the contribution of India to the Silicon Valley, to set the context for the next slides. So now a significant contribution is made by the Indians to the growth of Silicon Valley, where 12% of scientists and 38% of doctors in the US are Indians. And about 36% of scientists in NASA, 34% in Microsoft, 28% of IBM, 70% of Intel are Indians. And they are actually contributing to the growth of Silicon Valley. And Indian founded startups have increased from 7% to 20% in the last 2 decades in the Silicon Valley. These figures are specific to the Silicon Valley. And you may be surprised to know that Indians founded more startups than the next 4 groups combined, which included UK, China, Taiwan, and Japan in the Silicon Valley. And they make up about 6% of the working population of the Silicon Valley. And the list of CEOs from the India, co-founders from the India is endless. So they have been contributed to the global pace. And in some other aspects, the MSME industry, domestic MSME industry in the country is also growing. You can see from the figures that 30% of the GDP share actually comes from the MSME. They contribute about 6.3. There are about 6.3 crores of MSME, which gives employment to about 11 crore population of the country. However, the fabless landscape of the country is really small. I mean, it's actually limited to few companies which are struggling to make a business and to survive in this space. So the upper part of this slide, if you can see here, gives a few names of few successful Indian fabless companies which has graduated and acquired by multinational. So Cosmic Circuit, Aura Semiconductor, Ineda, Invikas were all good fabless chip design companies founded by some veteran industry experts, which were acquired by multinationals like US, Intel, or Synopsys. And the lower part of the slide actually gives you the indication of the current fabless companies which are doing good, and they are again struggling to mark a point in the fabless design space of the world. So the broad observation from this slide is that most of these companies are founded by the veteran industry experts, leaving behind their 7+ figures of salary. And they require to hire engineers and to offer them competitive remuneration. The cumulative revenue of the Indian fabless industry is as low as $20 million per year. Some of these companies have also attracted the VC fundings, but this is generally in the range of $2 to $10 million. Unlike the US or Chinese fabless companies, wherein they have weekly or monthly funding rounds where they get hundreds of millions of VC funding, and the success rate is really very low. On the contrary, if you look at the chip design cost in the left part of it, so the chip design cost as high as 100 crores for developing a compute processor, ranging from, let's say, 20 crores for developing a GNSS chip. This right portion of the slide gives you the breakup of the chip development cost, which actually reflects the major constituent of a chip design cost goes in the manpower part, 50%. And then the other parts are like IP cores, EDA tools, fabrication and packaging, infrastructure, and other things. So broadly, what is the requirement of a fabless chip design ecosystem? So to create a fabless chip design ecosystem in the country, there is a definite need of coordinated efforts from the government, academia, and industry. So in addition to what Satya sir has explained on having a fundamental knowledge, disciplined attitude, and coordinated efforts, knowledge quest, there's an immediate requirement of not only making available the funds, policy interventions, and market access to boost the domestic fabless designers, but also facilitating the easy access to the design infrastructure, like access to foundry for prototyping their designs, IP cores for prototyping the SoCs, EDA tools for designing the chipsets. Now, all these things, when not offered on a common platter, are bound to introduce an upset in equilibrium, which exists in India currently. So, if you see what happens outside the country, the public gives taxes to the government gives grants to the academia for doing the research. The academia generates the manpower, which is specialized in nature and highly competitive, which is fed back to the government, as well as it is also fed to the local industry there, which is competitive in nature. And then this industry, using that specialized manpower, designs the indigenous products, which reach in the hand of the public. They give taxes to the government, as well as they also give projects to the academia and make a very strong industry academia collaboration. Now, when I say this equilibrium is upset in our country, it looks like this. So what is happening in India is that the public is giving taxes to the government is giving grant to the academia. Now, the Academia is giving back their research outputs to government in terms of prototypes and publications. As well as academia is generating a high quality manpower, which is actually going to the foreign industry like Intel's and Qualcomm of the world. And then some of these veteran experts in the foreign industry, they venture into set up a local company, domestic company. They develop product, which is sometimes not as competitive as the product developed by the foreign industry. So now to make a domain shift, what we need to do here is we need to basically shift this arrow to this place, so that the manpower generated by the academia in our country should be encouraged to venture into the entrepreneurship culture, into the chip design area, as well as there are enough of funds and incentives available for them to start and venture a company, right? So broadly, what needs to be done, if you see that there are two immediate action points which can be concluded from here. Academia needs to be supported to generate quality manpower, which is definitely most essential. The students should be given early exposure to chip design activities so that they can get early confidence and idea to venture into the entrepreneurship culture. And domestic industry needs to be supported with incentives as well as easy access to design infrastructure, right? So these are the two primary needs to handle this situation and to shift this arrow from this place to this place and to create a right equilibrium in the country. Now, if you look at the various existing schemes which support the domestic startups and MSME, this slide briefs the status of existing schemes in the country to promote the entrepreneurship vis-a-vis the culture, the actual requirement of the fabless industry. So the first column actually reflects the actual requirement of the fabless industry. So in a nutshell, you can see here the actual requirement for boosting the fabless industry is much higher in terms of financial incentives as required by the startups in other areas like ITs, IT-enabled services, or e-commerce. They also need design infrastructure for simulating their designs and developing POC2 products. And at present, not many schemes designed for encouraging the startups are specifically targeting the pain points of the fabless design industry. And hence, the government is deliberating to work out a new specific scheme to mitigate the challenges for the fabless design industry. So, and now, as we discussed that in addition to incentives for the startups, academia needs to be supported to generate the quality manpower. Now here, understanding the importance of fabless chip design area, MIT has taken a lead in last 2 decades by implementing an umbrella program, special manpower development program for chip to system design in 3 phases running into 2 decades. The broad aim of this program was primarily to promote a culture of chip design in the country. So you can see here that it started in 1998, wherein 19 institutions was made part of phase 1 of the SMDP. Then in 2005, about 32 institutions was made part of SMDP. And the current phase is going to be over in November only. About 60 institutions was part of SMDP. And the target was to develop and generate 50,000 industry-ready manpower specialized in the VLSI design area. As the outcome of this project, a number of system on chips and chips has been designed. And we are now venturing into the next phase, which aims to cover a broader number of institutions with broader contours of the program. So in the earlier phase, these 60 institutions was divided into 10 clusters, and each cluster was focusing on designing a specific system on chip. So this was the approach adopted, which resulted into about 150 number of fabricated chips, not only at SL Foundry, but also at foreign foundries like TSMC and UMC. So you can see here that almost all the states of the country participated in the SMDP program and designed, developed, fabricated, and tested the chips as per the objective of the program. In fact, only in Madhya Pradesh, you can see here, 9 chips were fabricated, 2 by IT Indore, 2 by SGS ITS Indore, 1 by Manik Bhopal, Triple IT Jaipur fabricated 3 chips, Gwalior 1, and similarly for other states, right? So going forward, government is very keen to initiate the next phase of SMDP, which plans to facilitate the support mechanism for the academia, including various kind of things like IP core supports, EA tools on the cloud, test and characterization facility, access to foundry for fabricating and prototyping the design, tape out support obviously, and link up in collaboration with the industry and financial support. So this is the broad overview of the next phase that is likely to be started, covering 100 institutions, including obviously state of Madhya Pradesh too. So all ministries, including MIT, have specific schemes also for setting up of incubators, center of excellence, and sponsoring the R&D programs. And I encourage all the institutions at MP state to submit their proposals not only in SMDB but also in other schemes of MIT and other ministries. So there are specific requests of proposals rolled out by ministries for boosting the specific areas of research. So I request to kindly participate in that. So now to conclude, I will re-emphasize the strength of India in the fabless chip design area and build a case for having a vibrant fabless chip design ecosystem in our country. Now, talking about the strength first, if you see that 20% of the global VLSI fabless design engineers actually sits in India and work for IP creation and chip design activities for global semiconductor companies, right? So almost all the semiconductor companies, like be it IDM fab or equipment, have their fabless operations in the country and have biggest R&D center outside their headquarter location. Most importantly, the annual semiconductor consumption in India is reaching now 20 billion, which accounts to top 10 import commodity, and most of it, about 60% of it, is actually imported from the China. So which is actually the major threat now. So if you look at the weaknesses, which we have already discussed in terms of incentives and lack of entrepreneurship culture in the area, for which the entire stakeholder in the country, including government, academia, industry associations like ISA, is pushing really hard to mitigate these challenges and come up with new frameworks to support this area. About the threats, if you see, as we discussed, the semiconductor consumption in the India is rising to about 20 billion plus, which now accounts to top 10 import commodity. And mind you, most of it, about 60% is imported from China. So malware and trojans in the imported hardware remains a concern for any country, including India. And strategic reliance is an opportunity. I would like to quote, last but not least, we have the great opportunity to leverage a significant talent pool in the country in this area and build on top of it a vibrant fabless chip design ecosystem with the coordinated efforts of government, academia, and industry. So with this broad remarks, I would like to end my presentation here. And if you have any suggestions and questions, I'm open for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a great presentation. We do have a couple of questions in the chat box. If you could please take. This is the question from Mr. Rohit Kushwaha. How to start a semiconductor production startup? Means what are the basic needs for that?
So basically, the first requirement is that you have to build a team, right? And you will definitely be needing a great idea to kickstart your journey and to register your company. And DPIIT provides a simple procedure which suggests you to have simple clicks to register a company within few days. And once you have a great idea to start a company, you can register your company at DPIIT registration process, as per the DPIIT registration process, and start up in the registration process and start your journey there. And then, as I said, government has various schemes. You can definitely apply under those schemes to avail the funding, which is generally small in nature. However, we are, as I said, that government is very keen to soon announce a scheme wherein, we are trying to disable the challenges, offset the challenges that are there in the fabless design space. So, however, the current schemes are these only, which I have projected on the slide. So you can definitely look at those schemes. There are additional schemes also. There are specific incubators and accelerators existing in the country. For example, Fabless Chip Incubator at IT Hyderabad, Safal Accelerator Lab set up by ISA only. Satya sir was involved in that. So they're also supporting startup for bootstrapping as well as scaling up their business. So all these incentives are there. However, you need to have a good idea which you want to take forward to set up as a startup.
Thank you, sir. We also have a comment in the chat box. This is from Mr. Devanshu Srivastav. He says this is a great presentation and he manages a team in Intel. It would be useful to refer Intel IDM 2.0 Fab plus Fabless approach. It's a very contextual topic in the current times.
So definitely, in fact, Intel has been making regular announcements. In fact, yesterday's announcement on spending about 80 billion plus in the Europe was a matter of great interest to everyone, and there are great plans for from Intel side to invest heavily across the globe in the manufacturing. I agree to your point. Yes, thanks for the suggestion.
So as of now, we don't have any more questions, sir. But thank you very much for sharing some wonderful insights and discussing various opportunities that can be taken advantage of in the coming times. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. Thank you.
Sir, we do have one question. Why is the government not promoting chip design?
Sorry.
So there's just one question is why doesn't the government start promoting chip design? I think here in context of
No, so as I already mentioned that there's a great interest in the government to come up with a scheme not only envisaging promotion of fabless chip design area, but also for setting up a fab in the country. So if everything goes well and approvals are obtained in a very short term, you will see some announcements from the government side. Obviously, I mean the process has to go through a due approval process, which is under progress. And everyone in the government sector actually appreciates and I mean understand the need of boosting this area in the country, because already India has a significant number of talent pool existing. So the main crux which is required to set up industry is already there. Incentivization is also being thought about.
Sure, thank you. So I hope that is answered perfectly. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
With this, we conclude this session. And in about 5 minutes, we'll be starting with the invited talks, which will be followed by a panel discussion. So please stay tuned, everyone. It's just a couple of minutes before we start the session for the invited talks. So hello everyone, welcome back, and we will move to the next segment of the conference. We are delighted to have with us some eminent speakers for a series of invited talks. For the first session, I'm glad to invite Dr. Jairaj Kedav. Dr. Jairaj Kedav is a scientist at NILIT, Calicut. He completed his PhD from Karinya Institute of Technology and Sciences, Coimbatore. His research interests include VLSI design, signal processing, electronic system engineering, medical ultrasonic imaging, and digital signal and image processing. He has received DRDO award for developing parallel processing DSP hardware, and he is also the recipient of IBM award for developing SoC FPGA emulation platform. He's going to talk about integrated circuits and the challenges in electronic product design. I humbly request Dr. Jairaj to deliver his talk. Over to you, sir. Sir, are you able to unmute yourself?
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Respected speakers, panelists, organizing committee, and the participants. So, as part of this pre-conference, I would like to share my experience in designing an electronic product design. What are the challenges we faced while selecting the integrated circuits? And coming to the overview of this presentation, we'll be briefly discussing electronic hardware design. What are the major streams available in electronics hardware design? Then electronic product design flow. Then what are the challenges mainly we faced while developing an electronic product or prototyping an electronic product? And finally, a case study. What are the product we prototyped in-house? So these all are the major streams in electronic hardware design. Say we have analog design, for example, analog amplifiers, low noise amplifiers, then RF section, instrumentation amplifiers, etc. Then analog mixed signal design, where analog front-end circuits, then high-speed digital design, like interface like gigabit Ethernet, high-speed PCI Express communication, USB, so those kind of high-speed circuits. Then obviously PCB design also comes as part of hardware. Then come to our semiconductor IC VLSI design, then it is testing, verification, then IP core on FPGA, various IP core design, then finally an embedded, say, product design based on microcontroller, microprocessor, or FPGA or ASIC based electronic products. So finally, our aim should be to develop an electronic product while by interconnecting or integrating various functional integrated circuits or ICs. So now if you see a simple block diagram of any electronic product, an electronic product will have a processing element, say like complex software may be running on a processor like Intel processor or GPUs, those kind of embedded processors, or a digital design like FPGA based or ASIC based a processing element. And of course, it requires, say, input side communication, similarly output side human interface. Say input side, you may require a keyboard interface or like USB or serial port, so that human being can interact or with the electronic product, and a display or human interface for visualization of the processed output. In addition, it may require, say, physical interfaces like sensors, actuators, etc., then analog interfaces. Then overall system requires power section. So all the circuitry inside an electronic product requires various power supplies. So power system design also is part of that, and the product may require, say, storage, like you can analogous with our, say, mobile phone, where we have all these are all put together and finally into a package. So we require, say, processing element, then memory, storage, then may require, say, a physical interface like real world interfacing may be required, like sensing, actuation, then obviously input and output, and all there should be a power system to manage the entire power consumption. And finally, all together need to be put it into a package. So if you see a simple electronics design flow, product design flow, say we have a lot of say user perceived needs would be there. So based on that, we need to formulate an architecture. Then we need to finalize the specifications. Then how we are going to test once the product is developed. And finally, we need to do the design. Then we need to do the prototyping and do the testing and validation. As if it's required, we need to do a lot of validations, benchmarking, then optimizations and review. And finally, it's an iterative process. Now, say coming to the electronic product design and flow, an example, it is basically a process. Electronic product design is a process to convert an idea or problem statement or specifications into a functional product. So initially you have an idea, you may have to start an industry, you may have an idea what kind of product you need to develop. So accordingly, from that idea, we need to formulate the specifications, technology specifications, then build the architecture. Once the architecture, top level architecture is built, then we need to convert that into the low level circuit diagrams where we need to have the schematic entry. So once the low level circuit diagrams are done, then we need to go for the design of the PCB, then fabrication of various functional blocks. And finally, we need to integrate it all together into a package, a product package. So these all are the various stages in an electronic, say, product design. So we have the specifications, then architecture to low-level spec, low-level designs, then design fabrication, and finally we need to integrate into a package and test it, product package, and finally we need to test it and validate and need to benchmark with the various standards as per the industry needs. As we know nowadays, electronic product, a huge plethora of applications we have in electronic market industry, electronics industry, say automotive, medical, consumer, industrial, entertainment, aerospace. So everywhere nowadays we have the electronic products. At our house also we have many number of electronic products, and this pandemic enabled us to use like mobiles, laptops, ThinkPad, etc. extensively for our whatever the job purposes. So now, as pointed out by the earlier speakers, the automotive industry is now suffering due to the lack of integrated circuits. Similarly, medical also. Similarly, mobile industries also is suffering today. Could see the news in the newspapers. So everywhere, say we now any electronic products, now we are suffering the lack of integrated circuits. And as pointed out by the earlier speakers, it is mainly we are mainly depending upon China or Taiwan, etc., for Japan, etc., for integrated circuits, and finally to the products as well. And as mentioned, say when we design an electronic products, integrated circuits are pervasive in electronics. Everywhere we have the integrated circuits, like power section, we have the power management and control ICs. Similarly, power supply regulators, etc. So it's a power tree. Similarly, any digital section, we have the clock management circuitries, and processor itself is an integrated circuit. The ASIC based load FPGA boards. Everywhere we have the ICs integrated circuits in an electronic product, and various functional ICs are necessary to design an electronic. So various functional ICs. So as per my experience in the project, say we have from the analog to sensor interface to display. Say analog mixed, then digital processing, then display controlling, and if certain sections we need to convert back into say analog for giving the processed outputs. So those kind of, say if you want to develop a product, we require various functional ICs to finally build a product. So like processors, FPGAs, ASICs, then power management circuits, then communication controllers like USB, UART, then display controllers for display purpose, then analog front end for signal conditioning of the real world signals from the sensors, and for actuation purpose, then digital to analog converters. So varieties of various functional integrated circuits are necessary to design an electronic product. Now coming to the challenges, say complex ICs. So if you want to develop a product, so based on the product's complexity, then we may have to employ complex ICs and we may have to write complex softwares also for building that product. Then availability, so getting those ICs, so whether those ICs are available in India or whether we need to import it, and what is the lead time for that, and what would be the support we get later. So once we selected an IC for our particular product, so whether we say we need to target at least for the 10 years, this product should be, so at least for 10 to 15 years, the support, the IC should be available. So what would be the extended support provided by the IC industries? So all those things we need to see while designing the product by selecting a particular IC. Then complex IC design skills. So obviously, if you want, say, to build our own ICs, so most of the time in defense applications, say, once a defense product is built, say, based on analog devices ICs. So earlier, like our defense systems, the signal processing were based on fixed point, and analog devices ICs, various ICs were used. But after that, certain times, say that IC became obsolete, then there is no support. Then the complete product need to be redesigned. So those kind of issues need to be addressed while selecting a particular integrated circuit for the product, whether support will be there or whether we have the capability to design our own ICs, and how far we can provide the support for that. So all etc. Or we need to go with FPGA based product, so that we'll have our own IPs, and once the soft IPs are built, we'll be able to upgrade it or reuse it. So all those kind of issues need to be addressed by selecting a particular IC for the product. Then IC manufacturing, whether once we have designed the product, whether we can have the manufacturing facility available. So all those issues need to be addressed while selecting a particular ICs for the product. The knowledge in end-to-end system engineering, like sensor to display, the product engineering knowledge and standardization knowledge, etc., is also inevitable while designing an electronic product, and obviously selecting the IC. Similarly, what kind of IC, so whether we are going for commercial grade or mill grade or industrial grade, so accordingly how we need to select the IC. So all those also we need to be taken into account. So now coming to the case study, a product case study where we developed in our laboratory. So this is an indigenous ultrasound scanner project which we executed in our laboratory, funded by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Medical Electronics and Health Informatics Division. So as I mentioned, say we have an idea to build a product. So accordingly, so what are the specifications required and how to build the architecture? Say we need to build a high-level architecture. So now the system requires to process the sensor data. So here the sensor is an ultrasonic sensor where it has a kind of ultrasonic probe where it has a 128 or 256 channels, and those analog data. So we require, say, high voltage section to energize the transmitter, the sensors, and to process the received echo. So accordingly, we require, say, high power amplifiers as transmitters for energizing sensors. Similarly, the low voltage section for performing the processing of the received ultrasound or RF echo. So there should be an RF front end to process the echo. Similarly, once the echo is being signal conditioning or RF front end is performed, there should be ADC to convert the analog data into digital, then further process it. So here the processing is called complex signal processing operation, called the beamforming terminology. So usually it comes in mobile or antenna array beamforming. So those similar kind of terminology also we have in ultrasound, and say complex signal processing function. So once the sensor data rate is once we process sensor output, we need to see how much is the data rate is able to handle by the hardware. that much. Accordingly, we need to select our components and design the hardware. And finally, once processing is completed, need to send the processed data via PCI Express or high-speed interface or USB or gigabit Ethernet, those kind of high-speed interface to another system for processing. So here, based on the functional requirements, the ultrasound front end like analog section and processing section is designed based on FPGA. So we need to select an FPGA for this. So why FPGA? Why not an Intel processor? So obviously it should handle high data rate and should perform a lot of parallelism. So because of all those advantages, like FPGAs are having high-speed serializer, deserializer interfaces, then high-speed gigabit Ethernet, similarly PCI Express interface controllers, IP cores are available. So we need to employ all those things and design the front-end section, front-end followed by the beamforming section. Then further backend, once the main processing is over, further backend can be a CPU or a laptop kind of device can be used, so that we can transfer the main processed data to a PC, our normal PC, for further image formation and display. So based on that requirement, say what kind of ICs. So front-end section, we need to use analog front-end circuits are required. So we need to select the analog front-end. Similarly, FPGAs are required. So we need to select the FPGAs. Then finally, at the back-end, say Intel board or motherboard can be used for further back-end processing. So based on the system specifications, say if you see here, we have the analog ICs like analog RF ICs we need to use called analog AFE ICs. Then obviously the FPGAs, high-end FPGAs. Then Intel motherboards of obviously CPU like microprocessor knowledge also is required. Then all together the system power management, how to manage the power. So like the transceiver hardware which we designed is having in nearly 24 power rails like 1.8, 2.2, 2.5, 1 volt. So like that various power rails are there. So we need to design the power tree, and the health of the each and every power rail need to be monitored. So for that we require a power management hardware especially. Similarly, if any short comes immediately within the response time, the power rail should cut. So those kind of complex power management need to be performed. So for that there is a IC called PM bus, power management and debugger bus. So PM bus is available from Texas Instruments. So various chipsets we need to use while developing the product. So this includes the design and development of transceiver board, digital beamformer boards, and power management board. Then JTAG for once we develop the hardware, the test jig we need to build like GUI, then test program, so UART. So we require entire hardware knowledge to build the board. So while building this, say ultrasound transceiver, say 128 channel hardware, and how to test it, the test panel. So while building individual boards, how to test it, that test panel, so we need to plan. Similarly, what are the ICs required for that? As I mentioned, say to interface with the analog front-end section, say Pro, we require the AFE analog RF ICs because ultrasound works in megahertz range. So we require RF ICs, say, which includes a low noise amplifier, LNA, followed by say programmable gain amplifier, followed by voltage control attenuator, then filter sections, followed by an ADC. So the entire analog conditioning is performed by a single chip, and finally that processed output would be sent to an FPGA board. So that's the next digital beamformer board. So what are the components are required for this? And this requires, as I mentioned, for transmission a high voltage power supply, and for reception for processing low voltage. So high voltage up to plus or minus 150 volt, we need to energize the sensors. So accordingly, a power section need to be designed. And what are the integrated circuits required for that? For say buck or boost kind of ICs, power converters, we need to use it, and accordingly we need to interconnect all those ICs all together. So while performing the interconnect, whether we can interface it properly, say we need to see the AC and DC analysis we need to perform. So we need to see the DC loading, AC loading capability while of the ICs while we interconnecting those ICs. So the design would be quite complex once we build a 128 channel transceiver board. Similarly, this is a high-end FPGA-based digital beamformer board where Index 7 for 410T FPGA is used. Around 4 lakh logic cells are there. So because based on the processing requirement, the 128 to process 128 channel, we require this much logic complex FPGAs, and it has the memory to store the coefficients for processing. Similarly, 2 high-speed PCI Express links and 1 gigabit Ethernet link. So one link is PCI link is for redundancy. Say any point one link fail, another link should automatically come down. So those kind of say high-speed interface. So accordingly, PCI Express, which kind of controllers we need to use it. Gigabit Ethernet, which kind of semi controller or 5 chip we need to use it. And memory, what kind of memory? So what is the access time of the memory? So all those things we need to take it into consideration while designing the entire hardware system board. And coming to power management board, it's a microcontroller board where it monitors the entire power rails and checks the health status of the boards. And there is a power good signal. Accordingly, the entire system power would be monitored by this hardware, and power on, power off sequencing. So those kind of controlling mechanism is also managed by this hardware. And while developing the systems, we need to develop the IO interface controllers, then processing blocks, then control blocks, and finally we need to integrate all together into the system. So the developing, say, digital beamformer, IF interface controller, PCI Express controller, and finally all together should synchronize and work. And from the front end, we will be getting the control packets. So all those things we need to decode it. Then automatic for managing gain, time gain controller, automatic time gain controllers are required. So those kind of various IPs we need to build it and integrate it into the FPGAs. So that's what the main processing here. It is FPGA. So selection of FPGA, what type of FPGA we have to use it. So all those things we need to consider based on the product. And finally, we need to do a packaging of the product. So here we did the lab model prototype of this product where we manufactured, designed in, manufactured in-house and integrated, say, all the components, whatever is required, like FPGA boards, then PC, all together inside the board. And there is a, for input, we have a touch-based display, and output also touch-based panel, and output also we have a touch-based display. So both touch-based for communications, input, output. Similarly, for other than that, it has the Ethernet connectivity, and various imaging standard, as per imaging standard protocols can be easily installed into this system, because the backend of the system is a PC. And we need to perform the integration and testing. So how to interconnect the chips, and finally how to perform the testing, all those things we need to see. And this about this product. And finally, to conclude about the ICs and challenges in product. So ICs are, if we see any electronic product, we have many integrated circuits, and as mentioned by earlier speakers, say we have huge requirement, huge job opportunities are there, and as of now we do not have the good manufacturing facility. Obviously, fabless chip design we have the capability, but still in manufacturing side, still we are India is back as compared to China, Taiwan, those kind of countries. So ICs are integral part of an electronic product. Say everywhere we require ICs. Say power section we require, processing we require, then clock management, digital means clock management, then analog sensor interface section we require, like instrumentation, amplifiers, then analog front-end circuits we require, analog. So various streams, as I mentioned, so we have analog mixer, digital. So everywhere we require the integrated ICs for developing even a small product to the complex product. So various functional ICs are required to design electronics. Various, as I saw in this product example, say analog front-end, we require an IFE chip. For processing, we require an FPGA or a processor, and finally for backend, like for complex image processing, then human HMI, etc., we require say Intel kind of motherboards. So those kind of hardware is required. Then as mentioned, say plethora of market requirement. So everywhere we have the electronics now. Then complex IC design, software development skills. So for that, say we have to acquire complex IC design as well as software. So as I So in this case study, say we have to build many say IP blocks by using the Verilog or VHDL. So the design knowledge in building the IPs based on the Verilog or HDL, or similarly, so like at the backend side, say we have to build image processing, similarly HMI software, etc. by using some OS environment. Similarly, a lot of embedded framework we may have to use it for getting the real-time requirement of the system. So there are a lot of complex software building knowledge, developing knowledge is also essential. So even though the chip is complex, the hardware is once you have the chip also, so how to say program it and how to efficiently use it. So that knowledge is also essential. Those all are also we require very good manpower in those areas. Similarly, for seamless availability of ICs, design, house, and manufacturing. So this as initiative at the center of our nation, say Madhya Pradesh Fabless as well as Fab ecosystem we need to build, and that should be spread across the country, because seamless availability of ICs. So main challenges we faced while building the prototype is we could not get the IFE chips, so many other power management ICs, etc. And lead time was more. Then MOQ, they are saying we require say more time. So similarly more cost. So one FPGA, 420 FPGA, say MOQ is for prototyping we require few samples, so 3 to 5 samples. So one sample is costing say 2 lakh, 2.5 lakhs. But if MOQ is more, then the cost is less. Similarly, it takes more time, so it should come from US. So those kind of issues will be faced while building the prototype. So seamless availability of integrated circuits and the manufacturing facilities are necessary. So with this, I just conclude my speech. So this is an overview about the an electronic product, how to build a product, and what are the challenges we faced while building this product by using the integrated selection of ICs, complex, how to similarly to understand the complexity of the IC, so that itself is challenging. So do you have any clarifications? We can now quickly discuss.
Thank you very much, sir. That was an informative talk about integrated circuits and challenges. Do we have any questions from the audience end? So we do not have any questions as of now. If there are no questions, I'll hand over to my colleague Sammelan for the next talk. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
Over to you, Sammelan.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yeah. You're audible.
Yes. And thank you so much, Vasundhara. Good morning, everyone. I am Sammelan. Let's move for the next speaker for today, Mr. Bhupendra Vishwakarma. Mr. Bhupendra Vishwakarma has 18 years of industrial experience in the field of custom analog layout design and EDA. He is currently working as a senior principal application engineer at Cadence, Bangalore. Prior to this, he worked at Intel to manage PDK enablement team. He also worked at ControlNet India Private Limited in the early stage of career and worked as analog design and layout. He belonged to Indore, MP, and has done MSc in electronics from School of Electronics, DAVV, Indore, and MTech in microelectronics from Punjab University, Chandigarh. He'll be sharing his views on the topic skilled manpower for semiconductor industry. I humbly invite Mr. Bhupendra Vishwakarma for this talk. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Simran. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So thank you for inviting me. And so for the presentation, I'll stop my video, and for questions, I'll start my video again. So thank you. Okay. So let me share my slide. So is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting me to this prestigious pre-conference. Okay. This gives me a great pleasure to talk about semiconductor ecosystem as I have worked in most part of this ecosystem in my 18 years of career. And my career in this industry, being it in design, EDA, or testing, I have done everything. Okay. And also, since I belong to Indore MP, so I'm very delighted to be part of this conference. Okay. And when I heard about this idea, that idea of having semiconductor and VLSI ecosystem in Madhya Pradesh, I thought it is a very big step towards making MP vibrant. And having this conference online has given a wider reach to let organizations within India, outside India, and professional to know about Madhya Pradesh push for having semiconductor ecosystem in the state. It will bring the manpower to Madhya Pradesh if we do this. Okay. And to grow industry in state for VLSI, a very important step is to build skilled manpower for the industry, because if you don't have skilled manpower, we cannot sustain this industry. Okay. With this thought, I thought of talking about how to enable skills in state of Madhya Pradesh to be ready for the industry. Okay. So right now we don't have many industry, or I would say no industry exists right now in semiconductor in Madhya Pradesh. So I thought it will be good opportunity for me to share my thought how we can build this, and how because this is a collective effort from all education institute, people from Madhya Pradesh, professional from Madhya Pradesh, and also other organization to look for Madhya Pradesh as a investment opportunity and the hub for their semiconductor operations. So for my talk, I don't have many slides. I have only one slide, okay, where I would try to cover all my thoughts. Okay. So mainly in today's talk, I will address how educational institutes and students can help state of Madhya Pradesh in building healthy semiconductor ecosystem. Okay, because if our ecosystem is not healthy, we will not we cannot sustain. Okay, and so if we talk about ecosystem, in any ecosystem, most important thing is to have uninterrupted supply of resources for growth of all the parts belonging to that ecosystem. Okay, so whatever part a ecosystem is having, if resources are not there, that ecosystem will die down. Okay, and if we go by definition, ecosystem is a community of living or non-living things that work together. Okay, so simplest example of ecosystem we all know is a food chain. Okay, if resources aren't there, that food chain will also die down. Some of the species will die down, right? So this all we learned in our early stage of our schooling, right? So I would say again, ecosystem is a community of living and non-living things which work together. So here we'll be talking about non-living things, which is semiconductor industry. Okay, and we are working towards making this industry grow in Madhya Pradesh. Okay. So again, before going to my main topic, I just want to share what we can do for building skills required for semiconductor. Okay, and for this, we must know how the ecosystem in semiconductor industry or VLSI looks like. Okay, so other guests have already discussed this or touched these aspects with their thoughts, but I would like to give my thoughts here. Okay, how the semiconductor ecosystem looks like. Okay. So being it a semiconductor industry or any other industry, right? The industry is built on 5 basic pillars. Okay, you require research, you require design, you require manufacturing, you require assembly, and final testing. Okay, and after testing, again distribution of the products. So these are 5 pillars which we talk about in any industry. Okay, it's a generic thing. Okay, and if we talk about semiconductor, in semiconductor, based on these pillars, we can further divide this industry into 4 sub industries. We talk fabless. I think all the earlier speakers have already talked about this. So fabless industry, we have foundry, we have IDM, we have OSAT. Okay. So what are these 4 mainly models in semiconductor? So fabless companies. So these companies they mainly deal in the chip designing. So they design the chip, they send it to the foundry, they bring the chips back, they test it either in-house or they test it using OSAT companies. Okay, so fabless companies are mainly the companies which design the chips. Okay, the next model is foundry model, where these foundry companies, they only fabricate the chips. They don't design the chips. They take the design from fabless companies. Okay, they manufacture them and give the samples or the final products to them, and they can do packaging and testing there itself, but depending on the model. Okay, so foundry is for fabrication. Then third is OSAT. OSAT is nothing but this is the outsource assembly and testing organization. So this organization helps other companies for packaging and testing of the chips. So let's say a fabless company designs a chip and they don't have facility to package and test those chips. So they can work with these OSAT companies where they can help them in packaging these chips and testing of these chips. Okay. Then finally comes the IDM. So IDM model is like it's integrated device manufacturing. So what they do, they have their own products, they design their product in-house, they manufacture them in-house. So they have foundry also, and also they sales those IC into market. Okay, so it's a complete package of all your fabless, foundry, and OSAT. Okay, so they do everything. Okay, and all these four models somehow dependent on each other, thus forms an ecosystem. So now we know we have 5 pillars. On these 5 pillars, we have 4 models in semiconductor, and all these are stitched together. And this is our semiconductor ecosystem. And this is what we have to build in Madhya Pradesh. Okay. Okay, so these 5 pillars and 4 models obviously will be having a different manpower requirement, right? And if manpowers are different, definitely skill sets are also different. So we'll talk about how these different organizations or the models require the manpower and skills. Okay. So mainly if we go through these 5 pillars like research, then design, those pillars. So first, during research and design phase, industry needs IPs like intellectual properties and tools to develop product. Okay, so in semiconductor, if you talk about everything is about IP and tools. Okay, so therefore here skills can be in device physics, it can be in CMOS analog design, circuit designing, okay, and etc. So mainly this is about theoretical knowledge and your practical knowledge. So in the research and design stage, we require these kind of things. Okay, in any stage of these 5 areas which we discussed, software tools plays a major role in development of products. If you don't have software, you cannot design the products. In earlier days, we used to do everything by hand, but now we have tools to do our designing. Okay. So again, to develop these softwares, one need to understand how in VLS industry, what are the different VLS industry requirement, right? So again, the skill sets are different to develop these tools. Okay. And then during manufacturing, assembly, and packaging, we need raw material. For example, in our semiconductor case, we require silicon. So this is a raw material for us. How do we get it, right? And for testing and packaging, we require special equipments and instruments so that our chips can successfully work and successfully a company can successfully develop these chips. So the other, therefore, another player in ecosystem are these raw material providers and equipment manufacturers and the suppliers of all this. So this again, now you see the ecosystem is started increasing, means the scope of the work and the skill set is started increasing. Okay, so this is not a very small industry; it's a very huge industry. So it requires both research development, and then again you should have your raw material, everything, and constant power. So it requires the government inclusion also, right? Where you have the constant power supply, constant water, everything is required in this industry. Okay, and then again to do this, skill required in this area are related to maybe chemical to the material side. So not only semiconductor or the VLS industry, we require people from material science, we require people from chemical science. Okay, so again there is a wide scope which we can cultivate in our uh, education system so that we can bring this industry up. Okay, and then finally, once we have the product, without the sales and marketing, we cannot sell this product. So again, there's one more skill which is tied to this industry. Okay. Okay, so moving on. So now let's change gear. Okay, so how? So mainly, I just want to know that how we be changing the gear to understand how we can help semiconductor industry grow in the Madhya Pradesh. Okay, so I'll start with an example how skills can be developed. Okay, so I'll give my example. So I was studying in my MSc in electronics during 1999 and 2001. Okay, and truly speaking, none of our classmates had idea of VLS industry. That time there was no knowledge of VLS industry in at least in our college or in our classmates. Okay, and most of us were inclined to take job in software because that time Y2K problem was in talk everywhere. So everyone wanted to go into the VLS industry. And yes, Dr. Santosh Vishwakarma will know about these things. Okay, and during this I got placed in software company. Okay, through campus placement. So I was very happy. Okay, I got in a job in software company. But I had one year before I joined that company. Okay, because I had to complete my MSc obviously. Okay, so one very day our professor introduced us to VLSI. Okay, so this is the effort from professor that he wanted to bring that VLSI into our college or our institute. Okay, and he organized a 15-day training on VLSI design and VHDL design. Okay, so that's how I got interested into VLSI because I wanted to know how hardware works. I knew microcontroller, I knew software, but I didn't knew how these things happen at the transistor level. So I got interested in that. Okay, and in next semester after this training, in next semester our professor he added one of the electives in our course, so which I took it and started learning about it. That's why I got interested into the VLSI industry. And finally, I wrote out to our placement officer and company that I don't want to pursue now software industry. Okay, so this was the effort from my professor and myself that okay how to go into the VLSI industry of semiconductor. So this is both students and professors combined effort to grow a semiconductor career. Okay, and this 15-day training made a significant impact on around 10 classmates. I would say around 10 classmates were very happy with this course, and we started looking for institutes for which are having VLSI courses. And at that time in Madhya Pradesh, there were no colleges or no institutes which were providing the VLSI design courses or MTech. Okay, we were looking for MTech. So from our class of 2005, 5 students got admission in PU Chandigarh. In MTech program was available, and we were fortunate to get education from Scientist of Semiconductor Complex Limited, SCL. Now it's ISRO. Okay, because they had MOU with our department, and we were fortunate to go inside the foundry and see how the chips are made. Okay, so this is my journey, and with this, I would like to with this example, I would like to share my thoughts on how skill can be developed on in semiconductor industry. Okay, so I give this example because educational institutes and courses plays a very important role in developing skills required for semiconductor. Okay, in Madhya Pradesh now we have many institutes offering courses in VLSI domain. Okay, but are those sufficient? We don't know whether they can cater to our VLSI industry or ecosystem. I don't know. Okay, so and also with IIT coming into MP, gave a big push for generating manpower for this ecosystem with this NSDACL lab from Dr. Santosh Vishwakarma. It is generating a good manpower within Madhya Pradesh, which all the organization can benefit from. Okay, if courses can be designed taking ecosystem into account, then it is possible to attract companies set up operation in MP, which we want, right? And then discussed earlier, all these 5 pillars, we discussed all the 5 pillars earlier, right? All these 5 pillars require specific skills, which can be built only with educational institutes. Okay. And most important piece of this ecosystem is people involved in developing these skills, like professor and the students, right? And the environment for doing the or developing these skills. So be it a professor, alumni, or seniors, all can help in addressing what we can do for developing a healthy VLSI ecosystem in MP. Okay. So in educational ecosystem, for semiconductor, we can see how this ecosystem can look like. Okay. So let's start with my slides. First topic. Okay. So we have education institutes in center, and we can view them as a resources. So these are our resources, colleges, universities. These are our resources for building the ecosystem. Okay. And then we have the courses to develop the skill. So we require certain skills in the VLSIs or semiconductors, right? So how we can create our courses so that we can cater to this industry. And then finally, the main part of this ecosystem is manpower, because we need manpower. We need manpower in our educational system also. We need manpower for our semiconductor industry also. Okay, so so students are manpower which we require for sustained ecosystem. If you don't have the sustained supply of students, good student who knows the semiconductor, people will not come, right? So we need students who knows the semiconductor well. Okay, and also since many students and many of our courses are inclined towards computer system or computer or IT, like those kind of courses, right? So we have to motivate students to start thinking semiconductor as industry to work for. If we don't have that mindset in students, we cannot succeed. Okay. So for this, we should have a dynamic courses and training programs to support this industry. Okay, so we should carefully design our courses so that our students can benefit, and finally our organization can help from there. And also there should be a willingness from the education institutes to support these students in the courses. They should not see, okay, placements are not happening in semiconductor industry, we should shut down these courses. No, it should not happen. Continuously they should think how we can support the professors, support the students to be with this with these VLSI courses in the education institutes. Okay. So moving to the how we can develop these skills. Okay. So our courses are mainly based on theoretical and practical courses, right? And so our courses in theoretical or practical, we have some foundation courses, right? So in our most institutes, what we cover is foundations only. Okay, but for getting getting ourselves ready for industry, we should start having advanced courses also. So I'll cover means what are the advanced courses which we can have. So okay, sorry, I think. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I thought I got dropped. Okay, so so yeah, we should. So I was talking about we can plan and create courses keeping foundation and advanced advanced topics in our mind. Okay, so in theories, what we can do, we can so for building the foundation, we need everyone to understand what VLSI is, right? And this we can teach in our early semester in for all the students, not only electronic student, electrical student. We should teach this for all the students. We can have elective courses for them. Okay, so have VLSI basics in early semesters, not in the later stage of the semesters, in the early stage. Okay, then device physics. This very important foundation for semiconductor, without which we cannot understand what is happening in the chip, right? So device physics is very important. So I know means everyone does this, but where are we teaching this? Are we teaching this at the later stage of the semester or the earliest stage of this semester? So again, so foundation courses, I would say in the first 2-3 years of your courses, you should teach these things. Okay. And student also should learn about these things in their early stage. Okay, and then for our IP development and the mainly the if we talk about fabless companies, like we require knowledge of analog and digital circuits. But can student directly go and start working those companies? No. First, we need to understand what are your analog and digital concepts. So these are the some minimum foundation course which we should take or we should teach. Okay, and start early in developing these skills. Okay, most important thing is start early. If we are doing these things in the last semester, it will not help. Okay, we should do these things in early stage of our study. Okay, and we have to give lot of stress on solving problems in notebooks. Okay, reading the books is not the thing. You should solve your problems in notebooks. If you're not solving the problem in notebooks, you'll not gain the interest. Okay, to gain the interest, you should do it by hand in your notebooks. So this is the thing which I would like student to do. So don't just read the books. Go and solve the problem in your notebooks. Okay. So as I mentioned, most of our institutes or education institute, they cover courses, foundation courses only. But to getting our student ready for the industry, we require advanced courses. Okay, so that the industry directly can benefit from them. So here are some thoughts on advanced courses. In computer science or electronics, we can have CAD algorithms and implementation courses. CAD is computer-aided designing. Okay, so everywhere now, whether you go for mechanical, semiconductor, anywhere, everything is tool, right? So you should have the courses based on the CAD. Okay, and student also should see how these CADs are helping our industry working. Okay, and student teacher most of the time are interested in design part only. They don't give importance to testing. Okay, so we should give this testing utmost importance. Okay, because it is very important. Okay, we should know what are the different type of equipments are used in VLSI ecosystem, how to operate them. So all these things we should teach in the theories, like what different kind of equipments are available and how to operate them. Okay, okay. Then all our phones, computers, everything works on some standards. Okay, so now we should be also teaching some of these commonly used protocols, because all these things use some protocols. Okay, we know all these things works on IEEE protocols and other protocols, right? So but we don't know how to verify them, whether a particular system is working, if we have implemented some system on some protocol, whether that system is working fine or not. So how to verify that system? So it comes under verification. So we should have courses on verification also. Okay, and a very big chunk of village industry works on the scripting. Okay, so I see only computer science people know scripting, but I think in electronics, electrical, we should have some courses on scripting also. Okay, and we should have so instead of having them in the courses, we can have a dedicated program for developing skills in scripting. So this cannot be a subject, but this can be a dedicated program. Okay, then I talked about how packaging and testing helps the Fabless companies to finally package and test their chips, right? So packaging is also very key part of chips. So knowledge of packaging technology along with the testing, it will help ecosystem finally, right? If you teach them in the early stage of their, not early stage, mainly in the advanced stage of their student life, it will help the industry. Okay, and finally, these days everywhere we learn about what is AI and ML. So if we can take advantage of AI and machine learning, it will be again beneficial for the industry. And these courses will not only help core semiconductor ecosystem, but also will help surrounding industry and ecosystem. Okay. With this, I'll come to practical. Okay. So for practical, we have both. Again, my slide is visible.
Yes, sir.
It's visible, right? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So without, we cannot develop the skills. So if you don't have practical, you cannot develop those skills. Okay. So practicals helps in gaining interest, because once you start seeing these things happening in real life, you try to learn more and want to do more. Okay. So practicals are very important. Okay. So our practical should be covering both foundation and advanced theory. So whatever we are learning in foundation theory and in the advanced theory, we should have practical for those. Okay. Foundation of practical is EAD tools. Okay, so without EAD tools, you cannot appreciate the course content. Okay, so here all education institutes should invest in having industry standard tools required for chip development. If you don't have those, your student will not be ready for the industry, right? They'll go to industry and again they have to learn all those things. So better you invest in those industry standard tools. Okay, this will help industry to grow if they already have students knowledge of industry standard tools and environment, right? So we will be having students ready for these tools. Okay, and with the theory they will be having and the practical they'll be having knowledge, means how to design the circuits. Okay, and finally in advanced practical we should start having testing and packaging practicals also. Okay, and again it requires the investment from education institutes to have all those equipments available in the laboratory. Okay, and if we can have practicals on complete chip life cycle in our education institutes, okay, from designing to test, it will help in boosting in skills of students. Okay, so I think this was my last yeah. Okay, so now I conclude my talk. Okay, so students are manpower for this ecosystem, so we should invest in developing skills for them. So this is the this should be from institutes, students, professor, from everyone. We should invest in students. Okay, it will happen with proper curriculum setup and with stress on practical along with the theory. Okay, practicals, without practicals, I say the semiconductor history people will not appreciate. So once you start seeing the things, you'll appreciate those things. If we plan our courses keeping semiconductors ecosystem in mind, our student, when they go to any of these 5 pillars of semiconductor, there should be a smooth entry. Okay, and finally we need a continuous supply of good resources for proper functioning of this ecosystem. To do this, we should continuously assess our courses regularly, whether they are obsolete. If they're obsolete, have a new courses. Okay, if they are not following current trends in semiconductor industry, change your courses. So it should be dynamic. Courses should be dynamic depending on your requirement in the semiconductor industry. Okay, so with this, I thank you again for inviting me and sharing my thoughts on ecosystem. Okay, so thank you very much. I'll stop presenting and open for questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the informative and the motivational session. I hope the audience must have gained a lot, especially the students in the early stage of their career. Uh, So I think there is a question from Naveen in the chat box, and he's explaining that he's a master's student and he has a 3-year career gap, and currently he is learning from various internet sources, RTL to design and like PV, PD, and DFM. Actually, his concern is major semiconductor industries such as Cadence or other. They have a job criteria of 3 to 5 year plus experience. So he just I think, just want to know your view.
See, so that's why it's very important you learn all these things in your early stage of your study, or the maybe you have the separate programs to have all this knowledge, right? But this job description and all this, at least I cannot comment because it's all the all in the HR system, right? But yeah, to develop these capabilities, I talked about my whole presentation was around it. Means we should be, means our students should be ready for this industry, and how we can get ready by having these courses available for students, right?
Thank you so much, sir. I think he must have understood with all those slides that you have shared.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So moving ahead, I am pleased to introduce to you all the next orator, Mr. Prashant Advani, for the invitation for the invited talk. Mr. Prashant Advani is currently working as Group Technical Manager in HCL Bangalore. He has over 21 years of industrial exposure in RF microwave circuit and system design and prototype testing, analog circuit design, and analog and mixed signal verification also. He also served DRDO labs in design and development of RF microwave circuits and systems while working in Gallium Arsenide Enabling Technology Center, that is GAETEC, Hyderabad. Today, Mr. Prashant will be sharing his views on the topic skill resource generation to fulfill the need of the hour. I cordially invite Mr. Prashant to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, hi. So, first of all, thank you to IIT Indore and you, all the complete team of this particular event, to inviting me for sharing my thoughts. Please let me know if you are able to see my screen.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, fine, yeah, yeah. Okay, so yeah, so my topic will be the almost similar way what Mr. Bhupendra has already talked about that. It's like a skilled resource generation to fulfill the need of the hour. So everyone, when we are seeing the skill resource, it means whatever is required at this point of time, rather than going for the old resources itself. Okay, so this topic will be containing the advantage MP, the need of the hour, the skill requirements, and for the like a case study means actually I would like to concentrate here mainly on semiconductor industry and that too on VLSI, and in that again we will be concentrating mainly on the SOC type of development, and I will be taking one case study which is like AMS verification, because it is like a hot topic current days. If you see the requirements in any job portal or in LinkedIn anywhere, this particular field is in very demand. Okay, we are lack of resources. So just one case study just wanted to give, and then the requirements. To start with, it's like a advantage MP, means the Madhya Pradesh advantage. So what are the different advantages why people are looking for investing in MP? There are some few points here. First thing is like the ample of availability of the universities and colleges. We can see the engineering colleges. Mainly I was talking about engineering colleges and universities. There are IITs, triple ITs, and many other colleges. And that too, it's not concentrated on a single area or a district, but it is distributed all over, like Jabalpur, Gwalior, MP, Bhopal, like that. So it's like a very good advantage. It is helpful for the local talent to opt for the technical education. When I say local talent, is like a talent after 12th or after 10th, like that, or after some graduation also. Then the enthusiastic people, like normally I'm normally in touch with the people like IIT and other. These people are very enthusiastic. They conduct various courses, various different talks and all to bring up or to make the advantages for the MP for the VLSI industry. That is really good. Means people are not lethargic or they are actively participating in this. Then MP is well connected to the other parts of India via rail, air, and a road route, so that if we are giving the environment for the talents which are spread over the India or abroad, people would like to think about coming back to MP. Another thing is like the very good thing what MP government or the central government has done. It is they have taken the proactive initiative for catering the future requirements. So I don't see or I don't remember any other state would have taken that initiative apart from MP to bring to upscale the VLSI industry. They are having various programs, and they are having very good tie-ups with the universities and colleges. And with such talks and with such activities, definitely people would like to think about to coming back to MP or invest in MP. Another thing is the semiconductor industry is also ready to invest in MP because they find a local talent there, which is a good talent. Apart from that, if they want to deploy some other people from some other part of the country, so then coming back to the very basic thing like the education for the schoolings of their kids and other things, yeah, MP is good. And recently, another point is the availability of the incubation centers. So this is a very big advantage plus point which MP is having. Moving to the next slide, which is like the need of the hour. And when I say need of the hour, I mean with respect to the semiconductor industry. So yeah, Mr. Bhupendra has already covered up these points, but yeah, it may look like slightly repetition, but it is like when we are saying semiconductor industry, it will be like that only. So basically, there will be the design of the chips, then the verification of the chips. When I say the chips, it means the system on chip or the block level. It may contain the digital part only or analog or both, mix of that. So first thing will be the design of the chips, then the verification of the chips. After verification, everything is done. Then it's a fabrication of the chips, which normally goes for the foundries, basically. Once the chip is under fabrication, then the next part we need is a PCB development, which includes the PCB design and development. And the final part of any chip is a testing. Okay, yeah. So now the skill requirement with respect to VLSI. So I have divided here the all over part in 3 parts, various activities in 3 parts. One is the pre-silicon, then PCB development, and the post-silicon. When we say pre-silicon, those are the activities which have been carried out before we are manufacturing our chip. And post-silicon means the activities which we will be doing after fabrication of the chip. And the PCB development comes in between these two, because PCB is required to test our chips, prototyping basically, or final testing also. So in pre-silicon, there is a digital design, then digital layout. I'm talking about here the SoC, the system on chip type of a thing. Then digital verification, analog design, analog layout, and analog verification. And before the chips get step out, since it is a system on chip, it contains both digital as well as the analog part. The important point here is analog and mixed signal verification. We will be talking in detail in coming slides. Then the PCB development, which includes the design of the PCB, manufacturing of the PCB, and component assembly. And the post-silicon, it contains the prototype testing. When we say prototype testing, it means initially before we manufacture any chip for providing it to the market, we will be having various versions of that. So prototype testing means if we are doing it first time or second time to get the proper results. So we will be not manufacturing it in thousands. We will be manufacturing in some tens or hundreds, maximum hundreds, and test it for the complete test environment, including temperature and various corners. And once we get confidence, okay, this particular design will be working, then we will be going for the production version. So prototype testing will be carried out on few numbers of test chips. And after that, once the production is done, then the automatic testing, which is the production testing. So this calls for us 2 requirements. Here, the first thing is a skilled manpower, which is totally dedicated for the testing purpose. Another thing is the equipments. The equipments which should cater the various voltage ranges, the various frequency ranges, as well as the various temperature ranges. So it's a very big investment. But if the people are interested and if they want to do their career in testing, definitely it is a very good and we can say a smooth going career. Yeah, it won't be having much lucrative offers or something, but it is a smooth going career. Yeah. So now here I would like to just touch upon the basic steps which normally we carry for SoC development. Okay, I presume there are few students and faculty members also, so that I thought like let me touch upon some technical part apart from the normal requirements for the skill development. So when we are going for any SoC, system on chip development, which will be, we can say, we will be getting some specifications, and after that, the deliverables will be the packaged chips. So these are the steps which will be carried out while developing a SoC. First, we will be getting the requirements, then we will finalize the requirement, and after finalizing the requirement, we will explore the various architectures which can be suitable to meet the specifications, and then the finalization of the architectures. After that, the system level simulation and finalization of the block level specs. Here we will be using the models for the various blocks, let us say ADC, then PMIC, and digital things, FPGA type of a thing, and arrive at the block level specifications. Okay, my digital part will contain this part, and my analog part will contain, let us say, PMIC, then I need one PLL, I need one ADC, like that, and ADC specifications. After that, the system or the circuit level simulations and verifications we will be doing. So here, when I say the system or sub-circuit level, that means we can say the ADC. ADC itself is a subsystem, or a PLL. PLL itself is a subsystem which contains some various blocks. So that system circuit simulation or the circuit design will be done, and its verification, which when I say here verification, it is an analog verification or the digital verification separately, not the mixed verification over PVT corners. PVT means here process, voltage, and temperature. If we are designing any circuit, it's not, let us say we are designing it for 3.3 volts. It's not very sure, like an actual environment or actual application type, the voltage will be 3.3 only. It may vary. So we need to tell customer, okay, this particular chip will be able to work from this voltage to this voltage. Let us say normally 10% of that supply. Then the temperature. So our chip should work in Kashmir as well as in very hot place also. So that temperature ranges also will be there. Like normally it should be from plus 85 to minus 40. And that is normally a mill grade. And if you are going till plus 125, then it is like a space qualified. And the third thing is the process. So when we are manufacturing our chip, that time we assume, okay, these are the parameters for my active or passive devices. But while manufacturing, the manufacturing process contains the either etching or the deposition of the various layers, whether it is the semiconductor layers or the metal layers. So that may have certain changes in that. So accordingly, the parameters of our devices will get changed. So normally we consider that process variation also and do the verification over PVT corners. So once we do the PVT corner run, and if we are getting the required results, then we go for the layouting the chips. Layouting means when we are doing the design, that time we are using some symbols. Layouting means we are really actually placing those transistors, resistors, capacitors, and connecting them through the metal lines to check whether that will be working or not. And that will exactly get replicated on the physical chips. After layouting, then there is the LVS, DRC, which is the layout versus schematic and design rule check cleaning. Once that is done, then the post layout verification over PVT corners. So when we say post layout verification, it again, we will be doing a similar verification what we did before layout, but here the parasitics will get added. When we say parasitics, that means the unwanted components. Okay, let us say if you are drawing one line from connecting one resistor to one capacitor, then that line will also contribute some discrete elements, which can be a capacitor resistor. So that will also get added, and then we will be doing the PVT corners verification. If any changes are there, then those changes will be done, and again layout modification, and then the DRC LVS will be done. This process will happen 2-3 times if the design is not sturdy in initial phases. After that, the DFM cleaning. DFM is design for manufacturability. DRCM is the minimum rules we need to follow. What is the distance between the two transistors? What should be the distance between the two metal lines? And the DFM is even more stringent than that. It assures that the chip should work in first go itself. After that, the foundry structure inclusions. There will be certain foundry structures we need to include in our design, in layout basically, and then the GDS2 release. After that, the chips gets fabricated. Once the chips fabrication is done, then the foundry or any other testing facility, they will check the chips, bare chips, which is not packaged one, and release from the foundry. So they will check, okay, this particular transistor should have this much of the parameters. They will check that. If that resistor, they will be having their prototype testing structures. This resistor, let us say of 100 ohms, whether it is coming 100 ohms or not, whether it is coming 110 or 90 ohms, then accordingly they will modify their data and supply. After that, once the bare chips are getting dispatched from the foundry, then the prototype testing comes, where the chip is getting assembled and packaged, and the prototype testing will be done, and the performance will be checked. Once the prototype testing is done, then the pre-silicon results and the post-silicon results, which means our simulation results and the actual chip results, will be checked. And if any parameters are not meeting, then there will be respin. When we see respin, it will be again modifying certain design parameters and refabricating the chips. Otherwise, if the parameters are met, then the chips goes for the production. So in production, again, it contains the packaged chips and the datasheet release, which is now available for the final customer. So this is a normal generic life cycle of an SoC. Yeah. So now when we say SoC here, I would like to slightly give some details about what are the different sections which are involved in this. And again, this looks slightly more technical, but I would like to give emphasis on this so that when the people wants to try for their career or they want to decide on their domain, it should look like a helpful. So when we say the full chip SoC, ASIC, application specific IC, and FPGA, then there are the various points like the architecture, then design, then integration, synthesis, verification, physical design, and DFT, timing closure, technology migration. Technology migration is again one of the part where the components or the SoCs are already available, but in some another foundry or in another technology. When we say technology, it means the various technology nodes which normally foundry provides. Let us say if I am having some SoC which is in 180 nanometer and I want to port it to 90 nanometer. So the design phase is already done. The only thing is here, when we are transferring from 180 to 90, that time we need to again see whether my design is meeting the required specifications or not. There will be certain tuning or optimization required, and then the layout, then the re-engineering, and silicon bring up, which again say the silicon validation that comes under the post silicon or post fabrication, and the product characterization support. Once the product is done, then the characterization support for that means that is again the production version. So for SoC design engineering, here the main 5 wings are design, verification, physical design, DFT, that is design for testability, and a circuit design. So in design, it contains algorithm development, then the reference model, hardware, software partitioning, optimization, coding, microarchitecturing, like that. Verification, again here mostly we are saying verification, it is like a digital oriented type of a thing where the bus functional models, module level, system level, assertion based, model checking, board level development. Again here it comes under PCB, firmware, it comes under software type of a thing, and system validation. Physical design, this contains the physical synthesis, floor planning, design partitioning, place and route, timing, system integration and power analysis, physical verification and mass generation. DFTE, it contains the scan insertion, boundary scan, ATPG, timing closure, functional verification, like that. And the circuit design, it is normally digital, not digital, it's like a mixed signal and the analog centric type of thing, where the analog IPs or subsystem design, mixed signal development, it contains analog as well as digital, IO cell development, custom IO, technology migration, physical verification, and analog and mixed signal verification, which is the AMS verification. When we said a technology migration, just before some time I told you, my all the circuits are available in one technology load, let us say 180 nanometer, and I want to migrate to 90 nanometer, then support for that. So these are also the requirements. Then the IO cell development and the custom IO are again a separate wing, which normally comes under SOC. But here, when our chip is getting communicated with the external world, and external world should get communicate with our chip, then there are certain structures which are called IO cells, which is like an input output cells. Okay, so that is also a separate wing. So this is the SOC development design capabilities requirements. Normally industry requires that. Okay, then I want to take one case study here. Since in previous slide we have seen there are various topics which can be discussed or which can be catered. But to go ahead with a specific case study, I have taken here the case study of AMS, that is analog and mixed signal verification. So this is the basic flow of AMS verification. Let us say we are having a full chip. So that full chip will be having analog portion and the digital portion. Analog flow will be having initially the digital RTL development, then the digital RTL verification. After that, the digital GLS. Analog circuit will be having the analog circuit design, analog circuit layout, analog subsystems layout and subsystem design. Then analog model development. That means when I say analog model development, it means, let us say if I am having one ADC and one PLL and it is getting used in a big circuit where there are the lot of digital portion also. So to start the verification of that particular SoC, system on chip, and my analog circuits are not ready. Analog circuits are not ready. So what can I do? So for that, we will do the modeling of that. So here when we say the modeling, it contains the various types of modeling. But normally nowadays, people are using either WREL, system Verilog, Verilog AMS models. So each models are having its own advantages and disadvantages. We will not go in detail in that. And once the system level verification is ready, the environment is ready, then we can go ahead with the checking the functional verification. And by that time, the circuit design is also ready. So then we can use the SPICE generated netlist, which is like the actual transistorized netlist. So this green portion, which is the AMS verification, it contains both, like it contains the digital part as the digital RTL as well as the digital GLS. It contains the analog model as well as the analog real netlist. So AMS verifications can do all these things. Now, what are the now steps involved in AMS verification? So I think I'm running out of time, so I need to slightly speed up. Okay, no problem. Yeah. So first thing is like understanding the functional and parametric and application specs. There will be we will be getting the specifications. So we need to segregate between the functional, parametric, and application specifications, then the identification of the block of interest to test the scenarios in AMS verifications. So let us say it is a mixed signal IP, then we need to identify the blocks which need to which needs the AMS verification to be carried out on that. Then the compliance matrix, test plan generation and modification for AMS. Then we will be developing some test cases and doing a test case run. This will be all on the initially the model, which is Verilog or Verilog AMS or the SNM. Then once the flow is ready, the environment is clean, then we can use the transistorized netlist. Now here, why we are using the models initially, because if you want to go for the transistorized netlist itself from the initial stages, then it is a long time consuming. It consumes a lot of space for the results as well as it runs for a long time. So model will give the functional verification. Okay, let us say if any LDO is there, then okay, by giving this much of input, this much output should be coming. Like that, we can model that and we can make the environment cleaner and to proceed for the digital verification or the AMS verification. Once that is clean, then we can use actual transistorized netlist and check the verification. Then the there will be various RTA release and GLS releases. So we will be doing that on GLS runs also, apart from the digital RTL. Then till now we will be doing it as a waveform check here, waveform checking, but it is also time consuming. Then the assertions will be used there. Let us say if my particular signal is going high, after that the output should come like that. So we will be adding the checkers there. Assertions means the checkers. And finally, we will be running it and checking, okay, this is passing or not. If it is not passing, then we can pinpoint that, okay, what is the modifications required for the design. Then the result compilation, and finally the data release. So this was the case study for AMS verification. Normally, these are the various points. The flow, it is having a test bench, test cases, then the flow, simulators, results, and coverage. So coverage means it is again similar to the digital type. Okay, we will be running the regressions and how much is the passing rate that can be checked. Now coming back to our previous topic, apart from this case study, like the requirements for the chip development, which is like what is the requirement if you want to start chip development activities in MP. So the requirements will be the incubation centers, then the provision of the EDA tools, then the process design kits, which is the like details provided by the foundry to use their nodes, then the provision of the prototype shuttle runs, means not going for the final production runs, but they will be, foundry will be giving certain area, let us say 5 mm by 5 mm, and we can place our circuits in that. Then help in assembly, packaging and testing. Help will be required for the initial business development. Then help will be required for providing the manpower like the graduates, postgraduates, or doctorates, interns, so that at least the initial things can be started. Initial design and development of the SoC or the block level can be started, and the help will be required from the technical topics from the various subject matter experts like the PhDs or the doctors or the lecturers from the industry who are having very in-depth knowledge on that particular topic. Now, yeah, again coming back to then how can we get these talents? These are the requirements. Now we need the talent for that. And honestly, believe me, currently we are very, very lack of good talent. When I say good talent, it's not like the generic one, but the specific domain related talent. We can say analog design, analog layout, digital design, digital layout, AMS verification, any type. We are really needing a people. Now, the service company again hiring another service company is the situation. Okay, yeah. So basically, the good talent development means basically the firms which can give the trainings and make the people trained with respect to the current requirement need of the hour. So for that, what will be the requirements? The incubation centers, the server computers, EDA tools, then the continuing education program. It will be like training the trainer or giving the latest updates to the lecturers or the professors. Okay, these are the requirements for the current market trend. So please upgrade yourself, or please upgrade your courses, or please upgrade your students' knowledge on that. Then if you want to go for the testing facilities, then again we will be needing the help from government to go to the government facilities, various government testing labs or the college testing facilities. Yeah. So finally, the summary: we need to bridge the gap between the curriculum and the actual industry requirement. Then the provision of the good environment for the startups. Then the specialized trainings apart from the regular curriculum, and emphasize on the training institutes for catering advanced courses. Yeah. So that's all I had. If any query, any question, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for enlightening us with the vital technical insights. We have been getting so many reviews from the WebEx side and also from the YouTube side that we are going live. They are appreciating the slides and especially the way you are explaining each and every vital technical point. There is a question in the chat box. He's asking that as you have mentioned, the technology migration. Currently, at what technology node it is exactly possible to migrate, and is it possible for the lower technology node also, that is below 45 nanometer?
Yeah. Now, see, first, I will answer the first question. The technology transfer, the nodes normally decided by the requirement. Let us say if my digital portion is, we are moving it to 45 nanometer or 28 nanometer, and my analog portion is in 90 nanometer, then that is required. I need to port my all analog portion into the 45 nanometer to meet the speed requirement or the faster or the low power requirement. That is will be decided by the application specific thing. Another thing, the second question was, can it be possible to go for the lower technology node? Yeah, definitely. When we want to do that, and now it's a trend like a reusability. Reusability in the sense, if a particular system contains certain elements, analog elements or the digital elements, so those are already available for that particular company, their intellectual property, and they can, let us say if that, let us say one ADC, it is a requirement of that particular SoC, the ADC, that ADC is already available in 180 nanometer. So that can be ported to 25 nanometer also by certain modifications in the design or certain optimization. So that is also possible.
Thank you so much, sir. I think it's clear now. Next, I take the opportunity to introduce our next speaker, that is Dr. Dhruv Ghai. Dr. Dhruv Ghai is currently working as a Pro Vice Chancellor at Orient University, Indore, India. He obtained PhD in Computer Science and Engineering from University of North Texas, USA in 2009. Masters of Technology degree in VLSI Design and Microelectronics from SGS IIT, Indore, India in 2006, and Bachelor's degree in Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering from University of Pune, India in 2003. He's a senior member of IEEE and a reviewer from various IEEE transactions and journals. He's an associate editor for the IEEE Consumer Electronics magazine. He has served as the vice chair membership executive committee and IEEE Community Society Technical Committee on VLSI from 2017 to 2020. His research interests include low power design, layout and optimization of analog mixed signal nano CMOS circuits and systems. Today, Dr. Dhruv will be delivering his talk titled Developing an Ecosystem for Skilled Manpower. in Fabless and Fab Semiconductor in Madhya Pradesh. I humbly invite Dr. Dhruv for his session. Over to you, sir. Sir, I think you are muted.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So before I begin my talk, I would like to thank all the people behind this initiative, Madhya Pradesh Vigyan Sammelan and Expo, starting with Dr. Santosh Vishwakarma at IIT Indore. He is the Secretary of MPVS 2021, and he is the force behind this initiative and giving us the opportunity to present our ideas and our thoughts. I would also like to thank Shri Om Prakash Sakleja, our Honorable Minister of Science and Technology and MSME, Government of MP, Professor Nilesh Kumar Jain, Officiating Director, IIT Indore, Shri Praveen Ramdas, Secretary, Vigyan Bharti, Engineer Prajatantra Gangele, State Organizing Secretary of Vigyan Bharti, Malwa Prant MP, and all the organizers behind this event. I'm just going to go ahead and share my slides now. Are my slides visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so all the speakers before me have had a nice talk, and they were very nice technical talks. My talk is more generic. I'm going to touch upon the issues that are affecting us, the semiconductor industry, and the country in general, and the state of Madhya Pradesh as well. Touching upon the state of Madhya Pradesh, since I'm from a private university, I'll be touching upon the topics of private university and the new education policy as well. So a couple of my topics will be similar to Dr. Satya Gupta's talk. So just bear with me. I'm going to have to, touch them again. So the topic of my talk is developing an ecosystem for skilled manpower in Fabless and Fab Semiconductor in Madhya Pradesh. So I would like to start this talk by talking about why we need skilled manpower in the area of VLSI. The speakers before me have already touched upon this. I'm just going to quickly revisit it again. That we are no VLSI presentation and no semiconductor presentation is complete without having a slide of Moore's law, talking about Moore's law. So I'm going to start with the Moore's law, and Moore's law has been governing the production of semiconductor chips since a long time, since the 70s. And now we are reaching the limit of Moore's law. So, as the demand for faster processor is rising, we find chips getting smaller and smaller, where we are exploring at nanoscale. And if you look at that figure in front of you, it shows that the gate length, the feature size that we always keep talking about, is going on reducing. And we are almost touching the atomic limit. So, there is very aggressive drive to keep following the Moore's law, but Moore's law is slowing down now. And that's the reason we are exploring post CMOS technologies like FinFETs, carbon nanotubes, double gate FETs. We are also exploring alternative materials, or materials alternative to silicon, like gallium nitride, gallium arsenide, and so gallium nitride semiconductor fab is being explored at ISC. So this is a high skilled area where multidisciplinary knowledge is required. The learning curve is steep. You need a background in physics, you need background in electronics, and sometimes you also need a background in computer science. So VLSI is one area where it's the learning curve is really steep. So that's why we require skilled manpower for design purposes and for the in the fabless area. So coming to the second slide, do all industries need low power consuming and fast chips? So when we talk about VLSI, it's power, area, and speed. You want good, fast, and cheap. So, but what they say that if you want good and fast, it won't be cheap. If you want fast and cheap, it won't be good. If you want cheap and this thing, it won't be cheap. So, as the saying goes, so there are industries where, they are aggressively pushing for lower power consumption and faster chips. And the applications, as the speakers before me have also mentioned, that the applications are ever growing. So, you have Bluetooth connectivity, we have autonomous vehicles now, driverless vehicles, which are coming in. So, we have a lot of semiconductor chips in the automobile industry now as well. As Dr. Satya Gupta had mentioned, that the automobile industry has undergone losses because they can't produce as many automobiles as they had predicted because of shortage of semiconductor chips. So we'll be visiting that. I've got that in a slide later as well. So, we find that semiconductors are finding new applications in IoT, 5G, electric systems, electric vehicles. There's the EV industry. There's a rising EV industry in India as well, electric vehicle industry. So they are finding applications everywhere. So here are some headlines. A couple of speakers have touched upon these before me, Dr. Satya. So there is Maruti Suzuki, which reports 8% dip in production. After Maruti, Mahindra reports dip in production loss. And all this is because of chip shortage. All this is because the semiconductor global supply chain is disrupted. We have the upcoming electric vehicle industry, Ola, Hero, Bajaj, all these automobile manufacturers are now getting into the electric vehicle, two-wheeler EVs, and they are seeing a potential. They are seeing a lot of opportunity, and that is where semiconductor industry has a big role to play. So the Tatas, recently there was a headline that Tatas are entering the semiconductor business as well. So, everybody does their market research, everybody does their research and then takes a decision, because this is not a cheap decision to make, because we are talking about almost $1 billion investment. So this is another very important slide, which I would like you to take a look at. COVID-19 highlighted the weaknesses in our system. COVID-19 highlighted the weaknesses in the global trade as well. So, if you look at the demand side, as COVID-19 came in, everybody went online and everybody started working from home. So, the demand for smartphones, the demand for gaming consoles, the demand for laptops and medical diagnostics went up. People were staying at home or spending all their day on the laptops, as well as work from home, because company, asked their employees to work from home. So the demand for these consumer electronic products went up. Also, after the first wave of COVID, the auto sector did not foresee spike in demand. So there was a huge demand in automobiles, because people stopped traveling by bus, people stopped sharing vehicles because there was the COVID scare, and that's why there was a surge in demand, which the automobile was not able to capitalize. They were not able to capture. Look at the supply side. Look at the countries which manufacture chips. There's only US, Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, and Europe. So, even before COVID struck, I think there was some problem. There was a problem. And to add to the problem of COVID, because of COVID, we had lockdowns in Malaysia. To add to that problem, we had snowstorms in Texas, which disrupted the fabrication plants at Texas, the Texas Instruments and Intel. There was a fire at a semiconductor factory in Japan. And, all these things add up. And because there are few countries manufacturing chips, all this led to a semiconductor chip shortage in the market. And to catch up, the industry will need almost a year to, normalize the global trade. So that's where this, we need to think, and that's where I think there is a potential for India to grow. So those of you who are from VLSI background obviously know this. These are things which are spoken about in class, and students know about it. So fabrication facilities take a minimum of 2 years to build, and you need a large amount of area to build it. So the global foundries at Singapore is the size of 2 football fields. Okay, so the clean rooms where the processes, photolithography process and all this is happening are 1,000 times cleaner than an operating theater in a hospital. Even a speck of dust can damage your chip, can damage the IC. So there is no short-term solution. So I've just put in a picture of TSMC here. This is from Taiwan Semiconductor Corporation, showing the manufacturing equipment at one of their fab plants. So India has done probably okay in the design part, in the fabless part. So we have some very good design houses. MP itself houses some design design companies like Sammelan Semiconductor and others. I've put them down in the later slides. But as far as the fabrication plants, fabrication facilities come, we have not done that well. So what do we need? So, we need fabrication facilities so that we can provide more employment. Also, we can join the global supply chain of manufacturing ICs, which, reduces our reliance on imports. And that is the theme of this pre-conference. So the fabrication facilities are highly capital intensive. We need favorable policies by the government. We need high capital intensive investments. These facilities also need thousands of gallons of pure water and uninterrupted power supply. So, we are talking about basic infrastructure, but when it comes down to brass tacks, we really need to ensure that if we want them to keep functioning, we need to provide all this. So, did we miss the bus? So some would say yes. So I've put in a photograph of chartered bus here, those people from MP, because I'm from MP, people from MP can really relate to the chartered bus because it's very popular in MP. But it's an abstract concept which I'm trying to say that did we miss the semiconductor bus, or have we missed the opportunity? Some would say yes, but I think we should remain optimistic, and there is still more to come. And there are still more opportunities like Internet of Things and other electronic manufacturing where we could carve a niche for ourselves. So we need to reduce our reliance on imports. Automobile industry as the electric vehicle industry is rising, there is opportunity for India as well. Mechatronics, there is a branch which is coming up, like mechatronics, robotics, Internet of Things. So there is opportunity if we can capitalize on it, if we can rise up to the occasion and deliver. And so there are these fabrication plants where the high tech, the high the really low feature size transistors being manufactured like 7 nanometer to 5 nanometer. We could go in for the higher feature sizes. So they are more low tech, low margin, large volume market. So we could, if we don't want to, have a high capital investment, we could go for those kind of feature sizes. So there is a market for, say, 28 nanometer as well, or 45 nanometer as well. So it's not that only the cutting edge, the lowest feature size transistors are in demand. There is demand for low tech transistors, low tech, higher feature size transistors technologies as well. So getting back on the bus, here are a couple of government initiatives. There was talk of Hindustan, like Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation. We had an HSMC to be set up in Gujarat. Government is also seeking interest from companies to set up display fabrication units in India. Those are the LED and the LCD display panels which we use in our TVs. Government is targeting companies to woo them to set up their semiconductor fabs in India. There is talk of production linked incentive, which is another great scheme introduced by the government. Also incentives for over 4 years for manufacturing laptops, tablets PCs and servers in India are being looked at. If we look at the private sector, as we had mentioned earlier, the Tatas are getting into semiconductor business. Then if you look at Jio, which is an arm of Reliance Industries, they have recently gotten into an agreement with NXP Semiconductors for multi-core processors on their network. Jio has also collaborated with Intel in the areas of 5G radio, for cloud, edge, and AI. Infineon has partnered with National Skill Development Corporation, that is the NSDC, to impart education and training for everyone for developing the electronic manufacturing system. And of course, our IESA, India Electronics and Semiconductor Association, has signed MOU with the Singapore Semiconductor Industry Association. So looking at Madhya Pradesh. So Madhya Pradesh recently, our state, has done very well, and we are very aggressive. We are one of the states which is very aggressive in getting into the semiconductor industry, getting into the electronics industry. We have developed our own analog semiconductor fabrication investment policy, where the investment amount is almost to the tune of 3,000 crores. Free land will be given, and reimbursement of the cost of building will also be given to the parties who are interested. We already have electronic manufacturing clusters in Badwai, Bhopal, and Purva, Jabalpur. There was also talk of Cricket Semiconductor, which is a US-based company, committing 1 billion to in Madhya Pradesh to set up an analog chip plant. We are already home to certain private companies, semiconductor companies like Sankalp Semiconductor, Anage Semiconductors, and Scientech Technologies. Sankalp Semiconductor, I believe, is in Indore. Also, Scientech is also in Indore. So Madhya Pradesh has taken its own initiatives to get into the semiconductor chain. So I am from a private university, and I just wanted to touch upon how private universities can contribute to this ecosystem of developing skilled manpower for fabless and fabrication race to set up semiconductor plants in MP. So right now there are 33 private universities in MP. So there is a lot of manpower. We do have manpower. If we can skill them, if we can train them, we should be able to get our required numbers. We have a lot of focus right now, the buzzwords in academia, as well as artificial intelligence and machine learning. And there is study going on that AI/ML may help shorten the chip design cycle, basically helping out in the chip floor planning and layout, automating the layout part and automating the floor planning part of chip design, which is a manual, which does require certain manual intervention. And so AI/ML can automate that, and we are churning out professionals. We have BTech programs in AI and ML happening across private universities. So that is manpower that can be utilized. So if the fabrication facilities do come into Madhya Pradesh, we are going to have a lot of jobs, and not all of them will be high-tech jobs. There will be certain low-tech jobs as well. So, we have the wafer fabrication, we have the wafer fabrication operator, we have the etch equipment engineer, photo process engineer, process support engineer. For example, the wafer fabrication operator is not a high-tech job. It is a low-tech job, for which we can have students trained. Now, I have a slide on new education policy 2020, which could help in creating this ecosystem. So again, the input I wanted to give is that low-tech jobs will also be created. We are talking about cutting-edge, high-tech jobs, all the time, but low-tech jobs also need to be created. At the same time, manpower also needs to be provided. So we could foster collaboration with R&D industries and universities. So that way we generate skilled manpower faster, because industry input would be more focused, and industry input would help help the student in studying what matters, what is necessary for him to get that job. and the right kind of knowledge, the updated knowledge. And training and reskilling efforts would be required to produce skilled manpower. And so in the private industry, again, we are seeing a decline in the interest in electrical and electronics engineering as branches. So, once these job opportunities get created with the EV industry coming in and fabrication facilities coming in, we would see a surge in interest in electrical and electronics engineering branches as well. So this is a very important slide. This talks about the NEP 2020, and I have just picked out 2 points where I feel that they will be able to help. The new NEP, new education policy by the government, is going to be helpful in developing this ecosystem. So the NEP talks about multiple entry and exit points in higher education. So if you spend 1 year in school, 1 year in college, you're going to get a certificate. If you spend 2 years, you'll get a diploma. If you spend 3 years, you'll get a degree. If you spend 4 years, you'll get an honors degree. And that's how it goes. So, where the low skill is involved, for example, layout design, manual layout designing of chips, or fabrication operator training, these are low tech jobs. And for that, we could introduce certificate programs or diploma courses where, students get trained on these and, they just get on the job. And that they would feed the ecosystem, help build chips faster, and, provide livelihood to a lot of students as well. We could have integrated circuit schools, microelectronic colleges. China has done this, China and Singapore. Both countries are very aggressive in the development of IC industry and microelectronics. There is also the point of foreign universities in India, where foreign universities would be invited to set up campuses in India. So there would be internationalization of education. So that is again going to help us, because if those universities bring more technical know-how with them, that would speed up the training process of students here. So this is how I believe that the new education policy will also be able to kind of help in developing the ecosystem in MP. Finally, yeah. So did I finish before time? So yeah. So those are my thoughts. Those are my thoughts on developing an ecosystem in MP, and I just didn't want my talk to be tech heavy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You have walked us through various aspects of the semiconductor ecosystem, especially in context of Madhya Pradesh. That was a very wonderful insight on the role of academic in the VLSI industry. I'm sure everyone would have gained a lot from your talk. So I have a question from Syed Ahmed on the chat box.
Sure.
What is the status of water requirement for fabrication facility in Madhya Pradesh?
Okay, so that's a good question, but I have not gone into the details of that, of setting up the setting up what would be the water requirement for setting up the fabrication plant, because that would be calculated depending on what capacity plant we want to build. What is the capacity of the plant that we would like to build? What would be the churn out? How many chips would we like to churn out every year? So, like I said, Global Foundries at Singapore is the size of 2 football fields. So, and then they are supplying chips to the entire world. In MP, the kind of the amount of land that is allotted to under the PLI, the production linked incentive, or depending on the area that has been allotted, and the target production is going to determine the number, the water requirement and the electricity requirement. So, it would be difficult to give a number right now at this stage.
Yes, sir.
Is that okay?
Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. It must be valuable. I think so. So now I'd like to introduce you all to the next speaker. Invited talk for today is Dr. Sangeeta Nakhante. So Dr. Sangeeta is currently working as assistant professor in the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Man Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, India. She has over 23 years of teaching experience She is a member of Technical Committee of IEEE Consumer Society, Madhya Pradesh and Bombay section, and served as a woman in chair for VIRA 2019, IIT Indore. She is the recipient of IETE Best Research Award in 2018 and Bharat Vikas Award for contribution towards development of Bharat in the field of electronics and communication engineering 2019. She has also awarded with several awards, including International Institute of Organized Research, I2OR Award of 2017 for Education, Young Scientist Award by Madhya Pradesh Council of Science and Technology in the discipline of Engineering Science and Technology in 2005, Best Research Paper Award by Vijana Parisad of India in the year 2004, and many more. She is the reviewer of research paper for IEEE transaction on computer-aided design of integrated circuit and system. She has authored many more research papers in Scopus and SCI Index International Journal and Proceedings. It's very nice to have you, ma'am. With this, I cordially invite Mr. Sangeeta to deliver his talk. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you for my introduction.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sharing my slides.
Sure.
Our slides are visible to all?
Not yet, ma'am. Yes, now it's coming. Yes, it's
Now visible?
Yes, visible.
Thank you for giving this opportunity to share my views. Developing Fabless ecosystem is a key milestone in India's semiconductor strategy plan. This pre-conference is one step towards the realizing dream of domestic semiconductor ecosystem. I, Dr. Sangeeta Nakhate from MNIT Bhopal, discuss on the skilled manpower in Fabless and Fab Semiconductor ecosystem, its requirements and strategic actions. Semiconductors are key ingredients of modern lifestyle. It is present in almost all electronics devices, cover all aspects of life, right from healthcare, agriculture, communication, automobiles, instrumentation, and military applications. Despite its huge potential, semiconductor industry in India is yet to pick up pace. The very large-scale integration circuit design industries feel that our country needs to build an ecosystem. Semiconductors have been backbone of technology industry. They are ushered in the wide range of technologies that touch numerous aspects of business as well as a society. Thus, the fabless and fab semiconductor ecosystem need to build to tap up the emerging opportunities. The first step in this direction would be to create skilled manpower. First, I would like to discuss the steps in semiconductor industry. The first is the chip design, that is in the foundry. Before the foundry, there is fabless. It is the process to draw integrated circuit pattern by making electronic components and its interconnections. This is carried out in fabless company, which takes part in only designing semiconductor chips. Second is foundry, that is the chip fabrication, that we can say as fab. This is the process to fabricate the integrated circuit on paper based on the design provided by the fabless semiconductor industry. Third is the steps that can be used for IBM, and that is the integrated design manufacturer, thus both chip design as well as fabrication. Then outsource semiconductor assembly and test are the companies who perform IC packaging and testing, which is the major and important part before marketing the semiconductor chips. India remains a highly attractive destination for global fabless semiconductor companies. Although there is need to generate high-skilled engineered workforce, expertise as a design engineer, I want to discuss the different steps which can be done for this process. First is the fabless. Here, that is for the chip design. This is chip design. This is the process to draw the integrated circuit, and this is the only done before the fabrication in fab. Second is the fabrication, that involves the fab that provides the fabricated chip after giving the design by the fabless company. The third is the assembly that involves the packaging and the testing. Testing is very important aspect. It is a separate division where the testing takes for the different chip that have been designed by the foundry and that is useful for the various applications or not. Thus, the packaging and the testing is very important aspect that is done by this OSAT, that is outsourced semiconductor assembly and test. Now here, this is the basic steps that is followed in the semiconductor ecosystem. Now, there are different job profiles that are available in the semiconductor ecosystem. These are for the different job profiles. There are the design engineer here that can be used for the library development. Then ASMS, that is all the design aspects can be done, and there can be different aspect for the verification engineer that can be used for the verification of the physical design, and EDA engineer that is for electronics design and automation. All these are the job opportunities in the semiconductor ecosystem. Now, the semiconductor have job profile that can be start from the RTL, that is register transfer level, then synthesis of the system, then verification, design for testability, floor planning, placement, then clock tree synthesis, routing, static time analysis, and different types of the physical verifications. There are different aspects, and for this job profile, the engineer should have the complete knowledge for the design flow, timing characterization. Verification engineer must have experience in the area of system verilog, ASIC verification, and methodology engineer must have the interconnect parasitic detections and different transistor level extraction. Analog layout design engineer must have knowledge of physical verification tools and layout techniques. Physical design engineer must be able to block level floor planning for DRC, LVS, for power and noise analysis. All these are the job profile and that can be provided to the engineer workforce that is expected to be skilled for this fab and fabless semiconductor ecosystem. All these aspects are related to the fabless company. Now there is a requirement of generation of skilled manpower having stronger foundation of VLSI design. This can be capable of right from the RTL design, ASIC verification, synthesis, time analysis, DFT, design for testability, physical design, layout for analog and digital circuits. Then this can be able for the design and automation for the EDA tools. Now this is the requirement of the engineer that will work in the fabless company. Now, so as to cover the lot of expectation of the semiconductor ecosystem, the wide exposure how to provide to the students that are coming from the engineering institutions. So that the work that can be carried out for different RTL verification, custom layout, then static timing analysis, FPGA design, and design for testability. That the workforce can be able to work for FPGA implementation as well as the ASIC implementation, ASIC fabrication for the particular application can also be done. There are major programs that have also been taken by the government of India to generate the skilled manpower, get excellence in the semiconductor manufacturing process. The first is the special manpower development program for chip to system design, that is SMDP C2SD. 3 phases have been covered and maximum NITs and all IITs were the part of this special manpower development program, and under which program all the institutions have been facilitated by the industry standard softwares like Cadence, Synopsys, and Mentor Graphics, along with the Xilinx tools. They are also equipped with the hardwares for FPGA and all this CPLD implementation, along with the digital analog discovery kits for the mixed signal system design. Then India's chip program is also there for designing and fabrication of the chip by the students, where they can design and fabricate their chip from the foundry or from SCL Mohali Chandigarh, and the instruction enhancement programs for entrepreneur development as well as training the students as well faculty to impart the education in the direction of skill manpower development, and knowledge exchange program with the foreign universities as well as the Indian institutes of technologies also. Now the different strategic action has also to be taken to enhance the analytical skill and the generation of the skill manpower for fabless and fab semiconductor ecosystems. These are to inculcate the culture of the system level design at bachelor, master's, and research level. Then to exposure has to be given to the students through the different scheme to complete design cycles, so that they can send their design to the foundry for fabrication and test their prototype. They can try for the patents also, so that they can motivate for being an entrepreneur. Then quality research is also required to be undertaken by the R&D in the area of semiconductor fabrications to develop a working prototype of the system. All about can be done or can be possible by adoption of the model syllabus oriented towards the system on chip design. By establishing the state-of-the-art VLSI design laboratories and setting up the incubation centers for Fabless and Fab ecosystem, and that will be help for the students to become a expertise in the area of semiconductor, fabless as well as fab ecosystem. With this, we can conclude that fabless and fab semiconductor ecosystem in India can grow strong by generation of skilled manpower with joint efforts of academicians and industrialists. Thank you for giving this opportunity to express my view on the manpower development for the ecosystem.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Continuing the session, we are happy to have with us Mr. Ankur Sehgal for the next address. Mr. Ankur Sehgal specializes in the domain of VLSI design. He completed his MTech in VLSI design from CDAC, Noida, and has over 10 years of experience in the VLSI industry. He worked with CDAC as a design engineer from 2007 to 2009 and is presently working in Coral as senior application engineer. In today's talk, Mr. Ankur will be sharing his insights on the topic VLSI design and its opportunities. I humbly request Mr. Ankur to address the gathering. Over to you, sir. Hello. So your voice is not audible.
Now my voice is audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. So very good afternoon to all of you. I would like to thank Dr. Vishwakarma giving me this opportunity related to this talk. Okay, so today I'll discuss about the VLSI design flow and its opportunity, like which type of different options are available in Indian market and in our global market. So what is VLSI? I think you already aware, all of you already aware with this, what is VLSI, because lots of talk already done on the related to the VLSI. So all of you already aware related to the VLSI. Then importance of VLSI design, like why we need this VLSI design. I'll discuss little bit related to these things. Then VLSI industry. And in the VLSI industry, like what is the existence of fabrication and fabless industry. Then I discuss about the VLSI design flow, and related to the VLSI design flow, we have multiple steps. So related to the multiple steps, we need for our industry, multiple team, and in the multiple team, we need some specific skill sets. Like if you are working as a design engineer, so design engineer needs some different job role and as a upper responsibility. So these things I'll discuss. So this is some like a history of VLSI. So in this VLSI 1970 first complex semiconductor developed in 1958 as an integrated circuit. Then related to the VLSI, this is like a platform. If you want to develop your application related to the control system, related to the image and video processing, telecommunication, high performance, consumer market, so you can implement any application. If you want to implement any AI, machine learning or IoT related application, so these things you can also develop with the help of this VLSI platform. So these are all different application areas you can easily implement. Now, this is your complete overview of VLSI industry. So in this VLSI industry, I just divided in mainly three parts. One is your fabrication part. This is your Fabrication industry, silicon foundry. IC design team, this is your fabless industry. And here your CAD tool provider like Mentor, CAD and Synopsys are available in this domain. So now if we are talking about this fabrication industry, actually some industries are working only with the fabrication processes, and some industries are working in both domain as a fabrication or as a fabless. Like if we will talk about the Intel in working in both domain as a fabrication or as a fabless, in both domain it is working, and some industries are working for the fabless industry. So if we are talking about Transwitch, Sasken, so lots of different companies are in Indian market also available. Those are all working as a fabless industry. HCL, this is also having a fabless industry. Now you can see what is the job role of fabless industry. So fabless industry will prepare complete blueprints of your IC on the behalf of system. So when we are doing our physically fabrication, so no any chance for error. So that's why we will check each and every blueprint completely it is okay or not. So these things we can verify with the help of IC design team, because in the fabrication lots of money already involved. And what is our main reason related to the VLSI? We want to save our cost. That's why like I want to minimize my circuits. Okay, so what we required for the fabless industry. So fabless industry needs some design rules, some simulation models and parameter. So these things are available in the form of PDK. PDK stands for Process Design Kit, and this is completely provided from the foundry side. And fabless industry wants software tools. So on the behalf of these software tools and on the behalf of these PDK, they can just directly to implement your design. So your client will give you the details which type of design needed. So on the behalf of these things, they will provide the mask layout data, and mask layout data available in the form of some GDS2 and in other formats. And after that, Silicon Foundry directly work or generate IC on the behalf of mask layout, and then it will create IC. So once IC will create for testing, it will again goes to the IC design team or fabless team. Fabless team will test the complete IC and decided now our chip is okay or not. And after that, then it will goes for the final packaging. So this is your complete VLSI industry. So now I'll give you a just brief overview. First of all, fabrication industry. So in this fabrication industry, you can see, first of all, like we have ingot. So on the behalf of ingot, having a different processes. So after that, we will generate our wafers. So once we will generate our wafers, so we can just fabricate with the help of different processes are there, photolithography or CMP. So lot of things, or etching, lot of operation processes are there. So on the behalf of these processes, we can grow our chip on this wafer, and after that we can cut in the multiple, because in this single wafer having multiple chips. So this is your single die, and after that once like designer will test this silicon die is working perfectly, after that going for the packaging. So this is your packaging. Okay, so different type of packagings are available, and after that this is your physical IC. So this is your complete flow. And related to this flow, I have a one small video for related to the global foundries, like in the global foundry, how they complete fabrications.
Oh, hello, sir. The voice is not
Yes,
audible.
yes. My
I
voice
think
is not
there is
just
some. I think there is some connection issue. The video got paused.
okay. So which type of room we needed to create our IC? So in this video, you can see, first of all, related to these things, and it is also showing like which type of chips are available and complexity, how they will test. So first of all, they will prepare ingot, and ingot prepare with the help of sand and lots of water. Multiple processes are there. And in this ingot, multiple wafers are there. So with the help of some cutting processes, we can just create multiple wafers. And if we are talking about related to the like clean room cost, so this is also like highly cost involved in this clean room. So you can see complete process done without any human touch. Because our technology node in nanotechnology in a like 45 nanometer or 28 nanometer in and now lots of foundries also working less than 4 nanometer or 6 nanometer. So these type of different solutions are there. Xilinx already launched some ICs on 7 nanometer FinFET based. So with the help of these light, so this is some photography processes. So with the help of these photography processes, they can just directly to print complete. So related to this process, we need blueprints. So you can see this is your blueprint. With the help of lightning, they can just directly to first of all print. I think all of you already aware with the PCB related to the printed circuit board. So in the printed circuit board, first of all, what we will do, we can just directly to print our complete circuit, and after that we will use some concentrate H2SO4 or other any things, like we can just directly to each other area. Okay, etching with the help of etching process. So in the same manner we are doing here. Okay, so these patterns grow with the help of cleaning, just removing. Yeah, now these patterns are grow in your wafer. So again, related to the next material, in the same manner, they will do the complete processes. This video also available on YouTube. Like if you want to see, I can share with you the link in the chat room. You can see. So now we will discuss about our fabless part. So related to the fabrication part, we have already discussed. So now yeah, I'll share the link. IC design team related work. So related to the our IC design team, it is working in two standard flow. One is your full custom design flow, and another one is your semi-custom design flow. And in this semi-custom design flow, multiple steps are involved compared to full custom design flow. But if you have any critical design or like high density design, like if you are working with some P4 processor design or some i9 or i5 processors, Intel i5 processor design, so you can go through semi-custom design. Through full custom design, it is very difficult to run the complete flow, because when we are working with the full custom design, that time we will start on transistor level. And when we are talking about the semi-custom design, we will start through our HDL coding. And nowadays, some tools also providing you this opportunity. You can also write your design in C or C++. So with the help of C or C++, you can also create your chip in this semi-custom design flow. Like I think all of you already aware with, we have different levels of abstraction. So when we are talking about this semi-custom, so in the semi-custom, we can directly start our work on HDL or C or C++, because nowadays, like if you are from computer science background, so you can also work in the semi-custom design flow, full custom design flow, because you can also start your work with C or C++. Like if you want to give your design entry, because we have HLS synthesizers, high-level synthesizers are available. So with the help of these high-level synthesizer, we can convert our C code to HDL. So these things also available. Now you can see this is one graph. So with the help of this graph, you can easily check like related to the chip performance and related to the design time. In this semi-custom design flow, design time, it is less. And in the full custom design time, this is high. Performance, it is also too high. Reason behind of that, when we are working in this full custom design, we are working on lower level of abstraction. But here, when we are talking about the semi-custom, we can work, if we are talking about our lower level on gate level. But here, we can directly start our work in our transistor level. So that's why here performance is more. But what we need all the solutions time to market. So that's why we are going with the semi-custom design flow. And in the semi-custom design flow, we can easily create our solutions time to market. Now, this is our complete semi-custom design flow. So in this semi-custom design flow, generally, first of all, we have our specification or requirement capturing. So like when we start our flow, that time we will decide which type of files we needed and which type of specification we needed in which step. If we are working our design entry, that time we need information related to our HDL code, like which type of different blocks are available, these type of things. So when we are talking about the synthesis, so time of synthesis, we need some timing constraint file. So these type of things we can just decide it when we start our flow. Specification and requirement capture. So related to these things, some tools also available for when you planning your complete project. Architectural development. In this architectural development, like we have some system-based simulator. So in the system-based simulator, what we will do, we can check our complete project existence. Like if we are adding, like if we are creating some processor, so in your processor you need some ALU, some register bank, different type of things you need it. So you can just check on as an architectural level, all the feasibility is available or not. Like if you integrate in that one manner all the blocks, so it will work or not. So these things we will check here in the architectural level. Then go for the design entry. Now we need to do our design entry with the help of our Verilog or VHDL code or any C or C++ if you want to use any HLS, high level synthesizers. So that one option is also available. Functional verification. For the functional verification, nowadays verification related to the assertion based verification. So these things lots of involved. Then synthesis. So in the synthesis, you will do your related to the power and related to the timing analysis. So these things, like you can just directly to generate your RTL code to gate level. Then post synthesis verification, you will check, because in the synthesis, we can just directly to doing our line by line mapping. Okay, so now if you want to check output from our synthesis tool and output from our design entry tool, both are identical or not. So some formal verification tools are available, Formal Pro and other tools are available, we can done. So DFT, design for testability, this is also a very important aspect. Okay, because each and every chip having near about 40% cost involved only in packaging. So before packaging, if you want to test your physical ICs working properly or not, if you have already insert some test logic, so you can easily test with the help of ATE machine. Some ATE machines are available. So with the help of ATE environment, you can easily test it. Then go for the physical design. For the physical design, floor planning, placement, routing, clock tree synthesis. So these type of things are involved. Then in the physical verification, your DRC, LVS and DRC and LVS, design rule check and layout versus schematic. These things are involved. Post layout verification, we will work related to the parasitic extraction, and after that final verification related to your design. If all the aspects are matched, those things you have decided when you start the flow, then you will go for next step, tape out. In the tape out step, you will generate your final data for the fabrication, like mask data, GDS2 or OSS format. So it depends on foundry to foundry which one files they needed. So you can easily extract from the physical layout design tool these files. But first of all, you need to check all the parameters are matched or not according to your specification. So this is your complete semi-custom design flow. Similarly, for the full custom design flow, you can see, first of all, again, same step related to the specification and requirement, then development exploration flow. Now, if we are talking about here related to the design entry, our design entry related to the schematic level or a device level. We already have some device libraries, NPN, PNP, BJT, CMOS, different type of devices are available. So with the help of these devices, we will create our configuration. Then we will do our functional verification. So in this functional verification, some SPICE simulation it is involved. Then a layout, manual or schematic driven. Now multiple options are available nowadays in new tool sets related to the layout design. So that one option is also available here. For the physical verification, we will use here DRC and LVS. This is available here. Post layout verification, again XRC, and then you will do post layout simulation. So on the behalf of these post layout simulation results, if you matched on the behalf of your specification, then you will generate your final tape out data from the layout tool. So this is your complete full custom design flow. Now, if any one of you having any query or question, you can ask me. So now I'll just discuss about, you can see we have multiple options. So each and every options related, each and every industry having separate team for the design. Like if any industry having multiple designs, like they are working on more than 20 or 15 projects. So they are having multiple team. For each and every step related to the design entry or functional verification related to the synthesis. And those engineers are working for the verification, for testing and related to the testability. This is having different team. So I'm just discuss a little bit which type of responsibilities are there. Like if you are interested in future to search some jobs related to the design entry or as a RTL design engineer. So first of all, you want to know different protocol knowledges. Like we have different type of protocols, AMBA, ABB. So these type of things, you know. After that, related to the RTL code implementation, different languages like System Verilog or VHDL. Okay, then design entry, schematic capture, and other UI, some tools like GUI based. We have different tools. This is GUI, not UI. GUI based tools, it is also available. For some cases, you can also generate your RTL code. Like some tools already provide you the options. You can directly generate your RTL code. Okay, so these type of things. And now if you implemented any RTL, so you know in better way how you will create your different messages in your RTL code. So easily anyone can understand your code. So these things you need to know how you will write. After that, related to the design verification and validation industry, in this related to the design entry, design verification and validation engineer job role, lots of opportunity available in Indian market. So how you will write your test case. So when you are writing your test case, so no any such, like if you have written some test case and in your if we are talking in your DUT, design under test, having number of input pins are 3. So how many maximum cases is? So you will try to cover each and every cases, each and every structural related or each and every related to the behavioral things you can verify. So these things you will just directly to done if you are doing related to this design verification. Okay. So you need to know how you will write in better way your test benches, and you need to know related to the OVM, UVM. We have different type of verification models or assertion based verification. So these type of things, and in this diagram you can see I already shows one small diagram like which type of things are involved when you are creating your complete test environment or verification environment related to your DUT. Now, if you are working in the DFT design for testability industry, so in this design for testability, you first of all, you know the better understanding related to your RTL code. And in this RTL code, how you will check your scan chain. So these things you need to know in better way. After that, related to the different type of test pattern, which type of flow you want to use it, how many number of primary inputs and outputs. So these things you know, then you will go and you will search some job opportunity related to the design for testability and related to the manufacturing. If you generate your patterns through ATPG tools, we have some ATPG tools, and with the help of those patterns you have generated, so you can generate serially and parallelly, and after that you will try to do simulate with the help of simulator like QuestaSim, ModelSim, or some other company simulators also available. HDL simulators you can use for the verification. And if you want to do your testings after when you did your complete fabrication, like physically if you have ICs, so you need to know related to your knowledge related to the ATE machines. This is your automatic test equipment machines. Okay. So these type of job responsibilities, if you searching any job related to the DFT area. Now related to the physical implementation. So in this physical implementation, how you will do your timing because related to this physical design and implementation, that time you will mainly focus related to the static timing analysis, power analysis, and clock tree synthesis. Like each and every clock path equal delay and all the things you will manage in this if you are working as a physical design or implementation engineer or static timing related analysis is if you are doing. So these different responsibilities are there if you are working in this area. Now, I also add this related to the FPGA based. So why I added this? Because when we are working for ASIC design, so first of all, I need to do my ASIC prototyping. Once I finalize my RTL code, so I want to check this RTL code working fine on the behalf of chip or not. So these things I'll just verify with the help of FPGA IC. So these FPGA IC we can use for the ASIC prototyping. Nowadays, in our FPGA, with our FPGA tool set, we have different type of options like block level. If you want to insert in the FPGA IC, that one option is also available. Or if you want to create some design on the behalf of completely your RTL code and you want to check it is working fine on hardware or not. So these things you can easily check on the behalf of FPGA IC. So if you want to work on FPGA IC, so these different responsibility you needed like real-time digital signal processing systems using FPGA. So how you will use your any digital processing system with FPGA, and you know the knowledge related to the FPGA development and which type of steps are involved, and how you will check different type of analysis is like if you already connected with the cloud or these things, so how you will verify. So these things you will easily check on the behalf of FPGA. So related to the FPGA ASIC prototyping or related to the FPGA development, lots of job opportunity already available in our markets. And this is our third area related to the EDA tool development. So in this EDA tool development, because you can see, I already discussed as a 3 different domain in our VLSI industry. So I already discussed about the silicon foundry, Fabless industry, and then related to the CAD tool provider, because CAD tool provider also need VLSI engineers, because when they are creating any tool set, so how they will check like each and every tool is working fine or not. So these things just like some test case creators they needed, and these are all persons from the VLSI background, so they can easily check like if any result comes from the tool, it is accurate or not. So these type of things we needed if we are working in the related to as a EDA industry. And in EDA industry, if you know about the related to the Perl, Python or scripting language, so these things also you need to know. So this is our third domain, and other companies also working in this domain, Cadence, Synopsys as well. So these type of job responsibilities are involved. So in our company, actually, I'm from Corel. So Corel also working in both domain as a, we are also running one Sandeepni School of VLSI. I written here wrong spelling. Sandeepni School of VLSI in Embedded. So we are running here multiple type of courses, and in under Coral umbrella, we are working for the development. And related to the development in our Coral in-house, we have more than 250 different products, and we have already done related to the aerospace industry, video industry, and automation industry. We have done lots of projects for lots of different industries. Majorly we are working for the defense, and we are working for the like some BBC London. We have done one project last year. So in that one manner, lots of projects we have done under Coral umbrella, and under Sandeepni umbrella, this is our corporate training school, and some university programs it is also going. If any one of you having any questions or query, you can ask me.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir. The explanation of the concepts related to the design flow is so much depth. The video you shared, it helped us a lot. There is a question in the chat box. Someone named Patel he want the video link to be shared as you have mentioned earlier.
So, how can I share? Like, is there any chat?
Yes, there is a chat box. You can see it on the right hand side of your screen in the.
Okay, it is there. Yeah, I got it. Yes, I shared.
We'll be back at 4:45, and after that we'll have a panel discussion, followed by 6 panel members. So I just request everyone to kindly join at 4:45. Thank you everyone for joining. Good evening, everyone. Queued up next, we have a panel discussion with some eminent panelists from prestigious institutes. I think it's time to ask Vaibhav sir, should we start or should we wait for a little more?
We wait for 2 more minutes.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So I suppose all the panelists are there in this group.
Yes, Vaibhav, I'm here. Anurag.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Anurag sir is here.
Yeah.
Ashish Kumar sir is also, I can see.
Okay, I think, sir, 3 panelists are yet to join.
Okay. Shailesh sir is here. Dr. Shailesh Singh Chauhan sir. Hello. Shailesh sir.
It seems he's here.
Jay Gopal Pandey sir.
No, he didn't arrive.
Okay. And Jatana sir is here. I suppose I can see him. Jatana sir. Kondekar sir is not visible on this group. Shailesh sir is
Yes.
visible. Yeah.
Kondekar sir is not here.
Yeah. And Jatana sir is I think Jatana sir is here.
Oh, I cannot able to see him. I think.
Okay. So I suppose Anurag sir, Ashish sir, if you permit, we can proceed.
Yes, I think Vaibhav, I mean, it is up to you, the organizers, basically.
Yeah.
How you have planned.
Okay. So, but we should consider that 2 or 3 people are there so that we can start the fruitful conversation between means the panelists and this speakers, so that it may be useful for all the participants.
Yes.
So,
How you have planned, Vaibhav? Basically, how you have planned to conduct this session, panelist session?
So actually, this session is based on this, as the topic suggests, the skilled manpower for Fabless and Fab Semiconductors in MP. What is the scenario in MP? What are the colleges are there, and what should be the ecosystem we consider for the Madhya Pradesh region especially? So
because I heard, almost every talk since morning,
Yeah.
I heard almost every talk, right? And I have few others, suggestions for, especially going for the main conference, which is supposed to be held in December.
Yeah, December. Yes, sir. Yes.
Right. And because it's a precursor for that. So whether we rightly achieve the target or not, by organizing this particular pre-conference, that is what, my suggestion is basically what need to be discussed. And what we have talked so far since morning today, and what we have achieved. So
Yes.
is there anyone who is going to summarize everything from your side?
Yes.
Okay, that's good, because that is very important. That someone should summarize what has happened since morning.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And
So from IIT Indore lab, we'll formally start this session. And in between, if the speakers are there, we will allow them to speak, and we will invite them to participate in this panel discussion. So, is there any lab is there any people is from this IIT lab who can conclude, who can summarize the sessions which we started from today morning, and we till this 4:30. So you can summarize what session we have, and
that is very, very important, because and there are few open questions. There are few open questions, and because someone has to trigger the discussion, right?
Yeah,
and keeping the discussion in focused form, that is very, very important. Otherwise, what happens normally, we skip the line, and so the focus is somehow missed sometime. And that I could see that during the presentation also, and there are repetition of the the content of during the talk, right? And because keeping the session alive, you need to keep the participant also not going for sleep. That is
Yeah,
also
exactly.
important, very important. Right. And what is takeaway to this, spending whole day? And that is
Yes.
very important. And
Exactly.
that's why, I attended the whole session and I have about 5 minutes from my side. So I wanted to say something on this whole day session.
Yes, sir, you can.
And I also have few questions in my mind, especially targeting the Madhya Pradesh.
Yes,
And
exactly.
after listening to various talks, especially Dr. Satya and Nishit, it's very, very important talks, very important. And yeah, they have given a complete guidelines and what can be done and all that. So yeah.
Exactly.
So
So, anyone from this IIT Indore lab? Vasudhara, Narendra? In between, Shailesh sir has joined. Yeah, hello,
Yeah,
Shailesh sir.
hello sir, hello.
Hi, hi.
So basically, I'm also participated in the event since the morning, and I saw the discussions basically on the 3 points.
Okay.
First, fabless installations, fabrication installations, and the role of academia. So
Yes.
these are the major 3 points that comes into the picture.
Okay.
So as we can see the presentation from the rector of Oriental University, they have mentioned they have put all the prospects that are available in front of us. So basically, for example, let's say if we want to create some kind of a ecosystem within the MP, then we have to start working from the fabless fabrication methodologies that are easily available or accessible to us, because ultimately the price or the investment is the most important criteria. Because if we try to put some kind of a really very long term goal, then before achieving that long term goal, we have to put some medium term goal, we have to put some short term goals. So in order to lure the students in order to lure the semiconductor industries and the expertise in Madhya Pradesh, we are supposed to start with the short term, which is the development of fabless methodologies in in MP context. So as also mentioned by rector of Oriental, that we have around 31 universities in the MP, and in all this university the trend is always toward the computer science or the information technologies, and they also very worried about how to attract the people and how to attract the potential that can work in electronics or electronic communications. So our primarily like most of us are from the academia, so I think that the discussion should proceed in the direction that how academia can participate and how we can establish the first order fabrication thing. Fabless methodologies or the tactics here in the MP as a beginner. Because we are in Sweden, like in this Norrbotten area, and I would like to share one particular example that is there in Finland, because I did my PhD from there. So, for example, in Finland, they have a really very a two-stage strategy to establish the VLSI, because after the fall of Nokia, the whole economic structure of Finland it collapsed. But they started working with a two-stage strategy. That first was preparing the skilled professionals in within the universities, and second was to establish the brand and perception, and for that sake they have divided the expertise among the universities. So, and that expertise or the specialty it happens depends upon the mutual agreements among the universities. So for example, University of Oulu, it is brand in Linux or computer based programming, or Tampere is brand in system on chip implementations, also is brand in RFIC. So instead of making a competition among the various universities, some kind of a structure or some kind of a involvement should be there, where we distribute the task among these 31 universities, which has been mentioned by the professor. And then if you develop them as a hub, then that would be like a competition free, healthy, and once one can say a collaborative ecosystem that we can create within the Madhya Pradesh. So we have to start thinking in this pattern. Like we have to, for example, let's say the government of Madhya Pradesh or the higher authorities, they can come and they distribute the task. that how that let's say though, for example, SGS, ITS and IIT, they have been dedicated to one particular idea. IITs and some other is dedicated to one particular idea. So if we follow this particular strategy, we will have more and more results oriented things. Otherwise, from the very beginning, like all the talks, they are they are focusing that we have to develop some analog strategy, a RF strategy, a digital strategy in the university. So what this will bring in front of us is some kind of like a mess. So try to dedicate, let's say a Bhopal fully dedicated in the digital electronics, and even in the digital electronics there are multiple of the flagships available. So someone is a digital baseband processor, or someone is in the microprocessor, or someone is the microcontroller. If we follow this kind of a strategy, then only we can predict that this kind of ecosystem will survive here. So that was my like since in the morning I have seen some of the professors, like some of the presenters, they came and they proposed the FPGA based implementations of the whole system. So that could be one of the expertise of one of the university. So ultimately what I wanted to say, that it should be distributed, and when the works are distributed in the small chunk, then they will become the result oriented. This is like my conclusion from, or one can say my suggestion, in order to develop the ecosystem here. Otherwise unnecessarily like a competition within the university is of like no use. What do you suggest, Weber?
Yes, yes, I'm completely agree with you, Shailesh sir, because I'm also
Yeah,
in
very
academia.
true. Yeah, very true.
Yeah. Because everyone is actually working in the same direction, but they should have a means clear-cut differentiation between the institutions. This institution have this kind of facility, this kind of structure. So if the people wants to work with that institute, means the focus area should be there for the
Yeah.
each the role the exact role should be there. Otherwise all the institutions are working on the analog, means they're starting from this circuit designing to layout to RZ extraction to LVS to chip design. It is very difficult to cover entire region of this VLSI design.
Yeah.
It should be there. The role and responsibility of the institute should be clear. We should identify the institution which have the strength, and according to strength we develop a cluster, we develop a hub kind of model,
Yeah.
so that the entire VLSI system can be covered. I'm
Yeah.
completely agree with the Shalish sir.
And for example, there is also one suggestion that we are talking continuously about some kind of reforming in the academia, but that will come, for example, consider the situation that electronics, communication, IT and computer science, they all are learning C or C++. But for what? To become a member in TCS. Let's say for electronics, telecommunication and this kind of electronics branch, instead of C++, just teach them system C. They both have the same backbone.
Right.
And if electronics people are aware of system C, that means they are half engineer for the automations used in EDA. A simple step change, instead of C, just teach them system C. Because if you Google, like for example, today in the morning when this discussion was there, I Googled and I discovered like system C requirement is like more than 101, like a 1 lakh students they are required for the system C alone. So why we are wasting our students time in this kind of thing like a C++? If you want to like move ahead toward the VLSI, then it is nice, instead of like for example other Java programming. So everyone know like Java is for something different, but instead just taught them TCL TK, or one can say just TCL. So that will help in them in designing the microprocessor and all this kind of thing that we were talking since the morning. So I am just talking about the things which are readily available at our desk. I am not saying like install Cadence or install Synopsys or go in this kind of scenario. Just a basic small change in a syllabus and you will have the product that you want, and you have an ecosystem. Because let's say if you, for example, if you start looking toward the syllabuses of southern universities, you can discover they have this kind of softwares that they teach in their module. They are teaching Perl, they are teaching Ruby, and I don't aware of this kind of softwares which are available here in, or one can say we are teaching this kind of softwares. And for example, if you are teaching the Perl, then we are only focusing about the DBMS, or one can say database management systems. But ultimately, one of the application of DBMS is also to analyze the fault reports of the VLSI EDA. So we have to focus on that particular direction.
Very true.
So that we will gonna make a proper a chain of all these subjects. What do you suggest?
Yes.
Yeah, very true, Shailesh. Very true. Very true. Rightly said. And the
I'll
first point,
for
totally
a minute,
agree.
Anurag sir.
Yeah, the first point, I totally agree on this. Rightly said that there should be academia, industry, and government joint initiative. And niche area must be defined of each and every institute, or for example, rightly said by Dr. Shailesh, that for example, Bhopal is defined for certain digital electronic area, and other Gwalior or Jabalpur or Indore for something else. And there should be a complete mapping of the resources available in the different centers, and proper resource utilization. Optimum resource utilization is also very, very important. Why? To replicate the things. And there should be a fixed goal of Madhya Pradesh. And once we will go according to this goal, I'm sure that what Dr. Shailesh is saying, that it's 100% we can achieve within a very short time. So what he said, that rightly, that we should have a short-term goal and medium-term goal, and then we should think about the long-term goal. We should not think about a bigger umbrella immediately.
Yeah. Exactly.
So keeping the bigger umbrella behind, start with a very small stepping stone and accomplish that, and then slowly move on. And also one very, very important thing, somehow he said that, how to utilize this existing manpower. That is also very important. So the people who are in other domain, how we can involve other people, rather than simply focusing on the people who are in the VLSI domain. The people like what Shailesh has said, that the people who are from computer science background, who are in the IT background, can we think of motivating those people also in this area? As he said, that there are lot many the positions available in system C. So why we should ask them to completely waste their time and make a long queue in that particular domain where other queue is open, right? So simply migration of that, it's very, very important, and very rightly said by Dr. Shailesh. I'm very happy to see Dr. Shailesh, first time meeting you. I have been in Sweden, Uppsala. I did my postdoc.
Nice to meet you.
I did my
So I
postdoc
suppose
from there.
all the members are there, panelists are there. So first, I'll give you the formal introduction to all the speakers. Then we'll start this discussion about that.
Yeah, please.
So first of all, I welcome Dr. Anurag Srivastav, professor from ABV Triple ITM Gwalior. Sir, welcome for this session. Then second, we have Dr. Ashish Kumar, Group Manager, ST Microelectronics, Noida. Ashish sir, can you hear us?
Yeah. I hear you all. Yeah.
Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. And we have the Dr. Shailesh Singh Chauhan from Associate Senior Lecturer, Luleå University, Sweden. So we heard the Shailesh, so Shailesh is here now. Then we have Dr. Jayagopal Pandey, sir, Principal Scientist, Group Leader, Scientific Electronics Group, CSR Siri Pilani Lab. So Jayagopal Pandey, sir, are you here? Sir, can you listen us?
Hi. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Gopal sir is also here. Then we have Mr. H.S. Jatana sir, ex-group head, VLSI Design and Fabrication, SCL Mohali. Hello, sir. Jatana sir. Can you hear us? Jatana sir, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Hello. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
Sir, welcome, sir. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. And next we have Dr. P.N. Kondekar, sir, Professor Triple IT DM Jabalpur. So, Kondekar, sir, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
So I formally welcome you all in this panel session. So myself, Dr. Vaibhav Nima, and I'm working as assistant professor at IIT DAV Indore. And I work with the Shailesh in earlier stage, means at 2007, 2008, and Santosh also. So let's begin with this panel discussion, because since morning we have a very good healthy discussion about how to how to generate the skilled manpower in fabless and fabrication semiconductor ecosystems in MP. So generally we are talking about this MP, and the Shailesh introduce a very interesting point for this skilled manpower, that we should make a cluster kind of thing, a cluster kind of institution. We should identify the institutions which they have the comparability, or we have the the strength of that institution, and according to that, we should define the role of that institutions. So now we can means I request Ashish Kumar sir to means to add something. If you request means I request Ashish Kumar sir to add few points in that reason in this area. Ashish Kumar sir.
Yeah, so I was listening very carefully to Dr. Shailesh and Dr. Weber also, Dr. Anurag. So, in fact, being from industry and also have been in say close touch with those who are joining freshly from the universities, even as a say intern or as an employee for last say most 15 years. I'm going to have around 21 years with this team. So I see there is a gap between me and what I understood that where we are lacking in today's focus is basically a broad connect, a broad vision. What we see, a multinational company, how they are established, how they are operating within universities and say industry in their region, in their country, and how we are operating. What they are targeting and what we are targeting as a semiconductor ecosystem, there is a big difference. The focus is latest technologies, connecting the university courses, projects, and say even say vocational courses oriented to semiconductor. They are not forced; they are by choice. Whoever wants to learn, whoever. First of all, I see that there is a lack of visibility within students at various stages, whether they are BTech students or MTech students or PhD scholars. Maybe PhD scholars have a better visibility, but at lower level, where we have actually visibility, what they are ecosystem, what is the career, what is the growth path, what is the opportunity for them. Seeds to the university or the ecosystem, faculty has a very important role to connect students with the vision. Maybe this is the very first point. And maybe later on, I would share more points. There are many more points that I have collected, but I would like to listen to others first.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. But what I feel in MP that the placement, what we have seen that the most of this institution in fourth year, the students only focused about the placement, and it is very easy to get the placement in software company. So they feel that to get the job in VLSI industry is very difficult because the level of interview, level of knowledge they required is very tough to enter in any semiconductor or VLSI company. So it is my only opinion for that. Means now I invite Jatana sir to introduce means say a few words about that.
Yeah. Hello, I am audible, please, so that I can go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, sir. Okay. So my view is like as someone rightly said, the student after fourth year need a job. And presently, because electronic, if you see the semiconductor manufacturing is not widely, there are very few jobs, particularly in the design area, and that too only in one or two cities. And the number of openings, if you see, it won't be more than 1,000 or 2,000 at the most. And we have so plenty of engineering colleges, and to get absorbed all the students of BTech and those very few jobs. So that is I feel one reason why the students they don't opt for they don't take seriously this electronics subject. And I have seen the seats in the BTech electronics coming down. But now the question is, with the advent of your AI, ML and machine learning, the type of jobs which students are going after doing their in the IT sector, they are also going to fall. And we will see in the next 2-3 years a very lot of impedance lot of focus on semiconductor manufacturing by not only the state governments but by the central government. So it is expected 2-3 mega scale fabs are going to come. And once the mega scale fabs are going to come, you will need a lot of manpower, engineers level, technicians level to running those equipment. And it is not only the fab part, there is a post fab out operations, which are the testing, wafer sorting, then your assembly lines, then your QA, and then reliability, then your failure analysis. Then lot of gases, chemicals are required for running the fab. So those kind of a very ecosystem, those kind is quite large, and it requires a lot of people to get involved in this. So to begin with, I feel the trained manpower from the design perspective. If you see right now, there are a lot of Indian engineers working in MNC in Bangalore, but they are working for American companies. If you see Indian design, even if you talk about software, we don't have any software which we can call it as an IP of India as a country. So it's not there. So what kind of job IT they are doing? They are doing just a labor kind of a job, a data crunching, which is a labor job which they are doing. So, but we don't have any IP. And you know, the money is if you own an IP. Same is the case with design. So we don't have any design IP as such. All those Indian engineers, they are okay. They are working for Texas Instrument or Intel or NXP, but the country gets benefited in terms of revenue, and they are getting trained and like that. But we don't have an IP. I give an example of a company, Qualcomm, 20 years back, started by only 4 or 5 engineers. They had a design IP. Now it's a $5 billion company. They don't have any manufacturing plant, nothing of that sort. So first we have to build strength in developing IPs and design IPs. Not only the design IPs, process IPs, how to design a transistor. I have seen in educational engineering colleges, people are working on EDA tools, learning digital design, analog design, placements, and all those things, physical implementation. But we have to get in, start the TCAD tool, particularly how to design a transistor, how to design a process by using a tool itself. And there are many IITs where they have a lot of semiconductor equipment. They can grow a layer, they can grow an oxide layer, or they can make something which looks like a transistor, not exactly a transistor. So they can learn the process. So we have to learn the process. India needs at least 15-20 fabs, the kind of semiconductor we need. And if India and it contributes, you see this semiconductor all over the world, it has been proven it contributes 1 to 2% in the GDP. The component, electronic component may have small value, but the overall system which goes where this component goes, it has huge value. Like for example, a laptop, the semiconductor may be around 5,000, 10,000, but the laptop may cost around 70,000 or 80,000. And there are some critical technologies which no country shares, like night vision is there, imaging is there, and there are a lot of detectors where you detect something and a physical parameter. So there are a lot of critical technologies where we have to focus. And from college's point of view, I feel the students and particularly the electronics department, they have to focus on the hardcore electronic subjects. I mean, your semiconductor physics, your circuit analysis, which is quite weak, which a student, all these things are easy, provided the way they are taught in a particular manner so that the students get interested in those hardcore engineering subjects. Learning a system C or a Perl or a Lippy or any, it's very simple. If you know another one language, at least you know. At our times, we used to learn Fortran and COBOL. So you know one language, and within 4 weeks, you can shift to another language. But it is not the case with the circuit analysis or a semiconductor physics or designing a circuit. It requires 2-3 years of hard labor. It's not like you can pick up a script in 3 weeks or 4 weeks. It's not possible. You require a basics of physics, your mathematics, engineering skill, and all Fourier transforms and all those Laplace transforms. So all those things are needed to become a very good engineer. So our focus should be to focus on hardcore science subjects, hardcore engineering subjects. Definitely right now the jobs will pick up, and even now There are a lot of good jobs in semiconductor industry. Interview is tough because they ask very, very simple questions and people are unable to answer because they are not focused, they have not studied properly. That is the reason they want very easy life, and but they have to put more focus on learning the subjects. Lot of media in terms of NPTEL courses, lot of videos, everything is available on in the net nowadays. In our time, we used to have only 2 or 3 Millman Helkias kind of a book, but now a lot of information is available. And the focus, students should be told rightly, they should not go for IT. These jobs in next 3-4 years will vanish. Only hardcore computer science jobs will remain, and all those data crunching jobs and these where majority of the people are employed now, those jobs will vanish very soon, and electronic jobs are going to pick up. We are seeing a lot of IoT growth, electric vehicles and things like that. So lot of opportunity. Everywhere you find a chip, everywhere you will find a sensor, everywhere you will find a micro actuator. So these things have to be made system level engineering, your system design. That is another area where we have not given much importance. Chips are there, but how are we able to connect those, integrate those in making, in providing a complete solution, which is a hardware and software both. So a system level of approach, that also a student, I think the colleges should focus on that part also. So I think I will stop with this and hear the views of other respected panelists. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. I'm very agree with your means concern about the basic subject, basic knowledge of the VLSI should be there in our course curriculum. And apart
But the
from that, I have one.
the
Yes, yes.
unfortunate part, I mean, the Dr. Jatana has said very rightly, and he has pinpointed the nerve basically. The worst part is that the fundamentals are very weak, and I don't know why the government is also not focusing on the fundamentals. They started removing those subjects.
Yes, sir.
And that's why these problems are coming. And the students are not interested to study the fundamental physics, semiconductor physics, device physics. These subjects, they are feeling that they don't need these subjects. And rightly said, Mr. Jatana, until unless you are not aware of these things, how you will understand the performance, how you will analyze the performance of the performance of the device? It's very, very important. And but this is a very unfortunate part that we need to focus on this as well as academician also.
Yeah, this is really
And
very unfortunate. I agree with you, both of you, but there is a solution. A solution is something like this: whenever this student will fabricate something and when they go in the laboratory and measure, then they understand the importance.
You are
Because
right, Dr. Shailesh. You are
yeah,
right. But the problem is that most of the institution, they are doing this on the computer. They are running the simulators. They are not making their hands dirty in the laboratory.
yeah,
So
this
the
is the
institution,
problem now. This is the main problem.
so
Sir,
they and
just a point to interrupt. Like I give a simple example. If you have to measure a resistance, whether you will measure by using a 2-wire or a 4-wire, if the student
yes,
is not clear, many of the students, they don't know how to handle a digital multimeter. You leave
yes,
aside a CRO.
yes, that is true.
So those things are there, and I think they, even those labs are very good in most of the colleges, but they have not bothered to how to use these equipment.
That's
So,
very
and these are very simple things. So, basic concepts, we have to focus on that. And sometimes a lot of students are coming to us at SCL for your training. So, we ask where Laplace is used, how to analyze a third order, fourth order. Will you use a time or a frequency domain? Why frequency domain is simpler in a third order or a fourth order? So, basic, what is a Fourier? What is a fast Fourier? What is a discrete? Where it is used? So these are the very, very simple things. So they are ignorant of those things. And naturally, because getting a chip fabricated for a student, it's very expensive. Countries like United States can afford, but in India, it's not that easy, though it's possible only at few NITs, IITs. It's not possible at all engineering colleges. So it will take time because a lot of expenditure is involved in those things. And but on a computer, a lot of things can be known, can be understood.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Now I request other panelist Jay Gopal Pandey sir to add
Yeah,
few.
yeah. Thank you very much, Jatana sir. I am fully agree with sir, and I have also worked there in SCL when I have started my career. So he has pointed out about the IPs. yeah, this is the need. This is need for country. We do not have any kind of IP. And as we are discussing about the tools and techniques, first, as sir has pointed out, that we are lacking, the students nowadays they are reading locals books. They are not very much familiar with the basics for semiconductor physics, circuit theory, digital analog, DSP, microprocessor, microcontroller, which these things are the need so that they can design the intended circuit or system. And nowadays the domain specific circuits are needed. Domain, most of them are saying that I am working in the field of AI ML. What you will do, which kind of circuit will design for that AI ML? AI ML is not a domain for electronics people. It is a tool like math, IoT. These are the tools and techniques. You can learn AI ML and you can apply that techniques in your design itself. And design can be a domain specific design. It can be for image processing or automobiles, medical, strategic sector, telecom sectors. It can be for cryptography. There are many need. I have discussed also with SCL, and there is a need of cryptographic many circuit. We do not have any crypto core in India, and we are running processor. Microprocessor, we do not have processor. Thanks to IIT Madras, they have developed some processors, and we need that kind of processor. And inside that, there is a need of security also. So there is a many application for RF, analog. We also need some ROICs, like sensors are there. How we can connect that sensors? There is a need of specialized circuit that are known as readout circuit. So we need them. We also need FPGA based system design. So FPGAs are there, but how we can program them? It is a very domain specific knowledge. So what system you are going to, it is not a simple programming. Like if you learn any language, C, system C, system Verilog, it is irrespective of anything. You first think in terms of blocks, building blocks or some circuit component. For what you are going to model your system. Like if you have idea that, okay, these are the execution unit, these are the control unit. Control unit will send these kind of signals. It will process at this stage of time. It will latency will be this. If you on, turn off, the power will be varies. And similarly, if there is area, energy, there are many terms. So these terms will only be addressed if you have basics clear. And it is not a programming. It is just a modeling. Modeling means you are modeling the system and you have clear-cut picture in your mind that you are going to design that system. Nowadays, people or students are they are doing? They are simply running simulators, and the outcome, they are driven by the tools. They are not driving the tools. They are driven. Okay, these are tools, and tools are saying that it will be correct. Instead of that, we should write our code like VHDL, Verilog, or System C, so that the intended system can be designed and that will work as per our estimation, which we have made our copy pen. So there is a need of crypto course also. Packaging, there is need of packaging. We are seeing here and there who can package our design chip. There is need of many kind of memories, memory controller. In India, we do not have any kind of memory controller IP. Like we need memory controller for flashes, flash chips of for SSD, for eMMC. Similarly, we need ML accelerators. There are many need of ML accelerator. MLs are there, LSTM is there. There are CNN, DNN. They are data centric. People are running on GPUs. Okay, GPU is there, but it is not for the electronics people. Electronic people can design accelerator for that. LSTM, DNN, there is a need. There is a need of microprocessor based design so that we can develop a prototype and quickly design that system in our will say specific kind of things. Similarly, matrix processor, matrix microprocessor, co-processor, system on chip design, for NOC design. Similarly, testing is one of the most crucial part. And physical design, RF, there are many things. So like one thing, these are discrete thing, and one institute cannot be expert in that area. So what we can do, we can open threads, and a like-minded can join that thread, and irrespective of geographical boundary, they can join that thread. Like in MP, as we are discussing about this. So Fabless, an application specific design, domain specific design. So we can open a thread that these are 10 threads and you can design. You can join that thread like Bhopal, Indore, they are nearby, they can design a particular thread. Similarly, there are multiple threads and geographically independently, they can design, they can join that thread and become an expert in that area. So this is my observation, and it is a very basically need. And nowadays students are coming, but they are very much, as sir has pointed out, they are very much influenced by AI/ML, and they do not know what should we do there. This is the right time, as sir has mentioned. So this is my conclusion also.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Gopal Pandey, sir. And now I request Kondekar sir to please add a few words or few thoughts.
Yes, thank you. I was listening to all, and it's really a great pleasure to join this panel at the right moment of India. Okay, and as rightly pointed out by Jatana sir, Anurag Srivastav ji, and Ashish Kumar ji, and also the Pandey ji, that I think we know the limitation of Indian higher education is actually unfortunately demand driven, and everybody knows that computer science is one of the most seeked branch just because of their job security and all that. Okay, and even though the person is have the great talent or he is not able to identify that he will be most suitable for these type of circuit analysis and devices and all that, but still he will be moving towards computer science or like that. And even any branch person who is choosing, even the civil engineering is also opting for other courses and going for the software type of jobs. So this is the higher education situation of India. But luckily, due to pandemic, the geopolitical situation has been now changing a lot. Okay. For example, like, our Honorable Prime Minister emphasis on Atmanirbhar Bharat and a strong focus on Make in India, all these are pushing, okay, this electronic manufacturing sector also in a very nice manner, but it will take some time, and we are on definitely right track, and it's a great hope now. And due to pandemic also, and due to the major issue with the China, okay, so definitely that is the added advantage to our system of India to move toward, because China has cheap labor and also producing a lot of things and exporting to us, and now it has given us a great opportunity, and if this time has been utilized properly by industry and even in academics, okay, we will be able to gain a great advantage over all this. And I think various digital initiatives by Government of India, and even this leveraging strong embedded and application software is also important thing. So with the academic system, one of the major limitation is that between the institution, unfortunately, there is a very less interaction. Even in the institution itself, among all the department, okay, unfortunately, we have not created an ecosystem of interaction.
I think it's connected.
Yes, yes. I think there is some Kondekar sir.
Yeah.
I think there is some connection issues.
So, and yeah.
I think he's back. Yeah, he's back.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I'm sure I think impact of 5G technologies also is one of the pushing factors, right? And in VLSI design, developing a specific processor for a particular application, I think it is called as accelerator, okay, will be a prime thing. And one of the things why the situation is like this is because the semiconductor chip manufacturing is highly, focused on TSMC or some of the only 2 or 3 fabs which are popular. But I think because of China's problem, we are definitely, and our government of India is also pushing and decentralization and de-risking. Means even importing electronic component is also identified as a risking with the security and all that. So definitely, these all factors has given us, and we all as an academician and industry people, if we identify this situation and grab this and develop an perfect fab and fabless semiconductor, so I'm sure that most of the academic people can develop a great ecosystem for fabless at least, because fab will take some time, and for like IIT like systems or NIT, IIT like which are eminence type of institutes and having a great budgets also. So they can also accommodate some, like in a startup incubation is already there, but I think startup will take slightly larger time to contribute in actual product development and all that. But that, along with that initiative, even those who have already done some successful delivery of the product to the market and they are growing, even that IT park type of accommodation near the or inside the campus can be developed, so that it will create a great ecosystem and interaction between the faculty and even with the industry. So at least industry R&D centers can be accommodated in IT park, which is accommodated in inside the institute, so that from academic point of view, they will get the help directly, and the academic persons will get the help from the industry person of actual specifications. Basically, industry, this academic people are, unfortunately, we don't have direct, what are the final specifications which are required for the final delivery of the product successfully. That will come from the industry. So I think that interaction, if it is done successfully, it will be a great help for the academic as well as to the industry. So thank you for inviting me. We'll listen to other panelists also. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
But as an academician, I have one concern about that. We are completely agree that the basic knowledge should be there, and there should be a exposure to the students for the basic kind of basic VLSI circuitry. But what the major concern is from my side is that the requirement, the tool, the laboratory setup for this VLSI is very costly for institutions like in DAV itself, because we purchase a license for the cadence and it only valid for the 3 years. After every 3 years, we have to update that license. So this makes very difficult for a university to purchase a costly license after every 3 years. There should be this is my personal opinion that we should go with this open source software. We should promote that open source software, so that can be a low cost effort of the university, so that can be easily adoptable for the universities and the academic institutions. This is my point of view. Means I want to listen other experts also in this regards.
Yeah, I
Dr.
agree
Nima,
with
I
you,
want
Vaibhav,
to
right?
say
This is true,
I
Vaibhav.
got it.
In the beginning, I have said, that optimum resource utilization is very, very important. Those who are having unutilized resources, in many places you'll find that there is unutilized resources in terms of the, the costly software like Cadence, TCAD. These tools are available, but
Yes,
the
sir.
output coming out of those laboratories is not very good. And
Exactly.
in that case, what we can do, the government is pushing a lot in the PFMS portal. What they have started doing nowadays, they have started listing down the softwares and as well as the hardwares available in the laboratory of that institution on the government portal. So there will be resource utilization, and there will be no replication of the similar product in nearby region. So, for example, in IIT Indore is having a very good, very costly setup, and so the people from nearby Indore, they can utilize their facility. So government is going to push on this part. So I'm sure very soon we are going to have this kind of facilities. Though people, DAVV people, they can visit easily IIT Indore and other places in Madhya Pradesh. And that's why, it's very, very important because government cannot push a lot on spending money on, replicating the same system in all all the places, right? And so this point is very, very important. And one more comment I want to make on the very beginning when you started your comment on the placement. People, the job security point the point you have mentioned. Most of the students, of course, they are interested in going for the placement, but through the program of current program of the government of India, Make in India program, Startup India program, lot of fund is available to promote the students. Basically, instead of looking for the job, they can start their own ventures.
Yes,
And
exactly.
I'm sure in especially providing the very good blueprint to the fab people, right? The fab industry is a very good market. In IT Kanpur and also in IT Mumbai, you must be knowing IT in Mumbai. NanoSniff is a company. NanoSniff, they are doing very good job in that case, and they are working on microcontrollers. And similarly in IT Kanpur, there is a company called eSpin, right? eSpin, that is also doing very good job in that case. So a lot of companies are coming as a startup. They are doing very good thing in the market, and they are utilizing the funding by the government of India. So we should promote students not only to go for the placement, but also to come up in the Startup India program, join the Startup India program. They should start their own venture, and then we can also motivate the students to join their startups rather than joining the companies as a simply as an engineer, all that. So Dr. Shailesh, I think
Yes, I
Yeah,
completely agree
basically,
with
I
you.
agree with you about the startup thing, but in order to, what to say, a flourish the startup, there is some kind of echoes going on.
No, it's fine, sir.
Okay, so in order to initiate the startup, one most important thing that we are missing is the communication gap between academia and the semiconductor companies. So let's say if we have this kind of communication which is rolling between these two, then the students will come to know that what exactly what kind of startup they want to start. Because most of the cases, if you see, then the startup dies because of the lack of information. They are simply the students. They just come with the idea like, okay, use this Arduino platform and create some refrigerator monitoring system and it will be purchased by everyone. So this is not gonna happen. So most important is the communication between academia and semiconductors companies. They should come on a single platform, and then I am not saying that the semiconductor companies just reveal everything, but a tip of an iceberg is sufficient. Our students are very intelligent. They will understand what exactly the problem is and how to initiate the startup create around that particular problem. So they may taste some kind of a success when they will start putting the startup.
So in that case, we have to develop that trust, right? And then
Yeah.
we can motivate the industries to come forward, and so that it's a both way,
Yeah.
it's very important.
Yes, exactly.
Basically, see, for example, as we have mentioned, like everyone want to pass the examination, they are just caring about the 50%. Hardly one or two students from the batch, they are interested to start the startup. So there should be a little bit discussions like, okay, what exactly the semiconductor companies they are looking for, what are the problems that they are facing.
Yes.
So the startup will start. And for example, like the SMDP project, so right now it is only concise toward the universities. So it should be open to startups as well. So that if they have certain ideas, they just go there, they fabricate, and they can see like whether it is functional or not.
Right. And
Yeah,
also
because
Professor Kodekar has said right thing, within the institution also. So that the cohesiveness and the interaction is missing. So
yeah.
that is very important. At many places we need to work out, and that's how we can talk about the whole ecosystem.
Yeah,
So
and
the lack.
also I want to add one more point here regarding to the open source software. So if we know the problem, we can make a first order system in using LT Spice. That is more than sufficient to understand like, okay, what is the solution? Further rectification, it will come. I am not denying it. But you have a more sophisticated software comparable to Cadence like NG Spice. It supports the full AMS design flow. So instead of doing something GUI based, just go and work with the ngSpice. You have
but
something.
awareness that should be there.
Yeah, awareness should be there. Yeah, definitely, because
the
we
next
should
level
know
programs
what
should be
kind
there.
of problem we are supposed to address.
Yes,
IIT Bombay has initiated in that case. MATLAB,
Yeah.
they replace the MATLAB, they replace that means a Tinkercad kind of softwares with that.
Yeah, because for example, MATLAB, equivalent of MATLAB is Octave. So that is freely available. Just go and work on it.
And Scilab also, you know, Scilab is also features. Scilab.
eSIM is also there. eSIM is for circuit designing is also
Yeah.
there.
In my opinion, it is not a matter of limitation of availability of tools, etc. It is a limitation of intellectual knowledge and its application for the intended system or circuit design.
Yeah, I agree with
everything will be each and everything will be there. It is there, but how we can, like SOC is there. If you want to design SOC, open source SOC suite is there. Like RISC-V, it is open source. Take that, make your small contribution that it is open, and tools and techniques, all these things are open. So there is no limitation of tools and EDA tools or any other kind of intellectual capability. We need to go there to develop intellectual capability among the community itself.
We should make them aware. We should make them aware, because many people's, when I ask many people's that many academician, okay, why do you want not work in the VLSI? Because they ask that the VLSI tools are very costly, means they required a lots of investment in that. So we should make a national depository kind of thing. There we have open source software and the students and the faculty or academician that can easily use that software.
As Dr. Srivastava has pointed out, the tools have been unutilized in many cases.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
we are observing through SMDP program, we are coordinating for MIT, and it is unutilized. Nowadays, with the advent of so-called AI ML, people are not working in VLSI in most cases. So again, the tools are unutilized. The tools are there, books are there. No one is there to take that one and start their job. So intellectual
I agree,
motivation.
Yes, that is true.
Motivation should be there. I agree with Dr. Pandeyji that tools is not a, because finally what I have seen is when a new engineers come in a design, I ask him whether you want to RF or analog or digital. Most of the people, they want digital because they want to do VHDL and small things. They don't want to play with the transistors, because the knowledge, unless you are able to make a circuit design, you need a very good knowledge of the basic transistor, a MOS device. So that also is missing. If you have to design a circuit or an LDO or basically a simple ADC, tools is okay. Free tools are available, but the architecture concept, there is a lot of efforts in going through, in studying that, in analyzing those things. So that part, as Pandeyji has explained, that is missing. So then they will blame the tools and all of the things, but that is not the core knowledge. The core engineering thing is missing. So I have seen 30 years back, there were not enough tools. People were doing calculations, even spice calculations in a simple analog circuit. The first hand you can do it. You can analyze the circuit without any simulator even. So the first hand, and as you rightly pointed out, ngSpice, tSpice, magic is there for knowing the layout. That is good enough. It's 98% accurate.
Yeah.
So one has to understand the basic concepts. So there it's very good. And I believe so. And now I think, as Pandeyji also mentioned, the tools will be sufficiently provided by MIT. They will put the tools on a cluster. Any college can take that. So tool is not an issue. Only thing is you have to work hard to understand the basic engineering concepts. So that is the fundamental, basic things. And then you build circuits. Try to build circuits. Try to analyze circuits on that. Make systems. Try to join various on a microcontroller, and try to develop circuit systems level.
Yeah, over the years, the knowledge among the students has been degraded.
I see that it's a matter of concern not only among the students, but we really are definitely they are in this approach
Vaibhavji, your voice is not clear.
Yes, sir. Sir, there is some issue.
What is required
Dr. Ashish.
that there are
वैभव
let
आपका
me
आवाज
really
नहीं आ रहा है.
this
सर कुछ इशू हो रहा है वहाँ.
what is
हाँ हाँ हाँ
कुछ हमिंग है या कुछ बीच में इंटरप्ट है शायद से, आई थिंक.
हाँ हाँ.
अभी शायद से क्लियर है.
Your
तो
voice
हम
is
ये कर सकते हैं, जब कोई एक बोल रहा है ना, बाकी म्यूट कर लेते हैं ताकि
हाँ,
इको ना हो.
सो आई थिंक आशीष सर कुछ बोलना चाह रहे थे. आशीष सर. कॉन्ट्रैक्टर सर, आप कुछ सजेस्ट
हाँ
करना
हाँ, मैं ये बोला था कि अभी जो जताना सर और गोपाल सर ने जो बताया, गोपाल पांडे जी, बिल्कुल सही है. बेसिक फंडामेंटल नॉलेज एक्चुअली comes from some of the important subjects like analog IC design. Okay, one who has great potential in analog can become very easily a great digital designer also. Okay, so that I think everybody should know. But the digital designer who is only doing that VHDL and all that will never understand what is reality in actual circuit and all that. Okay, so definitely it's like physics of semiconductor devices pointed out by, I think, Ashish or somebody. But we have introduced all these courses. But means to make them interested in this, okay, will require a great skill of teaching also, and to attract them for and telling them the potential of these. Like there will be many. Everybody is digital designer or computer science or programmer or that, but these will be highly specialized things, okay, and well respected things if somebody becomes a designer. So we can motivate those who are having good aptitude, and I think extending the facilities to those who are interested, even though he is not belongs to your institute or not belong to your department, will be one of the important things. I think we are trying to do all that possibilities, and somebody from other institute has sent an application, or he has doing something and struggling, but he do not have facility, and we are having completely unutilized facility. So whether our system and rules provide this type of access to him or not, I think there are many hurdles in that. But I think all institutes together will should develop some policy where those identifying interested people also and motivating them to the right track is most important at this point of time. I think this is what I want to add to this.
Professor Kondikar, if all of you can hear me now,
Yes,
if I'm audible correctly, I would like to make few points here. I was carefully listening to all of you, and the points what you have shared are very, very valid in the industry context. And the very first point I would like to make it out that IT industry in India has its side effects or good effects and bad effects also. And definitely the bad effect is that people are not more inclined to say hardware industry or the microelectronics. But at the same time, I would like to say that this IT industry has not affected much.
Again, the voice is gone, sir.
The same system and other network.
Sir, your voice is breaking. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now you can continue. Yes, sir. No voice is coming. So your voice is not coming actually.
It's still not audible.
No, sir.
Yeah, please check your microphone near to your, I think, voice to your mouth. Yeah, just check.
Hello.
Yeah, Vaibhav, you are audible, please.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I think there is an issue with that means audio problem with Ashish sir. So means as in this means if we means conclude this session uh, or if any point is missing in that discussion, so you can raise that point or we can discuss about that also, or otherwise we make some concluding point and we'll submit that to that means our MPVS to include that points into the main conference that will be held that will be means coming on 11th 12th and 13th December. So if any point is missing there, we can talk about that, or otherwise we'll make a concluding note for that this session. So any panelist means Ashish sir or Jatana sir, Anurag sir.
It appears that all the points they have been discussed.
Yes.
So I would say one point from my side, if I'm audible right
Yes.
now.
Now you're audible, sir. Yes, sir.
So I had noted that there is a need to enrich the course curriculum also at the BTech or master's level. But we are the course equally know how to the school to technology and we know how technology and know how to natural wisdom. That I don't know what's your opinion about that.
That's true. Agree with you.
I would like to add here. Yeah. Yeah, Vaibhav. Hello.
Yes, sir. I can hear you. Yes, sir.
As Ashish sir has rightly said, I think the curriculum needs to be enriched in this direction, Fabless and Fab both. And one more thing I can add here, that for example, now computer science is in huge demand, and even the strength of this intake is also large. So why not to have options in that branch itself to identify the right person? Means the curriculum of the computer science itself will provide major minor type of things in a greater extent, so that those who are talented people from the computer science can opt for the hardware or the VLSI or these type of things, chip design and all that. So they can be easily shift their interest very easily from computer science to, so identifying them and providing flexibility in computer science itself, because we can't change the market demand. So they will be stick to the computer science, right? And unfortunately, the computer science curriculum, if they are not exposing them to this semiconductor type of thing, then we are losing that potential there itself to the software only. So this will be a major thing, I think, which is required, because definitely the student have taken the admission just because of their craze, not because of interest or just because of security. But during the time of the course, they can identify their attitude, aptitude towards this, and the curriculum should provide that path. And as rightly, national education policy also provides these type of framework to be developed. So it will be a great help to all of us to identify talent from computer science also. And the person who is taking admission to electronics and communication and that type of thing is unfortunately is actually getting depressed because he couldn't get admission into computer science. That is the psychological problem initially. But I'm sure if some of the computer science graduates can be diverted successfully by providing the ecosystem in the curriculum itself, okay, it will be a great help, and that will affect other branch also in a very nice manner. Okay. So I think this is an important thought also I shared with all of you. Yes.
I would like to make is going to implement to this. I'm going to interfere emphasize on me.
Right. Unfortunately, we are not getting your voice clearly.
In India, government, I was trying to and is really about the people who are maybe in close very because
We are not able to hear Ashish, I think.
Ashish sir, we are not able to hear you.
There's some issue.
And now
it's
still not able to hear.
It's okay. If you can put mic close to your mouth, I think.
Yeah, it's okay now.
Yeah. No, there is some bandwidth issue. So what I was saying that this makes a huge difference in learning when a fab is close to you, when you are associated with the fab. So, and also with respect to national security point of view, when I see how the European Space Agency and how the US Space Agency and all US defense system, DARPA, is closely collaborating with mega fabs, and they are securing their national interests by national investments. When ST was in trouble, the European government, the Hungarian government for the issue to be the world of because it's a nation important should to be to be the front. It's really important to for government seriously think of. This is the bus, and this is not the bus that is affording it anyway, establishing it. Establishing it. That we have, this is not the bus to miss. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Yes.
No, it's not able to hear anyone. No.
Okay, sir.
I'm not able to hear anyone. That was one, and it was and all the institutions that concepts.
आशीष जी आपका आवाज बिल्कुल ही नहीं आ रहा है.
And the students color with formulas, all that and analytic. In level
सर बहुत लैगिंग हो रहा है, वॉइस में बहुत
हमारा भी आवाज नहीं जा रहा है उनको. आशीष जी हमारा आवाज आ रहा है क्या आपको?
आपका आवाज सही आ रहा है सर. आशीष जी का आवाज ब्रेक
बहुत लैगिंग हो रहा है, मतलब.
वैभव जी उनको फोन करके बोलना पड़ेगा आपको.
यस सर, यस सर. So if all the panelists means agree with that, so we can means conclude that, and we can make a concluding remark for that sessions. So it's the panelists we have, the academician, very senior academicians, very experienced faculty members. We have a research lab scientist, and means it's a complete panel. And at all means the last the concluding point is that the curriculum should be there. It started with the basic knowledge of the students. We start with the basic practical knowledge of the students, and then we grow the students as of his interest, and according to that we select the branch, because VLSI itself is a very it's have a combination of various branches: analog design, digital design, RF design, mixed signal design. So according to their interest, we have to create the system that is adoptable for the student also, and the student adopt that systems and fulfill what are the perspective and what are the information they want to deliver. So that's all from my side. If anyone wants to share about that, he can. Means I welcome panelists from that. Shailesh sir, you want to share
Just
something?
want to say that whatsoever the curriculum change you want to do it
Yeah.
in the baby steps.
Okay.
As I told you in the beginning, that instead of C, just teach system C. Instead of DBMS, just start teaching Perl, so that they have an interest, or one can say they have the quantitative ability to work in the computer science domain, and on the back end side, they are ready for the VLSI EDS. So you
It's
have to
illusion.
play this thing. Yeah, you have to, instead of using the conventional software, just try to put this kind of stuff, so that, because what exactly the computer science, one can say this interest is need is the logic, that you should have a capability of programming. Instead of using a conventional softwares for the DBMS, use Perl.
Yes,
So
exactly.
that they know the concept, because in the end, whatsoever we are teaching in the curriculum, it is entirely different from whatsoever the softwares or hardware they are using there.
Yes, exactly.
But at least they should have something like this. Second point, a proper communication between academia and industry should be there.
Agreed.
Because because this is what we are completely lacking right now. And most
and
important,
even between the academicians.
Yeah, even between the academician, because don't try to compete for everyone for a single cause. Fragmented it.
And add government to that, you can
Yeah.
align with government initiatives. That is also very important. Otherwise,
Because
from where
see,
you will get the
just
fund?
in the end, just I want to say, like, right now we are at 4 nanometer technology, so where everything become analog. It doesn't matter whether you are digital designer or RF designer or a hardcore analog designer. Everything is analog.
And very challenging to understand the device
Very
physics.
challenging to understand. Yeah.
Device physics, very challenging. Below 10
Very
nanometer.
challenging. Yeah.
So that's all from my side. Any concluding remark from that Jai Gopal Pandey sir? Sir, in a means of 1 or 2 words. Sir, your voice is not unmuted.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
In concluding remark, what to do, करना क्या है, स्टूडेंट को ये बताना, फिर वो कैसे करना है वो समझ जाएंगे, आप उनको हेल्प कर दे पाएंगे.
बिल्कुल सही.
This is.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Anurag, sir, your words.
I think I have already said, Dr. Shailesh has summarized, and Professor Kwadekar also has said many things. So just not to repeat the things, but yes, it's very important. Academia, industry, and government joint initiative must be there, because what government is planning, we have to align with that. That's very, very important, because unless we are not getting a right fund, it's very difficult to complete the task. And rightly said that the fundamental sciences are very, very, very important. And when we are moving from the software industry to the hardware industry, so the understanding the fundamentals is very, very important. Without that, device physics, circuit understanding is very, very difficult, very challenging. And the another part, the economic point of view, that the open source technology must get promoted. It's very, very important. And there are many tools people have already mentioned. So we should utilize those tools, and the resource optimization is also very important. So unutilized resources must be utilized properly, and there should be the cluster of that, and we can utilize the resources very nicely. I think from my side, I have learned a lot through these interactions, and I could find many friends here. So thank you very much for inviting me to this.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Very nice
Yeah.
interaction.
Vaibhav.
Sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I just would like to add one more point.
Yes, sir.
I think we have all forgotten that institute is led by a visionary. Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have any control over selection of any institute leaders, right? So we should also suggest the government that the person who is leading the institute also creates an ecosystem.
सर आपने बहुत ज्वलन मुद्दा उठा लिया है.
हाँ सर, आपको उठाना नहीं चाहिए था, ये तो सर स्टूडेंट भी जल रहा है इस बारे में. तो
ज्वलंत मुद्दा
इंदौर की बात कर रहे हो. हाँ, स्टूडेंट भी जल रहा है इस मामले में. तो
और हम खुद भी जल रहे हैं उसमें. But I am sure everybody will agree कि अगर इंस्टीट्यूट का विजनरी लीडर हो तो बहुत चीजें बहुत आसान होती है.
Very true, sir. Very true.
हालांकि ये पैनल डिस्कशन का टॉपिक नहीं हो सकता है, बट कंक्लूजन तो डेफिनेटली सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट यही रहेगा कि भाई गवर्नमेंट को भी तो कोई बोले कि कुछ ऐसा करे कि जिससे इंस्टीट्यूट की जवाबदारी जिसके ऊपर है वो कुछ विजनरी रहे बस, और उसमें भी डिसीजन मेकिंग भी फास्ट हो हर चीज
फास्ट हो।
तो सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा एजुकेशन में कम से कम। और सर, नीमा सर,
Yes,
I would like to thank you that you have accepted our suggestion for brochure modification, I think.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
And it looks very nice now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
So now we are means at the end of this session. And
Vaibhav, don't add my comment last, नहीं तो मेरा गड़बड़ हो जाएगा।
नहीं सर नहीं। हम censored कर देंगे।
But add भी किया तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं, चलो वैसे भी सफर हो रहा है।
So much, sir. Anurag sir, thank you so much. Shailesh sir, thank you so much. Kondekar sir, जयगोपाल पांडे सर, जतना सर तो शायद से कुछ मीटिंग था उनका अर्जेंट तो कहीं चले गए, और आशीष कुमार सर, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर means a very nice discussions about that. Means this kind of discussion will show you the path to move ahead for that ecosystems. So it's a very informative.
Exactly,
very
Weber.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Exactly, Weber. Weber, can you hear me, Weber? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can.
Yeah, so what I was trying to make one point that our students here that is very important. Since this is an interaction or
Jayagopal
interface
Pandit
with the
from
government,
MIT, right?
I would
Jayagopal
like
Pandit
to,
from Siri Pilani, sir.
Siri Pilani, okay.
Yes, sir.
Where is
yeah.
Nitish?
So, that point was
Nitish.
requiring for a fab that may be sponsored by government or may be supported by the government. Because when we see the US companies or the European companies, this is also extremely important with respect to country being at the forefront of technology and for the national security. So learning and this ecosystem of students and the industry, that is important. But moreover that this is an extremely important issue. The way this has been realized in this pandemic situation for the pharmaceutical industry, the same holds true for the semiconductor industry to safeguard the national technological interests.
Yeah, definitely, sir. So, core team, do we have any option to click a photograph for that panelist?
Yes, we
So
also.
I request all the panelists to please turn on your camera so that we can have a. Shailesh sir, here is
Pandey is there?
Pandey, yes, Jayagopal Pandey. Yes, sir. Sir, yeah. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for joining these sessions. So I hand over the session to our core team of IIT Indore. So now we can proceed.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone, all the panel members. I want to mention few of the points that were discussed. As a student of IIT Indore, I'm overwhelmed to attend this session, being in front of these highly qualified delegates. So the major points that I can consider the takeaway of the day is, as suggested by Jayagopal sir, that problem-centric learning should be there with the students, so that until unless they'll get to know what they are learning for, they cannot concentrate on the exact issue. Like example, learning Verilog, until unless we know why Verilog is used for, we cannot go in a particular direction. So that was one of the basic point that I have taken, and I'll get to it. So one more point that I want to mention, that a proper communication between academic and the industry section should be there. That is the basic pillar of IIT Indore that I consider, that a proper communication is always being built between the industry officials and the college students. Also, placement opportunities are not always being given priority. Instead, promoting startups is one of the basic issues. Like there are so many students that are having ideas in their mind, but because they are considering them that they are not that up to the mark. So promoting those startups, that is also required. So also, I just want to mention one of the point raised by Jatana sir, that is completely agreed that the basic knowledge of the concepts of electronics, as of electronics engineer, we should have them. Instead of going with those coding skills and all, we should know why a BJT or MOSFET, what are the applications, what are the things that we can extend to. So that was a very informative session for me and for all the students I consider that have joined. So I'd like to thank each and every panel members here. Thank you, everyone. Looking forward for everyone to join in the conference of MPVS Expo on December 11 to 13th. Thank you so much, sir. So with this, we can close this session.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
sir. Thank you.
Bye.
Much.
Thank you. Bye.